Brown Boy Wonder podcast.
Welcome to the second annual edition of the Brown Boy Wonder podcast. Since it's spooky season, my guest and I are going to rewatch, of course, the Conjuring Universe in this month of October. My guest has no introduction here. I mean, he has an introduction because he's been here since day one-ish. Skylar, how are you doing today?
Has no introduction. That's me. I'm doing great.
Yeah, man. We're gonna get to some religious stuff here, but
Where are we?
I have a question for you.
Oh, hit me with that question.
Do you want to play some hide and biscuits?
My answer is that's none your business.
That should be in the Hall of Fame. That line should be in the Hall of Fame. But of course, today's episode we are watching The Nun, which was released in 2018, directed by Corin Hardy, and written by Gary Duberman. So the director here.
Yeah, he's only directed one other thing. It's called The Hollow, and it's an Irish horror movie.
I've seen that thumbnail. I never saw it.
Yeah, don't know.
It's not The Invisible Man, but it's The Hollow.
You're correct. It is not The Invisible Man. I don't know what made you think that, but
No, what's that old monster movie? You know, there's the Werewolf Man, the Invisible. Is it called Invisible Man?
there is a movie called The Invisible Man. Yeah.
Like The Mummy.
Oh yeah, that is also a movie.
I don't know anymore. But yes, we're talking about The Nun here.
To make this a shorter episode than last time, I'm gonna let all that go, and we're just gonna continue on. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't know. But I have the old monsters collection back in the 30s, 40s.
Yeah. The Universal monster movies: Dracula, Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Wolfman, Creature in the Black Lagoon, and the last one would be Phantom of the Opera.
Yes. Maybe I was thinking of Invisible Man. I don't know. But let's get into the cast here, guys.
Okay, no, yeah, let's go. Go ahead.
The cast here we got. Damn, I wish you said this part.
Yeah, you said last week, like, all right, you're gonna do this one, and I'm gonna do next one, and then yeah, good luck. Because I'm not.
Right. Damn it! Well,
I'm not gonna say a thing.
Thank you. We got D-Man Bitcher as Father Burke.
Mm-hmm.
We have the sister of Farminga. We have Tissa Farminga.
That is actually her sister.
It is her sister.
That's
which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That is her sister.
Does that make her a Nepo baby? No. I'm looking at her filmography. She's in stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
She just looks like it's like her sister, twin sister.
I wouldn't say twin sister. In fact, I didn't realize that was her sister until just now.
Really? I knew it from the start. Okay, that's good.
Looking at her, you're like, that looks like her. I didn't put that together at all.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's like, oh, that's her sister. That's pretty neat.
Well, if you look it up, that doesn't count.
No. I looked at her and I was like, let me look it up. Is this true? And then it's true. And it's like, so they're part of the same Conjuring universe.
Well, that's
pretty
cool.
Nice. Yeah. We also have Jonas Balkut as Frenchie. We have Bonnie Aarons as the Nun. We have Ingrid Bissu as Sister Ohana. I was thinking of Lilo and Stitch, Ohana Mixed Family.
Okay.
So yeah, Ohana. And we got Charlotte Hope as Sister Victoria. And there's some other sisters that we don't really care about.
Oh wow.
We got Jack Flack as Evil Daniel.
Jack Flack.
Flock. My name is Steve.
Okay. This is a great The Nun episode so far.
What do you think of the budget for this movie, man? Yeah, for this one.
Oh my goodness. There's bigger sets in this one than anything we've seen before. I mean, at least the Abbey set is really kind of detailed and grand looking. I don't know, $30 million?
Kind of close, 22 million. What about the box office?
Oh man. Oh well, okay. It did just get a sequel.
Yes.
Million, so it's got more. I don't know. Did people like? I don't think people liked this. 100 million.
Oh, well, people like this. 366 million.
366. Didn't you say that Annabelle Creation only had like
306?
Oh, okay. So it was closer.
It made more though.
Yeah. Is it
people like the Nun.
Just because the Nun is scarier?
Probably so. It's the most iconic figure in this franchise.
I don't know if that's true. I think whether or not people like the movies, I think Annabelle's more iconic at this point.
That is true. Let us know.
The doll, obviously.
Yeah. I guess I'll make a poll out there. Is Annabelle more iconic, or is the Nun more iconic now?
I think no matter what people say, like they're 1 and 2. Those two, they're the top two. But
Annabelle has 3 movies. The Nun has 2 movies. So
far,
yes. I don't know if the Conjuring Universe is over.
Well, it's not. There's a new Conjuring movie coming out next year.
There is. With right along with Insidious. So
there's another Insidious?
Yeah, remember I told you a long time ago?
You tell me I watched all those movies for nothing?
Hey man, there's another Saw movie. So I don't know what's going on.
Hey, Saw's ride or die, that's different. We were born into the Saw game.
That is true. But yeah. All new sequels for all these established franchises. So here we go. Before we get into plot here, what is your initial thoughts of excuse me, a fly hit me. Is that the Nun?
A spooky fly. Maybe that was a ghost of a fly. It wasn't a real
gosh. Fly. Excuse me. But yeah, what was your initial thoughts of the Nun?
Honestly, I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. This movie so we mention our letterbox ratings on the movies as we talk about them. I haven't rated this yet because I'm hoping that the discussion helps me pinpoint a star rating because I don't know. People don't really seem to like this movie ratings wise. There's a lot of 2 stars, 2.5, 1.5 even there's some three stars. It doesn't really go a lot higher than that. I know you gave it 3 stars.
I did. I was just checking. I did have 3 stars.
I don't know because story-wise and writing-wise, and even to an extent acting-wise, no offense to Taissa Farmiga, I think she's fine actually, but
she's fine.
I think a lot of this movie is a little dumb, kind of hokey, kind of silly in parts, and this movie definitely leans more into the jump scare stuff. We praised Annabelle Creation for doing it well. This one is just kind of back to the same old. Really, when I was watching this, and it's definitely a benefit of hindsight thing because these movies I'm about to reference came out afterwards, but I kept thinking of movies such as The Pope's Exorcist.
Oh, I see.
Winchester.
With Helen Mirren?
Yeah. Those kinds of either haunting or possession movies where they're kind of a dime a dozen. Hell, Russell Crowe's in 2. He's in Exorcism, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one. I watched Pope's Exorcist because he was riding around on that Vespa. Yeah. But I didn't watch the other one because I didn't think he was going to be on a Vespa in that one.
No. That one was like, it's whatever.
So a lot of this movie is basically indistinguishable from those other kinds of movies. I'm going to use Pope's Exorcist as a recent example. They're very similar in tone and execution. However, there are parts of this movie where they brought the sauce for some reason. There's parts of this movie where I look at it and I'm like, that goes kind of hard. And I don't know why. And we'll get into it as we do our discussion, but I'm conflicted on the rating. I really don't know.
All right, well, we'll get into it. I just think the nun brought the aura in this movie. That's why the movie was okay for the most part.
She definitely brings the aura. I'm not going to argue on that.
Yeah.
But what about the aura of the rest of the movie? I think aura and vibe is this movie's strongest suit. I think it's what it does the best. I think if you're going into this looking for story, which, don't get me wrong, I wish it was better.
Yeah.
But the story ain't gonna be what keeps you here. The
story is simple. It's like this thing happened, this thing happened, this thing happened.
Yeah.
That's it. But I think it's the setting that brings it.
The story is so simple that at a certain point of the movie, it's just our main characters wandering around into spooky rooms.
Yeah.
Like nothing really progresses at a certain point for like 20 minutes, I want to say. And that's definitely, like, I noticed it, and it's a detriment. I'm like, okay, we're just kind of bumbling into spooky nun rooms. But each individual section, like, okay, that's kind of neat. Okay, that's kind of cool. We're not progressing, but we're doing every once in a while, there's a cool thing popping up. So, I don't know, let's just jump right into the story and...
yeah. Let's get into it here. Well, the movie starts with Lorraine talking about the nun from Conjuring 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get into the time period. In 1952, Abbey of St. Carta, Romania, we see two nuns living at the St. Carta's monastery and are walking towards somewhere in a tunnel with a lot of crosses.
And a lot of fog on the ground, too. The ground is made of fog.
Yes, someone put some cool ice there.
I would say that's a little silly. Like, don't get me wrong. A spooky, foggy like floor is a staple in horror, like especially older horror. But it's nothing in the Conjuring universe has been. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's very fantastical, but this one, like the way the movie just starts and there's this crazy fog hallway, it's like, okay, we're on a movie set. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like a haunted house.
Yeah. It really feels like I don't remember what it's called. I came into this trouble like a week ago. The demon hallway, the demon world in Insidious, whatever that's called.
We still don't know what that is.
I still don't know what that's called. I'm gonna have to figure that out. But that's like it's a different world. It's the afterlife or something. You're spirit walking, and so it fantastically shows this world where, of course, there's fog everywhere because it's spooky. But this is just a real place, and it's just as spooky.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, no, I see what you mean. At the end of the hallway, there's a sign on the door that reads, "God ends here." Excuse me? One of the nuns is saying, like, are we making the right decision here? Because, I don't know. I don't even know, dog.
I don't even know, dog.
And the other nun said, like, we had no choice, dog. They opened the door, and one of the nuns said, "Will the relic save us?" The other nun.
It's called the Further. It's called the Further. That's what they call it in Insidious. That's what the place is called. It's called the Further. It looks like they're in the Further. I'm sorry. Continue.
That makes sense. I remember now.
Well, I remember. I realized why I didn't remember because that's not a memorable name.
It's not.
I kept wanting to call it the Upside Down, but that's
you're thinking of Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Further.
I didn't watch all of Stranger Things. Don't tell me to watch it. No. I'm tired of those kids.
It's okay. You don't have to watch it. Because the latest season it hooks you in. But if you don't watch that season, it's your time to stop.
Don't care. I'm tired of those kids. Get them out.
Finn Wolfhard.
Finn Wolfhard can be a Ghostbuster, and that other kid can be in oh God, what's it called? The Deliverance.
The Deliverance?
Yes. and then the toothless kid can prank homeless people, I guess. And Winona Ryder can go be friends with better younger people. We're done.
All right, Jenna Ortega.
She's chill. She's cool. I didn't watch Wednesday either, though.
I saw 5 episodes.
Well, how many episodes are there?
8.
You were almost done.
I was like, it's not Halloween. Time to move on.
It's Halloween now. All right, turn it on.
The other nun said, "Have faith, sister." And then Tia and Tamara showed up, and they were like, "Sister."
Oh, I don't remember that part.
No, I was joking. The nun gets in the room while the other one prays. The nun screams inside the room and pulls out her bloody hand. The other nun is panicking. The bloody nun crawled out and said that evil needs a vessel to escape. Where's Mermaid Man when you need him? Evil!
Alright, that's good. I like that.
She's like, don't let it have you. Then not even God can save. She gets dragged into the room.
That nun was having a Hell in a Cell match with Volek.
Yes, she was.
She got busted open.
Man, she's getting thrown through outside the hell like mankind. Oh my goodness!
Thumbtack spots.
Oh my god! 2x4 with barbed wire for fire.
The Volek put her through the flaming table.
Oh god! Damn, this nun is going through it.
That was I'm gonna give that a 4.5 star match that nun did. With not quite 5, but that's an all timer right there.
The thing is, we didn't see that Hell in a Cell match, and it was in the dark.
I could see it in my mind, though. I imagined it.
But yeah,
unless it was in the red cage, and then I take all those points back. We're done with the red cage.
That's over.
Thank God.
Yeah, when she was trying to say her sentence, she couldn't because she got dragged. The surviving nun, Sister Victoria, flees from the attacker, a demon appearing as a nun.
Ooh, the nun.
She's a nun. She is terrifying. She is floating through the hallway with the candles being burned out. She's the Undertaker. Sister, again, eventually, Sister Victoria's like, I'm out. She hangs herself. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
the shot of the nun coming down the hallways from the after credits of Annabelle Creation, as we discovered last week.
Yeah. And I think that is a way to enter the movie. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I was given that hallway trash for its overuse of fog, but as for a start here, I think we're off to the races. I'm fairly hooked. Maybe because we already know the nun. I guess we don't know her deal. I mean, we do know her deal. We know it's a demon named Volek, and then it takes the form of the nun, and we know what she can do, but we don't know why she's here or her origin. I suppose
Yeah, we don't.
But we got the gist of what she can do, and so seeing her come down the hallway, the candles get snuffed out as she passes, and she puts that other nun through a flaming table, and spears her into some barbed wire.
Oh goodness.
And
Yeah.
this nun says, and for that reason, I'm out, and
Yep.
dips right out of the movie, right off the planet.
Oh yeah, once she heard that dong,
Yeah, the Undertaker.
the Undertaker. But yeah, she hanged herself. Not a good sight.
Then the imagery of the cross turning upside down. We get a lot of that in this Conjuring universe. A lot of crosses turning upside down.
Yeah, especially
I guess specifically that's a Volek thing, because the most we saw that was in Conjuring 2.
Yeah.
And now it makes sense that we see it again here. But this cross turns upside down and lights on fire. Quite blasphemous imagery.
It is. Her body is discovered by Frenchie, a villager who transports supplies to the nuns.
Frenchie from The Boys.
No, he is French.
He's French Canadian.
We'll get into that. What's the big place for the popes? The Vatican.
Vatican. There you go.
Yes, I was going to say the Vatican. Excuse me.
That's right.
The Vatican sends Father Burke and Sister Irene, a nun in her training, to Romania to investigate what the hell is going on.
Father Burke was making me laugh this whole movie. I don't know I just thought he was a funny guy.
Well, what do you do?
Just the way he spoke.
Okay.
And I
sure.
don't mean his accent, just the way the way he constructed sentences. I was laughing. I thought he was silly. I'm not to say I was mocking his performance. I don't know if his performance was appropriate.
Yeah.
but I loved having him around. Is how I'm gonna say it.
He's a funny guy. But what's your thoughts on Sister Irene?
She is a warm, friendly soul who's playing with dinosaurs.
Yes.
And she's like, "Look out, I'm a dinosaur." And that little kid says, the other sister says that dinosaurs were a hoax put by Joe Biden. And Sister Irene was like, "That seems like a fucked up thing to say. I don't know if I agree with that."
Well, she kind of reminds me of Nacho Libre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's like very, very, very friendly with the kids, and
I am.
That's a good song.
I am.
Jack Black early movies were great.
Dude, when Jack Black does that like swan dive off the top rope into the crowd and he flies like a mile, that's one of the most amazing things in cinema history.
Man, that movie should be an Oscar. It should be won by an Oscar, or it should win an Oscar.
I agree. I don't know what for, but I agree.
Best Picture. What are you talking about?
Okay. I'm on board.
Well, Burke met with Irene, and Burke was like, "You are coming with me because the Vatican said you are familiar with Romania." Now, I guess that's a good reason.
No. I'm sure you could find. Well, all right. I was going to say that I'm sure you could find a different nun who has actually taken her vows, who may not be as familiar with Romania, but you know the fact that they are an established nun who had taken their vows could potentially prove to be more helpful. But then the egg would have been on my face because Sister Irene locks the shit down in this movie, as we'll see. So
yes, that's what we want, man. Sister Irene here.
Yeah.
The pair meets with Frenchie. Frenchie likes Irene, but remember, she's a nun.
Yeah. Well, not yet.
Not yet. Well, she's gonna be. So don't do it, Frenchie.
Frenchie's got time.
A bit. On the way to the abbey. So what is an abbey? I'm not really familiar.
It is that church. It is. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna say that I know everything, but It is that establishment that
It's like a
there's lots of Catholic buzzwords. Here. Abbey is a type of monastery used by members of religious order, and it's governed by an abbot or an abbess.
I see what I mean.
And an abbess is a superior in the Catholic Church, specifically a female.
Gotcha.
Church. So because there's an abbey there, that makes it an abbot. Otherwise, it would just be a monastery of some sort.
Gotcha. Well, we will meet someone with that terminology.
She's an abbot in a habit.
Oh,
There's a little pun for you.
All right. Well, when you're trying to get there, Burke is doing some crosswords, and one of the puzzle the crossword puzzle clue is the postman's charge. It's a 10 letters starts with an L.
Post Malone.
No. Irene said, "Dude, it's deliveries, duh." And Burke is like, "Oh, right." Frenchie said that he's French Canadian, like Kevin Owens.
Yes, that's true.
I
really like the bit where Father Burke, Frenchie's like, "All right, I'll take you there. Here we go." And then Father Burke walks up to this truck and he puts the suitcases on the truck. And the truck drives away, and then behind the truck, Frenchie's standing there with his donkey. He's like, "All right, let's go."
Yeah.
The luggage is just leaving.
That's a good bit.
Frenchie calls it back. He's like, "Oh, let's get those." And then, bro, did you happen to catch what was on the license plate?
On the car?
Yeah.
Well, what did it say?
The license plate is 6-VA-01 LAK. If you take out the numbers, that leaves VA-LAK.
Damn. That's crazy.
They're doing it again!
Just back in the Conjuring 2. Okay.
This just must be something that Volek does.
She likes to...
It's funny.
Yeah, she likes to play... Have some... I don't know.
You'll never guess my name.
Yeah, she's just...
And to be fair, spoilers, in this movie, they don't guess her name. They didn't read the license plate either.
Oh yeah, like me, I didn't notice. That's a good catch. Yeah, so they're discussing about the will of being a nun. But as you said, the horse stopped because he said, "F this. I feel evil." Like Mermaid Man.
Evil.
Do you like Barnacle Boy? I don't like him. I like Mermaid more.
He's just a human Squidward.
Oh, this is groundbreaking. That is some.
I think people knew that. I think it's broken ground.
I did not know that. Wow. Let's move on. As they were walking, Father Burke made it clear that the Vatican sent him to see if the grounds are still holy.
No, spoilers, they're not.
Burke was...
It might be the most unholy things I've seen in a while, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And I just watched Annabelle Creation.
Yeah. Burke was asking about the deceased body of the nun, and Frenchie said he put it in the ice house where he usually leaves his deliveries. They see the body in the ice house sitting up straight.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Frenchie was like, whoa. That is not my Batman glass. No. He said, whoa.
Good reference.
Thank you.
I've also seen that episode of Family Guy.
He said, "Father, dude, that is not how I left her. She was lying down, not sitting up."
This is where you pick up your suitcase and you turn around and you leave.
You get the hell out of here. But no, they're white boys this time.
They brought a white girl. They brought a white girl.
Okay, that's the exception. There we go.
She may not be over. Also, I don't think Father Burke is white.
He's Puerto Rican, not Puerto Rican. Excuse me.
Well, no. If anything, he's Italian.
Yeah,
but Italian is. Do we classify that more on the Latin side or more on the white side? They like perfectly ride the border, don't they?
they do. It could be
They're
Latin.
their own thing.
Mm.
He's just we just call him Italian if that's what he is. I don't know.
All right, and then Frenchie is French
You know what?
Canadian.
We can get to the bottom of this. Let's look at the actor.
All right.
He's born in Mexico.
Oh yes.
So he's Mexican. So that means that probably in the context of this film, coming from the Vatican as he was, he's probably Spanish.
Yes.
Now, that's pretty darn Latin.
I agree.
But also, whatever. There's a difference here, though. We're debating on whether or not any of these people are white, because it's always the white people that muck about and piss off demons, right?
Sure.
But there's a difference here. This guy is here to do a job. He's a hardworking father of the cloth. He's not his race has nothing to do with it. He's been told to come here, make sure this place isn't haunted, and by golly, is it actually very freaking haunted. So
it is.
That's a problem.
Yeah, he's not going in there for curiosity. He is doing his work.
Yeah.
I agree. All right. Very nice. Yeah, so that body was supposed to be lying down. Burke gets near to the body and grabs the key of what she was holding. And that's it. Inside the Abbey, they meet the Abyss.
The Abyss?
No, not from TNA, Abyss, but Abyss.
Yes.
The Abyss. How did the theme song go? It was like,
I don't know.
Anyways, mixture of Cain and Mankind, for those who don't know. They meet the Abyss. Abyss. Oh my god, I'm gonna mess this up.
It's okay, she's not in the movie very long.
Oh, that's true. Who informs them that the nuns observe silence during the night, so they need to return the next day. Thoughts on this lady here? She was just sitting there in her black veil, just being creepy.
Yeah, very obviously the most evil being I've ever met. Don't talk to her. In fact, I would just splash some holy water on her just to be safe.
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, and she was just sitting there too, right? They were just walking by. She was just staring at them. I don't like that.
That's no good.
No. Well, the Abyss. Oh, Abyss. How do you say it?
In a crypt too.
She is. Yeah.
She's sitting in a crypt.
I think she's trying to be cool.
There's like sigils on there's tombs, and there's sigils of Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail.
And
she's just sitting here. She's like, "Oh, this is the most evil room I could find, just to sit here in silence and not say anything when you walk by." Yeah, we're gonna let that slide.
Oh, well, she was like, "Y'all should, y'all don't want to be here, but come back tomorrow if you want more answers. But you can also stay here if you want." So she's giving them some confusion. Like, should we stay here? Should we leave? If we want more answers.
She told them to kick rocks, but then she said, "You can come back if you dare."
Yeah. As Irene and Burke get settled in, Frenchie is like, I'm gonna head out in the dark. Smart move by Frenchie. As Frenchie walks into the forest, he sees a nun from the distance. This nun looks dead, but she walked away. What did our Frenchie do, Skylar? Tell me, man.
What did he do?
Well, he walks towards her, and she appeared out of nowhere.
He might be a little white.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I know he calls himself French Canadian, but
French is white. Canadian is white. He's white. Yeah,
he's double white.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she came. The nun came out of nowhere in front of him. The nun is dragging a noose. Frenchie gets to the cemetery and hears some noises. The camera is following him around in circles. I like that. I like that shot there. Boom! The nun hanged herself in front of Frenchie and dropped. And he dropped down. And no, the nun dropped down on him.
Yes. Yeah.
The nun is a skeleton with a bloody mouth.
She's like a zombie.
A little bit, yeah. Frenchie yeeted her and tries to escape. As Frenchie looks back, he sees the nun standing there. Frenchie looks around and then she's gone. He picks up a wooden cross from the ground for protection.
That's smart. And you know what? It's funny because we see later it worked.
It did, yes.
That cross got him home.
Yes.
He just says, "I will be taking this," and he just walked on home. Yeah, no. All right, we're getting ahead, but we legitimately the next time we see Frenchie, he's sitting at a bar and propped up in the seat next to him is the cross.
Yeah,
he's like, "I'm not letting go of this."
That's a good one too.
Fairly all right. Bit with the zombie. There's certain things in this that are a little confusing to me.
Sure.
Given what we know about the nun, Valek, right?
Valek.
Because her whole gimmick is that she makes you see things.
Yeah.
She makes you see what she wants you to see. And she could take the form of many things. And so at first, like, that's kind of what we think's happening, but and again, getting ahead of ourselves here, but in a little bit, there comes a point where characters are physically combating and fighting off things and like shooting things with a gun. And I'm like, does that work? Why does that work? It kind of becomes Pennywise rules from
It, yeah.
where if you believe you can hurt it, you can hurt it. So yeah. I don't really know.
I don't know either, but I'm going with it.
But this graveyard set in the woods, it feels like again, it feels hyper spooky Halloween in like a cartoony sense, kind of like that hallway from the very beginning.
Yeah.
It feels like the Haunted Mansion. Not the movie. Well, not the recent movie, at least.
Oh,
but the maybe the Eddie Murphy one. Was that Seth Rogen?
No, that was Eddie Murphy.
Okay.
No,
his
Seth Rogen
totally left.
Yeah, Seth Rogen is like,
all right,
and then Eddie Murphy's like,
All right,
it's kind of similar. I'm sorry.
All right, now do Fat Albert.
How does he go? I don't know.
All right. All right. Continue.
I'm Fat Albert.
That's definitely what he sounds like.
We see Irene and Burke eating dinner, eating some grub. Not Mr. Mullen's food, by the way.
No,
sorry.
not going to be the same.
No. Irene mentions her that she gets visions, just like her.
Ooh, just like her not sister.
Yeah,
her sister from another movie.
That is not related to her, but they are kind of related.
Oh, what if? Nope, 20 years apart. That won't work. I was gonna say, what if Irene is Lorraine's mother? Whoa, because they look alike because in real life they're sisters, but it's only a 20-year difference. It does not work.
No, it could work. I mean,
Lorraine's alive.
Yeah. No, but people like give. First of all, she's a nun. She can't get kids.
Well, she's not a nun yet. So okay, perhaps this right here. Fan theory. Game theory here.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Irene lived in the United States and got pregnant at a young age, as girls in the, let's say, 40s were to do. Let's see, when was Lorraine Warren born in real life?
Let's look it up.
And Ed and Lorraine Warren. Lorraine Warren Holy shit, 1927? I take it back. This woman is way too young.
Yo.
It doesn't work at all.
Whoa.
That doesn't work at all.
No. 27?
Yeah.
And she passed away fairly recent.
She died at the age of 92.
92. 27.
1927.
She went through a lot.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of ghosts.
Oh, a lot of ghosts.
Well, she mentions she has visions. Her visions were many, but every thought at the end is...
All right, new theory. Sister Lorraine is... No, Sister Irene, not Lorraine. Sister Irene is Lorraine's actual sister in the world. That's why her being called Sister Irene is a clue. She's her real sister. They were separated at birth, like sister. And middle, she became a nun. But that's why they have the same visions, because they are really sisters.
I mean, they have similar qualities, which is the crazy part. I don't know. You might be right. That's a good theory.
There's no reason that we needed to take this much time doing this, but go ahead. Let's continue. The episodes I'm on are like the longest because we're just yapping.
We're just talking about the movie and thinking about the theories. It's good. It's good. That's what people want to hear.
Is that true?
Do
we ever get any comments?
I haven't got any comments since.
Come on, guys!
Since that Rush Hour comment.
All right, I'm still mad about that.
No. Yeah, so she mentions about her visions. Her visions were many, but every thought at the end of each vision is Mary points the way. What does that mean?
Well, when watching it, I was like, I don't know what that means, but Mary probably means Mary Magdalene or Virgin Mary.
Yeah,
one of those two.
Oh, she points the way.
Probably Virgin Mary. I don't know if they build statues of Mary Magdalene.
Probably so. Burke talks about his flashback at the previous war. I don't know which war is that. Is that World War II?
They're in the 50s. Yeah, he probably served in World War II.
Or Korean War?
That hadn't happened yet.
No, it's 1952. I think Korean War is between 50 to 53. So, yeah, it's probably World War II then. I remember my WAP. Your World History AP.
Don't call it your WAP.
And it's called WAP.
You're right, though. The Korean War was 1950 to 1953. That's impressive.
Thank you. I know my dates. Don't
call
history.
It WAP.
It's called WAP. World History AP.
You know exactly why you can't call it WAP.
All right, I'll stop. Yeah, he was talking about his flashback at the war with the boy with visions. He met with the boy named Daniel.
Oh, Daniel. Never trust a Daniel.
Well, he was possessed. He was trying to do an exorcism on him, but it didn't really work. As he was doing it, Daniel sustained injuries and passed away days later.
That's rough, buddy.
It is. Zuko, that night, Burke is rescued by Irene after being buried alive in the graveyard by the demonic entity. What's your thoughts on the scene, man?
Like the Ryan Reynolds movie.
Oh, buried. Dude, that's... Can I tell you something?
Go ahead.
I think that's my favorite Ryan Reynolds movie.
I could believe that.
Because he's not playing his stick, you know. He's not playing his Deadpool character.
Yeah.
He's playing a different character.
Yeah. All right, here we go on another tangent. I complain all the time about one Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Sure.
Because he no longer, I'll say that, he no longer plays characters. He just plays himself in whatever he's in. You know, he's got the big muscles and he does the eyebrow and he doesn't play characters. There's no more Walking Tall or Gridiron Gang. It's all Red One,
Oh.
and Red Notice. Red Notice, which also had Ryan Reynolds, and Ryan Reynolds only does now his Ryan Reynolds gimmick. And you know what's crazy is Ryan Reynolds has been doing that longer than The Rock's been doing his gimmick.
Yeah.
He was doing that back in Blade 3.
Yeah.
He was doing it in Waiting. He kind of did it in Green Lantern.
I think he played it safe.
It was there was definitely less.
Sure.
It was very toned down in Green Lantern because everything was dull in Green Lantern. But yeah, now all Ryan Reynolds does is, and I'll say this, for Deadpool it works because it's Deadpool.
Yeah.
But like when every movie you watch has Deadpool in it, like dude, stop.
Yeah. His stick is running too long, and it's not same.
Yeah.
I do agree, man. The Rock.
What were we talking about before that?
The scene when he was buried alive.
Oh, the nun. You're right.
The nun.
Yeah. I think you skipped over a bit that I think definitely is worth mentioning.
Which part?
So you said he saw the Daniel, right?
Yeah, he was talking about like he'd passed away because of injuries.
But the way he gets locked in, the way he gets buried alive is he goes to the graveyard.
Yes.
And he sees Daniel. And
right.
Daniel vomits up snakes.
Yeah.
Can't leave that part out.
Yeah, I know.
That was one of the things where as it was happening, and yeah, sure, the snake itself looks very CG, and it's like, oh, whatever. But the imagery of this little haunted ghost boy puking up a live snake, I was like, that goes kind of hard. It didn't really need to go that hard, but it did. And the snake comes out and attacks Father Burke, and he falls into the thing, and it locks as the camera comes down, and then pans up, and we see it's his headstone, like he's Scrooge from what's it called? Christmas. Oh God, I'm tired.
No. I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Frickin' Scrooge, Charles Dickens, whatever.
Yes. But yeah, let me run down the scene here. Our dude Burke was going through some clotheslines, trying to follow the boy because he woke up, and I do want to say the boy did creep me out with his white eyes.
Christmas Carol.
There we go. Christmas Carol.
I can't stress enough how tired we both are.
It's okay.
Very late.
It's okay. It's spooky time.
It's very spooky. It's the witching hour. Christmas Carol from Annabelle. Please continue.
He's running through sheets of clothing on the clothesline, and the kid tapped on the shoulder from the back. And the boy, excuse me, the part where he touched his shoulder. I had headphones on, and I don't know about the sound quality, but it was really amazing because I could hear it. I feel like he was touching me.
What part are you talking about?
Before he gets buried alive, he was following the boy.
Oh, okay, we're before that. Okay.
Yeah. He was going through the sheets and trying to follow the boy.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Tamachanga. But yeah, he taps on the shoulder and he trying to looks around. But when I was hearing on the headphones, I felt like he was touching me.
He was. See, if I listen to it with headphones, nothing happens in that scene.
Why?
It's just your version. Because you're haunted.
Yeah. Well, when that was happening, Irene gets out of bed and gets into the church. She sees all the nuns praying at this church, and we see the same scene from Conjuring 2 where the demon nun,
she's gonna do her bit. Yeah.
yeah, her shadow walking around the wall. But this time she walked around with a mirror, and she's right behind Irene. I thought that was pretty clever. It's a little bit the same like Conjuring 2.
Yeah. It's a good bit, and I feel like it bears repeating here. We got different lighting, we have different angles. The walls are so different that like the shadow looks so big when she's walking along the wall, and then she slowly gets small, more actual size when she gets closer. And then the payoff is different because our character's following the shadow, and then it gets behind her, and behind her is a mirror, and then there she is in the mirror.
Yeah.
It was a good bit when Conjuring did it. It's a good bit here.
Yes. She got out of the nun was just like screaming at her, and then she got out of that vision.
Not to mention when Irene turns around, all the nuns are gone.
Yes. Crazy stuff here. Irene goes to the cemetery trying to find Burke. She uses her vision powers. I don't know how she did that. But she did it, and she found Burke's grave.
Oh, he's freaking out in there too.
By the way, he has a flashlight. Not flashlight. He has a
lighter.
Lighter, and he's just looking around, and he's hearing noises.
That's pretty good.
That is
thumping on either side.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're buried. Okay, first of all, you're buried alive. Now you're hearing noises. No,
and the bell is set up earlier. A real thing that people used to do, where they would your headstone would have like a bell affixed to it with a string tied to it, and the string would go down into your grave, and they would tie it to your toe or your hand or whatever. And so, if for some reason, oopsie, we buried someone who wasn't dead yet, then you start freaking out in there. The bell starts ringing, and then the grave digger, the attendant to the whatever, they're like, "Oh, we better get that guy out," or they're not there, and you just die. Sorry.
Do they still do that?
They definitely don't still do that. Kind of makes you wonder if they should.
I think they should.
Well, I think coroner stuff. Well, okay, so that's another thing. They don't just toss a body in a grave and cover it with dirt anymore. Like if you're picked up, you're taken to the morgue, you're embalmed, your stuff's taken out, autopsies, etc. So by the time you're buried, you're gone. You're dead.
Yeah, I guess.
Just to be safe, though, in my will, I want to be cremated, though. So
you're here, folks.
That being said, if the same thing happens and you wake up and you're in the little cremation oven, that's probably not good either.
Both options are bad.
Just leave me for a week and see if I move, okay? And then we'll figure it out. Let my cat eat me.
Nah, kind of say the cat's
You're gonna dox my cat? You can say his name.
Hopefully Gigi doesn't do that.
He might do it. It's fine. I give him permission.
All right. Put on the will. He was hearing noises, and all of a sudden, you see some nun's hands trying to give him a little crack on his head.
Oh, she was getting in there.
Yeah, she's like a chiropractor. She's trying to mess his head up. But don't worry, Irene helped and escaped Burke out.
Yeah,
and they're fine.
Helped. He almost brained him with a shovel.
Yeah, a bit. But don't worry, they were fine. The next day, Irene and Burke return to the Abbey, but only Irene can enter, as it enclosed religious doors. She meets the other nuns and learns that they are praying constantly, swapping in shifts to keep the entity at bay. We see Frenchie at the back, as you mentioned, at the bar with a huge cross. And this is my favorite part here, because the bartender is trying to be creepy.
Yeah.
Or trying to tell like a scary story or something.
Yeah.
The bartender told Frenchie that a local girl hanged herself recently. So that's why they cover the mirrors here, so the person won't be a ghost.
Yeah, and, that's a real custom, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
People used to do that.
Frenchie's like, why though? The bartender is like, bro, that damn Abby is evil.
I mean, yeah, he's not wrong though, is he?
But, Mermaid Man, where are you? We need your help. The bartender is like, dude, you left a priest and a nun over there? You're about to get 2 more dead bodies, my dude. And he had fear in his eyes when he said that.
Yeah. This bartender's been through it, man.
Yeah.
When's he gonna get his Conjuring spinoff?
Oh, the bartender.
The bartender. He's gonna fight the nurse.
I hope so. According to Sister Ohana, Ming's family, the abbey was built in the Dark Ages as a castle for the Duke of Saint Carta, a powerful big dude, aristocrat.
There you go.
Obsessed with the occult. The Duke summoned the demon through a rift of the catacombs, but was killed by Christian knights. However, the bombings...
That was so funny. When the knights just run in.
Yeah, I was like, what am I watching? Am I watching the Crusades or something? What's going on here?
We're getting the flashback. It's very Assassin's Creed, isn't it?
Yeah. I was like, where's...
It's a mix of like, yeah, so you got Templars running in to kill this guy, but he's like a full-on like blood-bathing druid with pale skin.
No.
Cracking open the depths of hell for no real reason other than he can.
I guess so. I mean, if one of the knights took off his helmet and it's Michael Fassbender, then that's a crossover.
Oh my god, with the Assassin's Creed universe?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that movie existed until just this moment.
I'm surprised it's not a TV show because that game, that series has so many games. Let's make a TV show out of it.
No, you don't have to. It's okay.
All right. Well, Daniel, might I say something? He's a big gamer there.
The little ghost boy?
Our Daniel. Daniel G.
That little ghost boy. I understand.
Yes. But yeah, they're talking about reopening the rift and unleashing the entity. Burke, through a book which he saw and took after being buried alive, identifies the demon as Valak. Irene says to stay at night over here because the gates are closed until sunrise. Abbess talks to Burke if he had any concerns about this place. He was like, hey, do you like the food here? Dude, by the way, she popped out of nowhere when Burke was trying to do his research.
Yeah. I'm just now realizing that Burke did in fact learn that the demon's name is Valak.
Yeah.
All he had to do was say it out loud, and he would have won.
Well, he didn't know. You know what to do there.
Fool. What a fool.
But, Skylar, at the end of this conversation between these two people...
Oh yeah.
Abbess says... Abyss. I'm gonna call her Abyss. Abyss said Sister Irene is lost. And then dies. Burke realized
slumped over. Like Marion Cotillard in The Dark Knight Rises.
Perfect. That's where it is. Burke realized that she's dead the entire time by opening the veil and she was a skeleton.
I thought he was immediately trying to loot her. He was trying to, like, because she's got that the cross necklace. It's a big, like, ornate cross. And as soon as she slips over dead, he reaches out his hand and goes straight for her. That's what I thought he was doing.
No, man, he's trying to check what the hell's going on with this lady here.
Yeah, what's going on with Abyss?
Yeah, well Sister, yeah.
Now she's gone and we don't have to say her name anymore.
No more Abyss. Sister Irene gets hella crazy visions or a dream after waking up. This is the scene here that was going a little crazy here.
This would be the scene where if you told me the shot of her in her vision with her hair slicked back, that's what made you think, is she related to Vera Farmiga? That's what I would believe that, because I'm seeing it now. Yeah,
for sure. She sees a nun praying in front of her, and asked, "Who are you?" This nun starts to do the crack and pop and starts shaking.
Yeah.
Irene gets close to the nun, but the nun prayer beads starts to fall off.
Oh, like CM Punk.
Oh, right in his mouth. This is my favorite part here. Not my favorite, but it's a good part here. The camera pans down of Irene picking up the one bead, and when the camera pans up, the nun disappears and then appears right behind her saying, "God save you." That nun hangs herself.
That's what nuns do around here.
Yeah, man.
They shout some cryptic shit and they yeet out the window.
I thought that was a sin, but now we're here. The camera pans around while there's some knocking, and behind Irene, the door opened, and we see the demon floating through the hallway to her.
Yeah, she's coming. I don't like that. Her encroaching.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But it's a great shot because it's right behind her. But don't worry, she disappeared, like always. Sister Irene goes into the same hallway where the nuns in the beginning of the movie were at, where she was in the Hell in a Cell match. The door opens at the end and is the Valak, the demon nun. She turns her head to her with those yellow eyes. What did Aunt May say?
Those horrible yellow eyes.
Yes. In Spider-Man 2002. Sister Irene is attacked by Valak, but her sister, Ohana Mink's family, helped her and told her to go pray with the other nuns.
Go pray with the other nuns. That's a really funny sentence.
Yeah, please. When she gets there, she found a white sheet covering someone's body, and his sister Ohana Mink's family. What is happening? Is she dead?
Oh yeah, she's dead.
Stitch killed her.
Oh, he wouldn't have done that.
No. Maybe
the live action Stitch. We don't know yet.
Oh man, that is happening. I forgot about that. That is more scary. That should be the new nun.
Live action Stitch.
Yeah,
floating down the hallway at you.
Yeah, with I don't know if you saw that teaser trailer. Did you say the N-word?
What?
For those who are listening, go watch the Lilo Stitch teaser trailer that was released in, I think it was Comic-Con or Disney 23, whatever. That teaser trailer, I think he said the N-word.
I typed in Lilo and Stitch live action, and the first thing that came up was some awful AI generated image. So don't click that one.
Don't do that.
Continue while I listen to this.
Okay. Bert goes into the confession box and talks to Daniel. And Daniel asks, "How long I've been dead, dude?" He popped out of nowhere and said, "Why did you help me?" That kind of scared me a little bit because we're wearing headphones. And it appears that the Valak, the Valak is the boy. More nuns comes over to Sister Irene, and all of them are started to pray. And then one sister said, like Freddie Mercury, he said, "Don't stop believing." No. What's that song?
Freddie Mercury?
Yeah, what's that Queen song?
It's definitely not Don't Stop Believing. That's
Can't
Journey.
Stop. Oh. Don't Stop Me Now, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's Queen.
One sister said, "Don't stop praying." I don't want to bring up Freddie Mercury. When she reunites with Burke
I can't believe I have to say this on your podcast. I don't think Stitch said the N-word.
it's right in the beginning.
No, because that's the part I listened to. Okay, listen, you're reaching.
I might. That's what people say on Twitter.
No,
I hear it.
It's the same voice actor. I assume it's just a clip from old Lilo and Stitch that they animated with live action.
Maybe. Well, Stitch needs to be stopped anyways.
I hate calling it live action too, because I know there'll be people in it, but there's nothing live action about the only part of the movie we've been shown.
They should stop remaking Disney classics. Stop it.
Well, then people should stop going to see them. Every time they make $1 billion.
Kids.
Tell me how the in quotes, by the way, live action Lion King, not a goddamn live action thing about that. Tell me how everybody hates that movie, but it made $1 billion. Explain that to me.
I think it was because of.
I did not see it, and I'm not going to see the new one.
I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, it's your fault, you fuck.
Yeah, I think it's because of Seth Rogen. That's why he was one of the.
Don't try to blame Seth for your mistakes. That's not fair, and you do it all the time. That's Eddie Murphy.
Excuse me. When she reunites with Burke and Frenchie, she discovers that none of the nuns she had seen or talked to were real.
None of the nuns.
No nun here. She's been praying alone.
He said, "Where is everyone?" And they said, "There are none."
You don't want none.
You don't want none.
The AJ Styles should be a nun. Come on now.
AJ Styles should be a nun. You should fight the nun. You don't want none.
You don't want none. Sister Victoria had been the last nun in the abbey and has been sacrificed herself to stop the Vatic from possessing her. Irene was getting scratched. She was getting scratched on the back.
Oh yeah,
crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, we never saw follow up to see if that was real. By the way,
that's true. They never went back to her back
because the pentagram is scratched into her back, but then by the time she gets up to let Father Burke in the door, we never see it again. I don't think. So I mean, I'm gonna assume it was real, but it may have just been in her head. I have no idea.
I guess. Well,
when I was looking up the Lilo and Stitch thing, by the way, did you already talk about how Frenchie came back and shot a thing with a shotgun?
That's coming up.
Oh, okay. Well, no, it would have happened already if she's going to let him in the door.
Oh no, yeah, he just shot. I didn't add that part. Sorry.
Yeah, Frenchie came back and shot a guy in the face with a shotgun.
Yes.
And then I have something very exciting to say about Frenchie a couple scenes from now. So continue, and I'm excited to get there.
All right. So we're theorizing that Valak can only be stopped if they seal the rift again with the blood of Jesus from the relic, the same way the Knights did, or Michael Fassbender. The trio retrieves the vial.
Now,
Victoria's key.
I was laughing quite a bit when and I think they first showed it in the flashback when those knights sealed the thing the first time, right? So the blood of Christ is in this little vial shaped like a cross, because why wouldn't it be?
Mm-hmm.
And it's contained in this little crystal orb ornate with gold on either side. And bro, you've seen Monty Python, right? The Holy Grail?
I've seen it. I haven't seen it in a while, but
Okay.
yes,
Well, do you remember the goddamn holy hand grenade? Because that's what it
yes,
looked like.
it
I
does
saw that
kind
and I
of.
was like, is that the holy hand grenade of Antioch? That's
I
what
think
you
they brought
need.
it here.
That's what you need to close it.
Absolutely. uh, yeah, man, I need to watch that movie again.
Classic comedy, very funny.
Classic. Mel Brooks.
No, no,
You gotta make that.
Monty Python, the group, the comedy group.
Oh, right, they made it, of course. Maybe I was thinking of
Robin Hood Men in Tights.
yeah, maybe I was thinking that.
Bro, you don't know what you're thinking.
No, Blazing Saddles. I think that's coming out too.
Oh, yeah, all the famous knights and holy grails and blazing saddles, the cowboy comedy.
um, no, Monty Python is really good.
Now, if live action Stitch was in Blazing Saddles, then he definitely would have said the N word.
Absolutely. We on this podcast we can confirm that is possible.
Yep. You can
Um,
take that to the news sources if you want to.
please. Irene asked Burke to, promote her to the status of a professioned nun, as he does. We get that scene from the trailer where Irene is in the hallway, looks at another hallway, and then looks straight, and then there's a nun with no face behind her, walking with her. Irene stops and looks at that nun, and then Valak runs at her from a different hallway. Good stuff. It's good. The nuns are like the Nazguls from the Lord of the Rings.
Did you skip over the part where they used the cross to light the dead nun on fire and then shot her in the face with a shotgun?
That's coming up.
No,
I
that's
missed that.
yeah, you missed it. Because that's
Go
right
ahead.
after she realizes that you don't want none because no one's there.
Yes, please talk about that scene.
Okay. The dead nun in the room comes to life and starts flopping around. So Father Burke puts a cross to her face and lights her on fire with prayer, and then Frenchie shoots her in the head with a shotgun. I don't know what else there's to say about it, but it's pretty phenomenal, just like AJ Styles.
It's good.
Okay, so here's the part that I've been wanting to talk about. So
Mhm.
yeah, before they go down and there's all the faceless nuns,
Yeah.
they're kind of gearing up, right? They've become a Dungeons and Dragons party. We've got the key to unlock the magical door. We've got torches and we've got our weapons, and we're all ready to go to battle. And Frenchie's like, I don't even know why I'm here, dude. But oh yes. She takes her vows. Sister Irene takes her right in front of the smoldering pile of ash that used to be a former nun who turned into a zombie. She lies down on the ground and takes her vows and joins the Catholic Church coven as a nun. As Frenchie is loading a shotgun in the corner. We are no longer in a horror movie anymore. We have fully entered an action movie.
Yeah.
And that is symbolized by something that got me more excited than anything else in this whole film.
It's the most action in the universe.
Frenchie took off his jacket.
Yeah.
And now he's wearing, and look this up if you have to, it's on Netflix. He's wearing almost exactly Rick O'Connell's outfit from The Mummy. Brendan Fraser.
He does.
He's got the white shirt, rolled up sleeves. He's got the suspenders holding up the brown pants. He's got a shotgun. He has become Rick O'Connell. And he's holding a torch, for God's sake. Yeah. I'm like, it's the Mummy.
Yeah.
He's become Brendan Fraser.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. Wow. That's good.
I almost stood up watching this scene. Like, pointing wasn't enough. I almost just got up out of my chair. I had to be closer. I had to feel its presence. He's got a little ascot, too. He's full Nathan Drake in this.
Oh yeah,
A little French Canadian Nathan Drake.
I can't believe they made a movie with Tom Holland.
Yeah. Would you say this movie's better than that movie?
I'd rather watch The Nun than the Uncharted movie.
I think where I am in life right now, I would say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about that Scottish guy in Uncharted who says stuff and Tom Holland's like, what?
I like that scene.
That guy should have been Drew McIntyre though.
Oh. Yeah, I agree. You cannot hear anything he says. Well, right now he's injured, so I think it's time for him to become a movie star. But he has the body, he has the look. He could do it. All right. We're getting down to the nitty gritty here, towards the end here. In the tunnel, Irene is possessed by the Valak.
Well, okay, you've skipped ahead again.
Excuse me.
You keep skipping ahead. They get the grenade. They get the blood of Christ.
Yes.
because now that Frenchie's dressed like Nathan Drake, they solve a Nathan Drake puzzle.
Yeah.
And the Mary points the way. There's a statue pointing at the wall, and they're like, I wonder what that could mean. Then it's got a hidden keyhole in the wall, just like in The Hobbit.
Yes.
And then they get the blood of Christ.
They got it.
And props to them. They get the blood of Christ, the actual blood of Jesus Christ. And nobody says we could sell this for a lot of money.
No one's thinking that.
They're kind of busy. You're right.
Yeah.
But you're telling me not even Frenchie thought about it? He didn't even say it?
Dude, that guy's been seeing nuns around him. He's scared. He's not Justin Long from Barbarian.
No, he would have sold it.
He was so but yeah, in the tunnel.
This is where they're the faceless nuns, right?
Yeah, the faceless nuns. They kind of copied the Silent Hill with the nuns standing in one spot.
Yes, absolutely. They've done that. But are they doing a thing? Rather, let me ask: is it intentional? Because this is how I interpreted it. Because there's the nuns walking around, and they don't see their faces. You just see the habit, right?
Yeah.
And the habit represents, I think, the commitment that Irene just made taking her vows. And
yes.
Then you have all these like dead nuns with their faces covered and all this stuff, and Father Burke is fighting off the faceless nuns. He throws the oil on the ground and makes a flaming cross, which is metal. Mm-hmm. So the imagery of the faceless nun is supposed to invoke this this lapse in faith, right? Like, you just made a big commitment, you gave yourself to God fully, and now you're being chased by the physical representation of that commitment. Like, it's supposed to be tricking her into thinking she might regret it, right?
Yeah,
I'm not crazy. I'm not making that up.
No, it's kind of like that, pretty much. That's what she was pretty much trying to do the entire movie, or towards the end of the movie.
The only reason there's really no actual payoff to it, other than when they defeat Valak, then she's still a nun. You know what I mean? Like, there's no moment of her defining her decision of keeping her faith.
No, it's like when they beat the lady, it was like, that's it. Pretty much. Just no as you said.
Yeah.
But let's.
But now you can get to how she's possessed.
Yes. Let's get down here. But I'm glad you brought that. But I forgot to put it in my notes. I
have to say something smart every once in a while. I can't just keep talking about your dad throwing you into a wall.
Thank you. In the tunnel, she is possessed by Valak. possessed Irene said, "You should have kept running away, Frenchman."
Yeah, Valak's talking smack now.
Yeah.
And she's getting a little, I mean, I don't want to say racial about it, but she's bringing his nationality into it.
Yeah, I didn't know nuns can, or demons can do that.
Pazuzu from The Exorcist can.
You're right. But Frenchie says, "I'm French. I'm French Canadian."
Hell
bitch.
yeah, bitch!
And
You don't want none.
You don't want none. He smears the blood on her face, casting out the demon. When Valak starts to ascend from the water and attacks Irene, that's a great scene, by the way. When she was coming from the water, I'm like, dude, this is from nightmares. This is what you dream of.
Mm-hmm.
Valak starts to drown her in a flooded chamber. Irene, who had kept some blood from the vial, and she puts it in her mouth, and she spits it to the demon's face. Banishing it from the rift is sealed. Frenchie is now trying to resuscitate Irene and reveals his real name is
Maurice.
Unbeknownst to be the others, during the attack, Maurice was possessed by Valak.
Alright, gonna run through it really quick again.
Yeah.
She very quickly, and no one else notices, possesses Frenchie, then tries to kill Irene, all the while Burke, who didn't get a chance to help in any of this at all because the little Daniel ghost showed up and threw a snake in his eye.
Yeah.
So he loses an eye, basically. God, that little Daniel kid, the goblin, he's a freaking little gremlin.
He keeps snakes in his mouth. Who wants that?
Well, I guess Valak does, because they when he's reading off the Valak stuff earlier, he says that she's the eater of snakes or something.
Mm-hmm.
Mother of snake things. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah. She gets thrown into the chamber where the thing is. Luckily,
Yeah.
Valak rises out of the water, tries to drown her, and she very quickly, cleverly puts the blood in her mouth, spits it into Valak's eyes, and then Valak's done.
She's gone. Finally.
Until she's not, because she's in The Conjuring 2.
Yes.
So,
well,
don't really know what that's about. Well, also, she's in The Nun 2, but I haven't seen The Nun 2, so I don't know where that takes place. It takes place before Conjuring 2. I guess I'll figure it out. But the good news is the blood of Christ both destroys Valak and seals up the thing. And it becomes like the ending of Indiana Jones 4, where they're trying to get out of the spaceship and everything's getting sucked into a... It's not a great comparison because it's not a great movie, but that's what it reminded me of. So
no, that's okay, because 20 years later, at the University Cinema in Wakefield, Massachusetts, Perron watches as Ed and Lorraine presents the footage of their attempt to exorcise a possessed older Maurice. Maurice grabs Lorraine and showing her a vision of Ed dying, which initiates the Warren investigation of the Perron farmhouse haunting. And it all comes back together.
it does. So it's funny because I think the Maurice reveal, as I'll call it, it works and it doesn't work. It works because, well, no, first I'll say why it doesn't work. Because out of nowhere, after he saves her, she just says, "Frenchie, what's your name?" Like immediately after being revived. And he's like, "Maurice." And then she's like, okay, thank you. And then, you're the audience. You're sitting there. You're like, what? Who's Maurice? Am I supposed to know who that is? Is he somebody? Wait a minute. But then it does work because I feel like if you don't think about it, and Jay just says, oh, his name's Maurice. And then we see that he's possessed at the end. And then we see the stuff. And they're like, here we are. This guy's named Maurice. And you're like, oh, that did happen.
No.
Oh, that guy was there. Although I think they reshot footage because that was not the same guy. Right?
You sure? I have to look back at it, but maybe it's not.
Please do, because I don't think they either cast somebody that looked like the guy they used in that old footage, or they reshot it with the Frenchie guy.
Maybe. But there showed that footage from the 2013 The Conjuring.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And this is where we at here, 2018.
Yeah.
So that's a big long gap.
Yeah.
To show that footage again. So yeah. It's good. I like it.
I do have one, not a complaint, I guess, just something that makes me a little. So, Father Burke lost his eye.
Oh, unfortunate.
But he survives, and they're going off to do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sitting here thinking, like, oh man, Father Burke's gonna show up in The Nun 2 with an eye patch. He's not in that movie. I looked up the cast. He's not in it.
He's not.
Man, come on.
When you watch The Nun 2, because I haven't seen it since I watched it in the theaters as well.
It only came out last year.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of movies since then.
Oh, I know.
It's not what you think it is, in a sense of how this one was.
Well, all right.
Well, that was The Nun. What did you give? Well, no, yeah. What is your rating for The Nun? Since we talked about it.
Oh,
I gave it a 3 out of 5. I thought it was
keep it.
They had good stuff in there, but of course the story is simple. I don't want to give it too low. I don't want to give it too high, so it's right in the middle for me.
Yeah, I also don't want to give it too low or too high. I think me being so 50-50 on this movie, being like, that's really cool, that's really stupid, that makes sense, why did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
I think for now, and I'm reserving the right to change it later, I'm going to put it at 2.5. But 2.5 with the asterisk that I enjoyed watching this movie and I would watch it again.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that like I said, The Nun, she brings it. She brings like the scare factor.
Yeah.
Like when you see her, it's like, what the hell? Because of course her floating, when she's on screen, everything is good about her. But everything besides that is like, This is what's going on. We have nights here.
I will say, if I decide to change my rating later, it'll go up, not down.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
It's on the line between 2.5 and 3. I just don't know where exactly it falls. I'm putting 2.5 for now. That's my official answer for this episode. But it could go up.
Oh, okay. I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some lightning here. Oh
no.
By the way, for this episode, for those who are listening, we have to admit here, it is almost 4:30 a.m.
Oh yeah.
So we are a little bit tired. I'm sorry we're not giving our full energy, but that's what it is with these 10 movies of the Conjuring Universe. So I apologize for our exhaustion.
Yeah, Bro has to watch Monday Night Football and then Raw before we can record this.
Yes, so I'm a little, but don't worry. The next week we will be talking about the Curse of La Llorona and Annabelle Comes Home.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, those are gonna be really good.
I feel like La Llorona. I don't know. That one might. I genuinely don't know where that one's gonna fall, because that one's a bit weird.
I forgot the set pieces for that one, so I have to go back. When I rewatch it, I'll probably remember. But yeah, I literally forgot.
But Annabelle Comes Home, I'm excited to revisit.
Oh yeah, that's still a good one. Still a good one.
Yeah.
We do have interesting facts for The Nun.
Hit me with those interesting facts for The Nun.
The premise of the setting of The Nun resembles the folklore surrounding the historical Hauska Castle. The castle was built to seal over a pit to be a gateway to hell in the late 1200s.
Oh.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, it is creepy.
Another one is the film was originally set to hit cinemas in mid-July of 2018, but was pushed back closer to Halloween on 7 September in hopes of doing a successful at the box office as the movie It in 2017.
Yeah, what the hell? Why? Listen. Releasing horror movies, especially a horror movie like this, in July?
Makes no sense.
What's your problem?
It's not a summer movie.
I mean, horror movies can come out all the time, like whenever you want, I suppose. But a horror movie of this caliber, like Halloween, is what you need. That you need people showing up for. Oh, I need this big spooky movie.
Yeah,
because Longlegs didn't come out anywhere close to Halloween, but also Longlegs got really good advertising and word of mouth. And is that going to hit home media for Halloween, you think?
I want to assume so.
At least streaming, maybe?
Not streaming. I think it's too soon. I don't know, because they release... When it comes to theaters, it goes to streaming within, like, maybe the next day or the following month.
That's a big problem that we've got right now, for sure.
Yeah. I hate it. But yeah. The Nun smashed over 700 million worldwide.
What? It did?
It did. Oh, sorry. The movie It did.
Oh, I was gonna say. I thought we did the box office earlier. It wasn't that much.
No. The movie It did 700 million. That's pretty good.
So creepy clowns still make more money than creepy nuns.
Yeah, talk about Art the Clown.
No, come on. He's not gonna make money.
Yeah, then the movie Terrifier 3 is coming up. They might reach us to 1 billion. You never know.
1 billion? All right. if Terrifier 3 makes $1 billion, I owe you a Coke.
Thank you. Coke Zero.
Yes, sir.
But 40 milligrams of sodium. It's a lot.
Hey, can't win them all.
Nope. But we mentioned early in this episode that this movie is pretty much like a haunted house type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
oh no, what's happening?
The promotion for this movie is they made a haunted house of the Abbey.
Oh.
So I have a video of a short clip. Okay, let's find my browser here. Now I'll send you that link.
Oh, Warner Brothers UK horror. Oh God. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Gonna warn anybody who listens along with this is that it just starts with a guy screaming.
Yes.
So turn your volume down accordingly.
Yeah. So this is The Nun, the real Abbey experience, Warner Brothers, and this was, I believe, this Abbey was, of course, in the UK. I don't assume it to be in the United States, but of course in Europe.
Yeah.
On a count of 0, we're gonna click and watch the not the football game, but the video.
So tired. All right, let's go.
Okay, when I say 0, we'll press play. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Thank you for joining me this evening in the Abbey. The church has asked me to investigate the death of a nun.
Sister.
Oh, how'd they do that?
I don't know.
Do you like haunted houses, bro?
I love them until I get a headache.
Oh, you get a headache.
Yeah, I get a lot of headaches when I'm in the haunted house. Oh, look at that.
I don't like haunted houses because
God is with me and I'm with the Lord. God will protect you.
they buried that guy alive. Oh my gosh, she's not liking it.
No.
Close your eyes. I'm not closing. I need to know. Is the devil?
I'm gonna be quoting that guy.
The nun.
There we go. Yeah, that was the haunted house they
I'm
did.
not
the promotion.
closing my eyes.
I would have done the same. But yeah, so there, you know the one in Fort Worth, Cutting Edge.
Sure, I've never been, but yeah.
So it's proclaimed the best haunted house in Dallas or maybe in the United States.
Sure.
It's an hour long haunted house, and I've been there twice now, and it's different themes every time. The first theme was, I want to say, but it's different. I think the first one was clowns, killer clowns.
Yeah.
And the second one was something with ghosts. I forgot what it was. But those experiences, they were really, really, really scary. The second time I was there, the ghost one, I had a big headache before going in. So it was a nightmare for me. Just in there for an hour with a throbbing headache. And it was like around 2 a.m. So it was a mess. But I do recommend at least go to one good haunted house because there's a lot of bad ones out there.
Well, so here's the thing,
Yeah.
and why I'll never go to a haunted house. It's because there's two things that I don't like. I mean, there's lots of things that I don't like, but the two that coincide with haunted houses are, as we've discussed many times, excessive jump scares.
Yeah.
That's most of what a haunted house is.
Of course.
And people getting in my personal space. It's not a fear thing so much as a like, dude, get away.
Yeah. Yeah. In Cutting Edge, there's a guy with his chainsaw.
Yeah.
But without the blade, of course. But the guy was running in my ass. But he was.
Oh no.
He was right in my face with this, because you know the chainsaw is like so loud, right? So he's right in my face so loud, and I'm like, he was chasing me too. So
yeah, well, so that's another thing is I don't think I would even be a good participant because if the dude's like I know the guy can't kill me, can't hurt me.
No.
He can't. I don't even know if he's allowed to touch me. It depends on the waiver that you sign.
Yes.
But. Like, if the guy's chasing you with a chainsaw, I'd be like, okay, yeah, and I don't think I'd run. I don't think they don't want me there. I wouldn't be a good participant. Sorry, I'm a party pooper, but that's why I don't go.
Go to the Six Flags one. They're not that too crazy.
I'm not gonna go to any of them.
You gotta experience one football game.
I'll watch you go to one.
Okay, that's fine.
Are you allowed to film when you go in there? I bet you're not.
I mean, it's hard to because it's dark.
You just need a GoPro on your head, and then you can upload that, and I'll watch that.
All right, I'll try to do that.
That'd be a good Halloween special.
I thought of usually haunted houses are on land, but I don't feel like cruises. But I was thinking they should make like a cruise haunted house, haunted cruise.
Oh man!
And I
don't like cruises.
You're in the water for 7 days, but it's a haunted ride for 7 days. This is an idea.
If they made a themed cruise, that would be so much money though, because you know how much money it is for a normal cruise where they stick you in a little cabin and then they're just like, all right, eat and drink and then go.
That's true.
But if it's like this whole themed experience for 7 days, where like your ghost, because remember how expensive that Star Wars cruiser hotel was, and that wasn't even on a boat.
No,
That was just there in a parking lot.
yeah, it can be expensive, but I don't know. I do like haunted houses, but I think I've been to one too many, so I'm like, I'm out of it.
You retired.
As of now, unless
Don't hang up your hat just yet. You don't want to be like Brett Favre and unretire.
well, I don't want to be Brett Favre at all. He steals money from kids. So, and he said he has Parkinson's disease. I don't know what to believe. So,
Oh, do you think that's not true?
he said it in court, on court, and I think he's trying to get sympathies. Maybe he has Parkinson's, but that should not be an excuse. Like, oh, that's because I steal money from kids. But that's a whole other podcast.
Oh, God.
Check out my sports podcast.
Brett
Talk
Favre
about that.
podcast. Yeah, that's the little question you start at the end at the beginning of every podcast. You're gonna be like, "All right, guys, here's a question. Do you think Brett Favre is guilty?"
Yes. But yeah, I do recommend cruises. Like, not cruises, haunted houses. I would go to another haunted house if I'm with someone new, like who never experienced it, like you. That'd be great for me at least to see your reaction.
Yeah,
But,
it's not gonna happen. I'm not. Gonna
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm not going.
Yeah, that's alright. It's alright.
I don't think it would be very fun to watch people jump out at me and be like, "Okay, yeah, you did startle me."
You know what I do? What I do in haunted houses is I like right now I'm like -10 a bar scale,
Yeah.
but when I go into the haunted house, my scale is at like 100 right now because I start to yell just for no reason, just to have fun, or or someone trying to do a not pop up scare, jump scare at me, and I just say some random words. I think one time I called a guy like, you are a squirrel seducer, something like that. I don't know. I say some crazy stuff.
That sounds like a very Abrar thing to do and say.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah,
another problem with haunted houses is that we're 30. So
no, people still go.
Come on. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying I won't.
All right. Have you seen the movie Hell House?
No, I think you recommended it to me, but I haven't seen it yet.
Watch that.
What year did that come out?
Not too long ago. But there's like
2015.
There's a lot of spin-offs of those movies, but I do recommend. The story is stupid, but it's a found footage movie, and I do recommend at least the first one.
Okay.
It is creepy. Other than that, that was the Nun rewatch pod here. Skylar, where can they find you, man? We're gonna talk about Curse of La Llorona and Annabelle Comes Home soon. So where they can find you, man?
Let me tell you where they can't find me is at a haunted house. Where they can find me though is tomorrow. Not early because it's goddamn 4:30 in the morning right now. But tomorrow I'm going to the movies and I need your help. I need your energy. I need your prayers. I need you to pray the demon away because my double feature that I think I'm seeing tomorrow is Megalopolis and Joker 2.
What a duo.
Those are the movies I think I'm going to see tomorrow.
What a duo.
Now I don't know which one I'm seeing first. I might see one and just tap out. I'm not sure.
No, I recommend. So Joker 2 is a whole other thing. But I recommend to watch.
I'm gonna become the Joker.
Especially sleeping this late. But I do recommend Megatropolis. It's not a good movie. Whatever it is called. With Adam Driver. It's not a good movie, but I can see this movie to be the next cult classic like The Room.
That's quite a thing to say about a Francis Ford Coppola film.
Yes, especially his film. But yeah, it's gonna be a cult classic in the next 10 years. People will go back to this and be like, "Go back to the club."
Go back to the
club. And also, Adam Driver's like, he's especially in that scene. He's like, "Yes." I have to rewatch. Actually, I need to watch that film again. Anyways, because I was watching, I was like, I don't get this. But then I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, it's supposed to be stupid. I got it now. Anyways, let me end this thing. Of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, Apple, iHeartRadio. I am on Twitter at BB Wonders.
Oh my goodness.
I am on. I said it.
I just had a heart attack when you just said. It was like, that is not your Twitter, please. Don't go to that Twitter. Also, I don't know what it is. Don't go there.
So go back to the club.
Go back to the club.
I'm also on TikTok. Brown Boy Wonder Podcast as well. And that's it. That's it for the Nun. Hopefully, we're right in the middle of this universe, and hopefully we'll get some good movies to watch.
There's one guy in the big screen watching Joker 2 tomorrow.
Only one?
I'm gonna sit next to him.
Do it. He needs some help.
You and I are gonna go back to the
I need to watch them. I need to end this right now. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow. Welcome to the second annual of the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonder podcast. Since it's spooky season, my guest and I are, of course, rewatching the Conjuring Universe in this month of October. Let me bring in my guest here. He is currently not scared of any of these films, but I don't know. Maybe he is. It's Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Did I say I wasn't scared?
I don't think you never mentioned it.
I don't get as scared as you. I find stuff creepy.
Yeah, me too. But are you getting a little tired of these Conjuring movies?
Maybe this one.
Maybe. Yeah, I was feeling the same.
We've had some real ups and downs.
Yeah.
In this universe.
Yeah. Wolf's at the door.
Hmm.
Well, I do have a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Do you hear someone weeping?
Uh-oh, are we gonna play hide and drown your kids?
Oh, that's not a fun game. But yes, we are going to rewatch. Well, people say this is not part of the Conjuring universe, but it is when you watch another film. But
they advertised that this was part of the Conjuring universe, and in fact, I'm pretty sure the poster says something about the Conjuring on it.
Mm-hmm.
And when looking up the list, this said, "Oh, La Llorona is not part of the universe, it's not part of the series, but it's in the same universe." Which I guess technically that is true.
Yeah,
but I contest that. I think there's zero reason that you don't include this in the box set, which they didn't include this in the box set.
That's true.
Because we'll get to it, but they literally show clips from Annabelle in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
This is just part of the universe, man. This is happening.
Yeah.
And I think we'll talk about it.
All right. Well, yeah. So we are talking about The Curse of La Llorona, this movie was released in 2019, right before the pandemic.
So long ago.
Yeah. Directed by Michael Chaves, written by Mickey
Chavez.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Michael Chavez, written by Mickey Daughtry and Tobias Lockenes. Apologize for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to help you with that one. I don't know.
But let's get into the cast here. We got our girl, our Velma,
Yes,
Linda.
sir.
Yes, Linda Cardinelli. As
Very close.
Yeah.
She was Velma in live action Scooby Doo. She was on the show Freaks and Geeks.
Sure.
She's part of the Marvel universe. Hawkeye's wife. She's also in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. She's the voice of the otter.
Mm-hmm.
And she's great. I love her.
She's a great actress. Yeah, she's played as Anna Garcia. The next guy is Roman Christo as Chris Garcia.
He's one of the kids.
You're one of the kids, yeah. Yes, Chris. Jane Lee Lynn Kitchen as Samantha, the other kid. Our resident Breaking Bad character, Raymond.
Tuco!
Yes, Raymond Cruz as Tuco. Well, I wish he was Tuco in this movie.
He's to me in my head. He is Tuco's like lawful good long lost brother.
Yeah, I agree. Well, his name is
maybe not lawful good. He's like neutral good. He's up to some stuff.
Maybe a little bit. Well, his name is Raphael. We got Marisol Ramirez as La Llorona.
Mm-hmm.
We got Patricia Vasquez, aka the Egyptian from the Mummy.
Oh, Anaxona.
Her name.
What's her name? I can't do it. This is how you pronounce just normal names. I can't say
exactly.
this one.
Well, you should know her. She was the counterpart for Rachel Weisz. I can't even pronounce her name.
The second Anaxunamun. That's what it is.
There we go. That is her name from the Mummy. She was great in that as well, and she's also great in this one. She's also playing as Patricia as well.
She was also in season 1 of Arrested Development.
Oh, was she?
Yeah. It's funny. Funny show. Go watch that show. It's funny. Just seasons 1, 2, and 3. You don't have to watch the rest unless you want to. Then go ahead.
The latest season when they're all old, it wasn't for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
We got Sean Patrick Thomas as Detective Cooper, and of course we got our guy, our again resident priest from Annabelle, Tony Amendola as Father Perez.
So as previously mentioned, I thought, because when we watched Wolves at the Door, our issue was we watched it because it had that police character in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he just shows up at the beginning and he's like, I'm the same guy, but you wouldn't know that if you weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to do the same thing here. Because I've seen this movie before, but it was a while ago. I didn't really remember. So I was like, it's connected because we have Father Perez and he shows. I remember he showed up and he's just like, I was in Annabelle, but it doesn't matter. But no, he's like, he not only does he say I was in Annabelle, then he shows you some Annabelle, and then he alludes to the Warrens.
Yes.
I don't know why he didn't say it by name, because in Annabelle he said them by name, like I'll take it to the Warrens. Ed and Lorraine Warren, demonologists from The Conjuring. That's what he says. But in this, he's just like, he looks at the camera and he says, there's some people that work with the church, but they're busy and they're not coming.
And not at all. But yeah, he's kind of like Nick Fury.
My chair just broke. Did you hear that?
No.
Spooky. I don't know if that picked up at all, but the arm of my chair just collapsed.
Oh,
there's some hauntings happening. This is scary.
Let me not mention Nick Fury then.
Yeah, he's the spookiest of them all.
But yeah, let's get into the budget here. What do you think the budget for The Curse of La Llorona for this one here?
Man, I don't even know. I don't even have a guess. It's cheap, but I don't know. They had to pay Linda Carlini, and they had to pay Tuco.
Tight.
And then I guess they had to pay
the kids.
Patricia Velasquez. No, you don't pay the kids. You just give them some Dino Nuggies and
Dino Nuggies.
Get them out of school, and you're fine. But it's mostly just in one house. So it's the one house, which is a nice house. And then there's there's a graveyard set for a minute, and then there's like a back alley set for a minute. There's a church set for a minute, and then that's really it. That's really eggs. Oh, someone had to go buy some eggs.
Yeah,
and then fill them with the Venom symbiote.
Venom.
But we'll get to the eggs. I don't know. Very cheap, but I couldn't really begin to guess.
Well, it's $9 million. $9 million.
That's pretty cheap.
It is.
So what? How much of that did Linda Cardellini get? Because
At
she's
least-
a name. She's in things.
Yeah, maybe she got the $6 million.
Oh, Tuco got to keep the eggs.
Yeah, yeah, he did. Well, what about any guesses for the box office?
No, I don't have fun for that either this time.
It's yeah.
Because it wasn't. I mean, surely it's for any movie. It's easy to make $9 million, so they made their money back. But
Sure.
there wasn't a sequel. They don't include it in part of the universe, the box set. So I don't know. They really don't acknowledge it. I got no idea how much was it. How much did it make? How much did this movie make?
Well, let me count it down for you. 1, 2, 3 million. $123 million.
$123 million.
There is another version of this movie, but it's in Spanish, but it's like a whole different cast. But I believe it came out the same year as well. So maybe people got confused on which one to watch, Spanish version or this one. So I don't know.
This is where we revealed that I did watch the Spanish version.
You did? Oh no.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, initial thoughts of this movie before we get into it.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's my problem with this movie is, and to a certain extent, a piece of the movie we'll be talking about next time.
Mhm.
This movie didn't really do anything that The Nun didn't already do.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was kind of the same-ish.
We got creepy lady standing down the hallway.
Yeah.
It's just a very specific. Now, the La Llorona curse or the spirit
Mhm.
is an actual like folklore thing.
Yes.
It's an actual a vengeful ghost in Mexican folklore.
Hmm.
So it's neat to do that. I just think, I mean, I'm not gonna say it doesn't fit in the Conjuring universe because A, it does, and B,
Yeah.
they not trying to, I guess, because they won't even. They're not trying to make it fit. But yeah, it's just like when you stack her up next to the nun, it's like, well, the nun looks creepier, is creepier, they execute better.
Hmm.
But I like Linda Cardellini. I like when Tuco shows up. I'm gonna start calling him by his real name, Raymond Cruz, because he's more than just Tuco. He was also in
the crime shows.
Better Call Saul as Tuco. No, he was in Alien Resurrection, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he was. He was a young guy there too.
Not that that's great,
No.
but it happened.
Yeah, but he's been in a lot of like cop shows, pretty much.
Was he in I want to look up his filmography.
Please.
You
guys
get us rolling. I'm going to look up what he was in Alien Resurrection.
Ooh.
Why do I want to say that he was in Starship Troopers? Am I thinking of someone else?
Maybe you're thinking of what's her face? Denise Richards.
You're right. I was confusing Tuco Salamanca with Denise Richards. That's my fault. I'll try not to do that again.
Please. But yes, let's get into the plot here. In 1673, Mexico, a family plays in a field, and the youngest son gives his mother a necklace, who says she will treasure the item forever.
Mm-hmm.
The boy goes on a hike. A while later, he finds his mother violently drowning his brother in a stream. Horrified, he runs, but his mother catches him. He is assumed to be drowned as well.
Yeah, absolutely, he was.
But yeah, it's
a dark start.
Very dark.
Dark way to start a movie.
Yeah. Again, killing kids is not good, of course. And this entity, I guess, is all about it. So
You watched a lot of kids being killed this week because you also saw Terrifier 3.
oh god, don't get me started with Terrifier 3. I'm done with that. No more kid killing. No more kid killings, please.
I agree.
But yeah, thoughts on the scene. It is very dark. They just gotta tell you the folklore. That's pretty much for this scene.
Yeah, it gets the job done. It sets it up. I mean, it's explained in great detail later exactly what we're seeing, but gets the job done. She drowns her kids, and that's that's how we start. It's a little. So, like you said, how I don't get scared.
Yeah.
I guess I did get like, how am I gonna phrase this? Weirded out, not grossed out, but like, it's not good when you see like the mom, La Llorona, grab the little kid by the arm and he's like, no, mama, no, and drag him away, and then you're like, well, he drowned.
Yeah.
That's that's a little harrowing, a little haunting, but it's a curse. It's a curse of La Llorona, and that's what we're here for.
Absolutely. Do you ever have like anybody who encountered the La Llorona? Or have you?
I have not, and I hope to not. It's a Mexican folklore.
Yeah.
We do have a couple Mexican friends actually from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to call one of them. Figure that out.
I remember in middle school, I do have a Hispanic friend, and he was just telling me all about it. I was like, "Oh, yeah." He was like, "That's not fun." He's like, "Yeah." He said he encountered it, but I don't know if I believe his story or not because it was kind of like not. That doesn't seem real. I guess maybe I was like a middle schooler,
and you were 11 or 12 at the time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe he's just telling lies, but I don't know. Maybe
they made a movie about it. Maybe this movie's about him.
Oh, God.
Everything in the Conjuring universe is based on some form of true story, right?
Yeah.
Even Wolves the Door, which was terrible, 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 showed us gruesome murders of real people.
Yeah.
So, maybe this movie was about him.
Maybe. His name is Oscar, so shout out to Oscar if you're listening. I don't know if you know me or if you remember me or not, but there we go.
What's his last name? What's his address? No, I'm just kidding. don't say those things.
I was trying to remember the last name. All right, so 300 years later, in 1973, Los Angeles, caseworker Anna and her kids, Chris and Sam, or Samantha, I'll call her Sam, getting ready for the day, but the kids missed the school bus, and Chris duct taped his feet for shoes.
His shoes were falling apart. His mom did it.
Yeah.
She's a single mom. She's a hard worker. She's got to get her kids out the door, and the kid is walking out the door. His shoes are falling apart, man. Like those aren't shoes anymore.
No.
And then the mom's like, "What do I do?" And I would do the same thing. As she's sticking on her feet, about his feet.
Maybe it's common, I guess.
I don't think
it might be common at least for kids.
If you've ever, or if your parents have ever duct taped your shoes, leave a comment,
please. Anna investigates the truancy of client Patricia Alvarez, two children. Mr. Hankins, who is Anna's boss, told her to give her her case to her coworker Donna, and Anna is like, "Nah, dude, this is my case. I know this case."
She says, "Donna, get the F out of here."
Yes.
We don't mess with Donna in this house.
Oh, especially when the next time we see her. No. But does Mr. Hankins remind you of someone?
Oh goodness, do we know this actor?
I know him personally.
Personally?
Oh, well, inside joke personally.
Inside joke personally? Who is this man?
It is.
This is going to get clipped on TikTok, isn't it? This is going to get clipped.
Oh, I'm glad you don't recognize him, but it's Disney Channel's original Smart Guy's dad, Floyd Henderson. Smart guy.
Smart Guy's dad?
Yeah.
Oh, shut the hell up. That's not real. Let me.
That's look it up. That is him. If you don't believe me,
Holy hell.
Floyd Henderson.
That's
And
crazy.
we went through his name, I guess, right? To the cast.
I don't think we went that far.
No, we didn't went that far. His name is John Marshall Jones.
Well, we got smart guy alumni on the movie. I didn't know that. I didn't realize.
Smart guy. All right. All right. Arriving at Particia's house for a welfare check with the cop. First of all, Particia is scared shitless. We see how the house is lit up with candles. Are you scared when you saw that?
I assumed that she was getting La Llorona'd. It's tough to say.
Yeah.
By the way, not having that cadence. I don't speak Spanish. Definitely not speaking it regularly.
Mm-hmm.
But I always want to make sure, because I think a lot of people say La Llorona, but that's not how you say it.
It was
two L's make like a Y sound.
Yes, and you have to roll your R too.
I can't. If I did that, I think it would just sound offensive. I can't do that.
Oh yeah, I can't either.
So La Llorona.
La Llorona.
La Llorona.
Well, Anna asked, like, hey, oh yeah, so she got in the apartment, and she asked Particia, like, what do you hear? And Particia said, crying.
Yes.
Anna finds the children locked behind a door, after she insisted, and she was warned to get away from the door. Particia attacks her and was taken away by the police.
She's off her rocker, dude.
Yeah, her eyes are just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Patricia's sons, Carlos and Tomas, tell Anna to keep them in the room so they are protected.
This might be my favorite bit of the movie, and I'm saying that like jokingly.
Yeah.
Just these two kids, how they'll say something creepy and they'll refuse to elaborate. And then Linda Cardellini's character will, right in front of them, make assumptions and they just won't correct her.
Mm-mm.
If these kids communicated anything at all, it wouldn't have gone down the way it did. I mean, I'm not saying people would have like believed like, oh, these kids said there's a La Llorona going around. That wouldn't have happened. Goosebumps rules, right? The parents never believed, the adults never believed the kids. But maybe they would have spoilers survived a little longer, because these kids are like, please close the door or she'll hurt us.
Yes.
And Linda Carlini does not say who will hurt you. She says, "Don't worry, we've arrested your mother. It's fine." And then they get taken to the police station or whatever little orphanage that they're being held in.
Yeah.
And then she looks at the marks on their arms and she's like, did she give these to you? And they're like, yeah, she did. Like, no, say what happened. Say there's a demon and just burning tears. Say things.
Maybe they're like shocked and they can't say anything else, or maybe they say something, the La Llorona might take them. I don't know.
She's already taken them.
Nah. Well, ignoring their warnings, she takes them to, of course, as you said, child services shelter, unaware that she put them in terrible danger.
Absolutely.
Everyone can see. Where am I at? Every time we see these kids, they're like, their faces are like, ah, shit. They have that face. They're just scared for life. Oh, good Easter egg here. Anna arrives home and sees her kid Sam watching some Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah. She was watching Scooby-Doo. Oh, and Linda Cardellini is in Scooby-Doo. I didn't even think about that when I was watching it. I'm gonna be honest.
What?
I didn't even piece that together.
Dude, she's Velma. Come on.
I know. I was entranced by the spooky La Llorona.
Alright. Well, I do want to say the quality on that TV was pretty good, especially in the 70s. That Scooby-Doo was like HD.
It's interesting, right? Because she's a single mother with a
Yeah.
government job. Child Protective
Right.
Services is a government job. And, we learned that the father has died. He was a police officer who was killed, presumably in the line of duty. And she has to duct tape the shoes together because, but other than that, this is a nice big house with a nice TV. Like, they're a rich family. What's going on here? I can't get the read on this family's economic status.
The social economic status. I don't know. I think they got some money from somewhere. I don't know.
The husband's life insurance policy.
I think that's what it is.
Hmm.
I do want to say Scooby-Doo Zombie Island is the best Scooby-Doo movie.
I agree. I would agree with that.
No.
But we would be very biased because that came out when we were young enough that La Llorona would want to take us away. So
you're right. Maybe Carlos and Tomas was watching a Scooby-Doo Zombie Island, and they're like, La Llorona might come up.
She might.
Anna catches her son, as you said, playing cops and robbers because the dad passed away, so they're going through some grief. Anna baths Sam at night. This thing will come soon.
Oh, this is foreshadowing.
Very, very
We're
foreshadowing.
going to parallel this later, which I think when we get to that, it's probably the most famous scene from this movie. It's in the trailers.
Yes.
We'll talk about it.
Well, back to the brothers. In the middle okay, here we go, guys. In the middle of the night, Carlos wakes up and sees his brother, Tomas, sleepwalking. He follows him in the spooky, foggy hallway. Carlos keeps repeating Tomas's name over and over. Like, Tomas, what are you doing? By the way, the lights are flickering extra hard.
Yeah.
Carlos takes a right turn and sees Tomas doing his I want to say Michael Jackson Thriller impression, because he was doing the part in Thriller where he was already a zombie and he's looking at the camera and just does that.
Yeah, he does the head tick.
Yeah, so I think he was doing that.
Okay.
Cause it's Thriller. Oh, I should not sing that. Carlos,
you cannot sing that.
No, I'm gonna get sued. Carlos is like, dude, come back! What the hell, man? The lights flicker, and we see Tomas point at the corner mirror behind Carlos. Carlos stopped and turned around slowly to see that mirror. The camera zooms closer to the mirror, and we see someone walking towards them very slowly. And they disappeared. Carlos notices some droplets from the ceiling. He looks down and he sees a puddle. Someone whispers, Tomas. Carlos looks up and it's La Llorona.
Ah.
I do want to say this movie has too many jump scares.
That's all this movie has.
Yeah.
That's really all it has. Once you get past the crying, weepy woman, there's really... I don't actually expect us to talk about it too long, because I don't have many things to cut in with.
Yeah. I do remember watching this in theaters. I was getting scared all the time because of the jump scares.
Yeah,
and I'm like...
do it.
I think if I remember correctly, I got sick and tired of getting jumped. So I'm like... Yeah. I was just looking at the ground every time there's something spooky happening.
Because you know it's going to happen.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm done. I'm just looking down.
Because I complained about this probably week one when we started this year's watch along series, where a jump scare, unless you're not paying attention or you're completely devoid of any involvement in the film whatsoever.
Yeah,
like a jump scare is going to work on you. It's going to get you because it's silence, loud noise, something on the screen. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna get you to be like, okay. So if you're trying to watch the movie and it happens every scene, it gets really annoying. And it is a problem. I'm just gonna end up repeating myself from what I said before. I've already said all this, but this movie does it quite a bit. So you see, you like locked into that thing. And we're like, all right, fine, movie. I just won't pay attention. You start looking at the ground because you can tell when it's gonna happen. Yeah. You're like, okay, we're in a scene. We're going to do the thing where, she's going to walk over there and she's going to look and there's going to be nothing there. And then she's going to turn around and there it is. And so you get to the point where it's like, okay, she's going to turn around and then you just look at the ground. You're like, okay. And you get back into it.
Yeah, either I do that or I'm looking at the film, but I'm like flinching each time.
Flinching. You can't jump me if I'm already jumping.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that's what I did a long time ago, but I stopped. I'm like, I'm going to have like an aneurysm or something. I don't know.
I can imagine the person you go with, because you go to the movies with your brother a lot.
Yeah.
Just sitting there staring next to you. Just like watching you just flitch out, thinking that La Llorona's taking you over.
Oh, honestly, yes. Please take me in, and might as well, man. I'm tired of getting scared. All right. Anna gets a call that the boys are found drowned in a river, and Anna is called out to the scene. Carlos and Tomas are gone. But she brings Anna brings her own children, Chris and Sam. I don't know why. I know why. There's no one to take care of them.
No one to watch them, so put them in the car, say don't move. It's in the 70s too.
Yeah. Well, they stay in the car while she investigates. Anna hears Patricia accused of her son's murders, screaming it was Anna's fault for taking her sons, and that Patricia had to be stopped. Oh no, sorry. And she said she has to. She's trying to stop the maleficent force of La Llorona.
Maleficent.
I'm sorry. What am I trying to say here? Male. VOLENT.
Malevolent.
Malevolent. I can't say these words right now.
It's okay. You're too scared to say them.
Exactly. I'm doing this all the time. Chris.
The evil, malevolent force. And Patricia's right. It is Linda Carlini's fault.
A little bit.
But you have to understand, Patricia, how it looked. You were keeping your kids in a closet.
Yeah. No one can believe her.
It's a no-win situation, really.
No. Well, maybe Anna needs to listen to those kids, Chris and Tomas.
Didn't say anything.
Oh yeah, that's true.
They were just like, it's gonna happen.
They're just scared. That's it. We just see their big eyes. All right. Well, Chris leaves the car. But he's kind of curious about the crime scene.
Shouldn't have done that. Stupid.
You know why?
These kids are kind of stupid. These kids are kind of stupid. There's a part later where the entire scene, I'm just repeating, stupid girl, stupid little girl, stupid girl, dumb little girl. But we'll get to it, but she's stupid.
Chris hears some weeping behind him. He sees what we now know as La Llorona crying in some... What do you call that? Like a backyard?
Alleyway.
Is it an alleyway? I mean, it's they're in the dirt. There's a fence and there's some dirt.
There could be dirt alleys.
Alright. Chris gets closer to her and La Llorona...
Don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
Well, La Llorona looks at him and stands up with her head still facing towards him. And she said, Mijo, which means, kid or son.
It's a term of endearment.
Yes. Especially from grandmas.
Grandmas, or mothers, or just, I don't know, if just an older Latina woman likes you, she'll call you Mijo.
Oh.
Not like that, you weirdo.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking of George Lopez's wife. Anyways, Oh, I don't want to go in the other room with you.
Flag on the play. Red card.
While Chris stands back and she gets closer to the fence, she stopped. Out of nowhere, she was right in front of him and grabbed his wrist and burns him. Chris gets in the car and wakes up Sam. Sam was just sleeping.
He's just chilling, minding her own business, really. She was not a dumb girl in this scene.
No.
He was a dumb boy.
Yes. He tries to close the door, but he couldn't because Sam's blanket was in the way.
Stupid blanket. Dumb blanket.
Yeah. As he closes it, Lorona is outside of the car, but she disappeared for a bit.
That's another thing. We already talked about how this movie had a lot of jump scares. And every jump scare was the same thing. It was always her.
Yeah.
You know, in other and sure we're adapting a very specific folklore thing here, but again, the nun in The Conjuring or the nun. Not only is she a big like a spooky nun, stand in the hallway looking spooky, float towards you, turn the candles off, you know.
Right.
But she can also make you see other things. So we get different things to be scared of. It's there's the nun, that was scary. Oh, she became a little boy vomiting snakes. That's scary.
True.
Oh, she made the crooked man. That's scary.
True.
But this it's La Llorona every time. It's not just okay, when is she gonna jump out and scare me? It's when is the only thing gonna happen again?
Yeah, that's where the creative stops there. It's just her. That's it.
Mhm.
Well, I mean it's okay. It's not her fault.
They do a couple clever things.
They do.
Throughout, but you know.
When La Llorona disappeared, behind them, the window starts to open with that old open.
The roll. Did you ever have a car that did that?
I currently have a car.
Your current car does that?
No, not current, but we do have a car that still does that. It's the Toyota.
The one with the smashed
Corolla.
out window.
Yes, is a Toyota Corolla 2003, and it has a little roller.
It's a smashed out window because La Llorona tried to get in.
Oh. I'm gonna sell this car.
You can't. The window's smashed.
Can I still sell it?
Sure. Sell it to me. How much you want?
The engine's working. You can have it for like 3,000.
That's a haunted car. I'm not paying that much.
Oh, that's true. Behind them, the window starts to open, but Chris said, "No." So and he closed that shit.
Yeah.
But more windows were starting to open, and he tried to close them as well. But the door unlocked. But it was her mom, or it was his mom. It was Anna.
Yep.
They went home and nothing happened. But Chris sleeps with his burn marks as he's showing to the camera.
Yeah, tell somebody about that.
Yeah, he did it right.
Kids are bad communicators in this movie.
We had some good kid actors in the previous movies, right? But these kids are like, eh.
I don't think there's anything wrong with the kid actors. Like they're they're just there. They're serviceable for the role, but they don't.
Yeah.
Nothing really special happens with these kids. Whereas you know, Annabelle Creation, there's some good kid actors in that, and there's another kid actor in the next movie we'll watch who will talk. She's okay.
But yeah, I guess it's a bad script here. The next day, Anna sees Tuco tight. As I have to say it every time I mention Tuco.
That's a good Tuco quote. I like it.
He is known as the I can't say this word. Curdino, Curandero, Curdino.
Curdino. I'm okay. I'm going to roll with you on that one. I'm not sure, but go ahead.
All right. As Father Perez explains to Anna, Tuco's doing some ritual of smudging. Is supposed to get rid of any negativity of the body.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Father Perez is like Stan Lee. As we mentioned, he was in Annabelle and now in this and many other things.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the future.
He might show up in the last Conjuring movie coming out next year.
Yes, we have to mention that the last Conjuring movie is coming out of 2025. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, it makes me wonder if we did this rewatch 1 year too early.
Maybe, yeah. Like because we came out with Saw 10. We were like, that's the ending, and yeah, but it's okay.
We'll just have to commit because obviously Saw's not over. They're doing another one of those.
Right.
We'll just have to commit. Whenever the next Saw comes out or whenever the next Conjuring movie comes out, we'll just have to do an episode talking about them.
I guess so.
Add them to the playlist.
Yeah. Anna asked Father Perez if he knows anything about La Llorona. He's like, boy, let me tell you something.
No, but I met a doll once.
Yeah. Well, he explains the story. A beautiful man marries a great man, and they got kids. The man cheated on her. For revenge, she killed her own kids, but instantly regrets it. Pretty much.
That's unfair to the children.
It is. And they said there's different stories of this entity. So I don't know. This might be the right story, might be another story. I'm not sure. But this is the story we're going with. He gave Anna a cross, but she said she's not really religious. But he said, you don't have to be religious to have faith. Ooh, that's a good line.
That is a good line.
It is. We see Sam playing in her backyard, but here's someone weeping outside of the fence door.
That's how they get you. That's how she gets you. That's her thing. That's what she does.
That's it. She checks, and no one is there until she opens her transparent umbrella for some reason and sees La Llorona.
For some reason. Have you ever played Left 4 Dead?
I played a little bit, yeah.
Left 4 Dead 1 or 2 doesn't matter because there's a zombie called the Witch in Left 4 Dead, and her whole thing is that she lays in the middle of your path and cries, and if you get too close or piss her off, then she'll chase you and kill you. That's kind of what La Llorona's doing. Yeah,
that's exactly what she's doing. I gotta play the game. Isn't it only Xbox exclusive?
I don't. It's a Valve game, so it's on Steam. You can play it on your computer.
Yeah, I'll play it. I'll download it.
It's not gonna take a lot to run.
Okay. I thought that was maybe I'm thinking of the newest one, Left 4 Dead 4.
There's Back 4 Blood, which is from all the team that made Left 4 Dead made their own studio, and then they made Back 4 Blood. But I didn't really get into that one. Left 4 Dead's a classic though. Get it on your computer, I'll play it with you. You can get mods on Steam, and you can turn all the zombies into Zoidberg. That's what I do.
Zoidberg.
That's that sound they make when they run around. It's a good mod.
I gotta play it. So Miss Llorona grabs Sam and leaves her the exact same bird marks that he gave to Chris. Thoughts on the scene? She came out of the umbrella.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was there and she pops out, and then she gave her some bird marks, and that's it.
That's certainly what happened. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either.
They were like, this scene was good. This scene was stupid. This scene happened. I don't know. That's all I got.
It was quick. Anna goes home and checks Sam, and she is crying in her room behind a curtain. Damn. They'll come later. Mm-hmm. Anna comforts Sam, but Sam is not feeling it. It's dinner time, and Detective Cooper is here. Woo!
Yeah, I guess.
Cooper talks to Anna and about the Partitious files, and she should take a look at them. Meanwhile, we see Tuco gathering some evidence from Patricia's home. I don't know why he's doing that.
He's a vigilante.
Yeah, he is. Late at night, while Anna checks the file, she hears something downstairs. All right, this is now we're getting to something here. She goes downstairs and hears some more noises, and a lot of doors are opening here. Oh, sorry, a door opened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I said that. But it turns out Chris is opening and closing the front door. He may be sleepwalking. The last time someone sleepwalked, they were donezo.
That's true.
Anna wakes up him, and the front door opened widely by itself. As
Spooky.
Anna, yes. By the way, it's a big door. It's a huge door.
It was a big door, and I don't know if I'm crazy, but I felt like in the movie it opened two different ways. Like it can open outwards and in. Did that happen, or was I just watching the movie wrong? Which is entirely possible.
No, I think it did. And also, this house, I guess it reminds me of the Insidious house with Rose Byrne's house.
Oh, okay. You know what? This did look quite a bit like the parts at least of the Insidious house, or it kind of looks like a sitcom house, like the Modern Family house, a little bit.
Yeah.
At the entryway.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a good house. It's a big house. And I'm talking like Trump. Big house, small house. As Anna tucks in Chris to sleep, she steps in the hallway and sees Sam sleeping, but the lights behind her turned off. By the way, I don't know if you noticed. Did you see La Llorona hiding in the dark on the right side of Anna in the hallway?
I don't think I did catch that, no. I was looking at the ground so I wouldn't get scared.
Well, by the way, I was going to send the picture, but she was like this. She was staring right where she was looking at, and I'm like, that's her. But of course, Anna's on the other side. She doesn't know what's going on that side. Anna checks her room, and all the evidence is on the ground. All of it. The window. By the way, the windows are open too. So she walks out a little bit, and she sees and hears Sam's door opening very slowly. As it opens wider, the mirror on Sam's door shows La Llorona, and the mirror starts to crack. Anna screams as her door closes. Great scene. I thought this was a good scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. Anna grabs a bat because she's Batman, or Velma.
Ooh.
Didn't Velma get a bat? Is that her special weapon?
Batman got a bat in The Batman. He took it.
Ah, yeah,
That guy.
He did. In the Iceberg Lounge.
Yes, sir.
Penguin's a great show. Gotta watch it.
I haven't watched it yet, still. I will,
Anna
though.
Thank you. Please do. Anna grabs a bat, but La Llorona showed up in front of her. She acts like Bill Wilkins from Conjuring 2.
Ooh.
Get out of my house, as Anna says.
This is my house, Paige.
This is my house. As she swings, the kids open the door, and they're like, Mom, what the hell is going on? I feel like she was going to swing the bat at them.
Oh, knock the little girl's head right off.
Yeah.
Holding that little not Raggedy Ann doll.
Ooh, yeah, she was holding that, right?
Yeah.
Don't like that. By the way, we're almost halfway done here.
This movie kind of goes fast.
Yeah, it goes quick. In the next morning, they all slept in the same room. Well, not really honest. She kind of stayed up all night.
That's cool.
So-
I like that. For whatever this movie may lack, it definitely has a strong single mom holding shit down. She's just sitting there in the chair, still with the bat,
Yes.
just not sleeping, being like, I'm gonna get these kids off to school. and I'll fight any demon that comes in. I swear to God.
Yeah, she's again. I'm tired. She's tired. You're tired of all these jump
Oh
scares.
my God, I'm exhausted.
Exactly. So let's get a bat and swing some La Lloronas.
Absolutely. It's on site.
Yeah. So Anna interviews Patricia, who has an alibi for the time of her son's death. However, Patricia reveals that in her hatred for Anna, oh god, she prayed to La Llorona to bring her own boys back and take Anna's children instead. All right, that's too much now. Come on.
Yeah.
But it is Anna's fault though.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
But yeah, she did that. Anna got scared. Next scene, we see Chris doing some homework, but here's something upstairs. It was the attic. But you know, the smart thing he did is he closed that attic. Very smart move.
Yes, he did. Good job, boy.
Yeah. But he hears Sam crying in her room again. It looks like Sam is crying again, of course, behind that same curtain like last time. Chris checks the curtain, but nobody is there. Oh, bruh. He tries to close the window, but the wind knocks him to the ground. The curtain hovers Chris' legs, but La Llorona appeared like Joe Hendry.
Oh, they said his name.
He appears.
I believe in Llorona.
Smart guy. We're smart guy.
Oh, he's not here. We just have his dad.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything. Chris runs into the hallway and checks behind him. And I kid you not, when La Llorona popped out of nowhere from the other room, I said, "Get." Again, I do recommend to wear headphones for these type of movies.
Well, not if you're complaining about all the jump scares.
Yeah.
Watch this movie on mute with subtitles.
That'd be a different experience, I'll say. It's a silent movie.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, Nosferatu was silent, right? And it was a scary movie, so it can work.
Classic.
The remake's coming out, so we gotta watch that with headphones.
Nosferatu Marathon.
Oh, it's only one movie.
No. There's the old one, and then Werner Herzog made one, and then there's the new one.
Yeah, all right, 3 movies. For Christmas.
Ooh, Spooky Christmas.
Spooky Christmas. The Nightmare Before Christmas.
There you go.
Anna comes home and helps Chris, and they're at the hospital. The doctor checks Chris's bruises, and he was like, are you abusing this kid?
Velma, what are you up to, Velma?
Yeah, Velma, what the hell, man? Oops, I lost my glasses. No, you're hurting these kids. Well, according to him. Later on, it's dinner time, but Detective Cooper came by and said, welfare check. And guess who's with them?
No.
Guess who's with Detective Cooper?
The Undertaker!
Oh my god, The Undertaker! No, it's Donna from work.
Oh, that's worse!
No! Donna asked the kids about the burns marks. The kids, of course, lied to Donna. Anna waited outside, and Donna came out and said, I hate after being here. And
no, she doesn't. She took one insult earlier where Linda Cardellini was like, I know Patricia. Donna doesn't know Patricia. Patricia won't talk to Donna. And Donna's like, okay, I'll remember this. I'll take your kids away. That's what she's trying to do here.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
There are some vengeful women in this movie.
Yes. Cooper told Anna that Patricia is being released because there's not much evidence. And so whatever is going on here, he said, fix it.
All right. Fix it.
Fix it.
I don't care if there's a ghost, a demon, a cursed spirit. You fix it.
Or Sam from Holes says, I can fix that.
I could fix that. He should be in this movie.
Yeah,
No, he should be in a better movie.
Maybe the new one, New Conjuring. It's like soon after Anna encounters La Llorona, when the spirit attempts to drown Sam in the bathtub, the ghost leaves burn marks on his arm too. Thoughts on this incredible bath scene here?
Yeah, this is probably the scene. How you said that in Annabelle Creation, the stair lift, that was the scene.
Yes.
It's good.
Yeah, her La Llorona's musty.
She's got some nasty ass fingers.
Yeah, I
Grubby.
I get that you're a demon, but just clean your fingers, man.
Wash your hands, dude. This happened just before COVID. Maybe she's the reason.
Oh yes, I agree. I think she is the reason why COVID-19 happened, because of La Llorona's musty, nasty.
Mm.
I don't want to quote The Deliverance, but
no, definitely don't quote that. No, yes. I think they execute this very well. So from the first shot where, you know, the little girl has her eyes closed, soap in her hair, right, and we saw the way that Linda Cardellini Dream just.
I think. Are you back now? Oh no! I believe La Llorona took Skylar here. If he leaves and comes back, we'll hear it. But yes, as he mentions, La Llorona. Oh no, I think he did took Skylar. I apologize, audience. Hopefully he can come back anytime soon. But yes, yes, this bath scene is incredibly nasty. She's washing Sam's hair, then attempts to. Oh, there you are. Are you here?
I had to fight off La Llorona. Are we good?
Okay. Yes. I did mention to the audience that I think you were taken by La Llorona.
It's okay. She was washing my hair in the bath.
Oh. Yes, what were you saying?
What I was trying to say was that you know, you see the little girl, her eyes are closed, and then behind her.
Oh no! He's taken again. Hello. La Llorona, if you can hear me, I'll beat your butt. Oh no! I think as he was talking about La Llorona, it is a great scene here. This is one of the scenes where you think that it can't get worse, but it gets worse. It gets a lot worse. Of course, you get the La Llorona's fingers, nasty fingers, trying to drown this kid. But of course, kid is alive, and I'm scared for Skylar. Hopefully Skylar is not taken by La Llorona. Thing is, I don't know if he's gonna come back. And I'm about to have hiccups here. I don't know what to do here. This is not good. This is not good. Let me try to check up on him. This is not good for the audio. Oh, I just see my face here. This is not good. Well, guys, sorry for these technical difficulties, as La Llorona is taking over this podcast here. I do want to say that she got to stop. She got to stop here. The thing is, I have no idea what to say because this never happened. Never happened. Of course, the newest Conjuring movie is coming out soon, and I'm not sure what they're gonna use for the story. Because the thing is, they can make endless movies on the Conjuring universe because Ed and Lorraine did a lot of demon things and cover all the stuff in their artifacts, so they can make more things here. But sure, they should though. Okay, Skylar just said 1 second. 1 second here. So he's trying to fix it. He is fighting La Llorona as you speak. He says he's trying to fix it here. For those who don't know, that reference, Holes. Holes was a Sam. Oh yes, you're back.
You talking about holes?
I was rambling because we were talking about fixing stuff and yes. Go ahead, man.
Are we gonna cut any of this out?
No, I'm leaving all this in.
Really?
I said a lot of things here. I'm keeping all of it in. Because I said you were fighting La Llorona as we speak.
I was. La Llorona was chewing on my internet router. I got my baseball bat.
That's good.
And I went and I said, "Come here," and then she was crying, and I don't hit women, so I had to escort her politely from my house.
That makes sense.
Anyways, for the third time, I'm glad you're leaving all this in. For the third time, I'm going to try to say, it looks like there's a shower curtain behind her, but then you see her dirty ass fingers and her hands come down, and you realize that's her dress. She's just standing there, and then we see her hands slowly reach up behind and start, washing the little girl's hair.
Yeah.
And then, Linda Cardellini's still downstairs. And then, obviously the thing La Llorona does is she drowns kids.
Yeah.
So when the little girl's like, all right, time to rinse my hair, she goes under the water, and La Llorona won't let her back up. It's spooky, and then some pretty effective shots of when La Llorona's there and when she's not there.
It's good. It's a great scene. As we mentioned, it's the most memorable scene in the movie.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely remember it being in the trailer.
Yeah, it was definitely in the trailer. So Anna seeks help from Father Perez, who relates the case, as we mentioned, to a previous experience he had with a haunted doll. Perez was like, that damn
So
kids.
That's exactly it. When it's like, oh yes, La Llorona is set in the universe, but it's not part of the series. Like, you show Annabelle in this. She's right there. Bullshit, it's not part of the series.
Yeah, well, there is a movie that pretty much... I mean, we're going to talk about this movie eventually, but it kind of ties into La Llorona. So,
really?
Yeah, I don't know if you... Maybe you don't remember. Because I'm sure you've seen this movie.
If the only movie of this series that I haven't seen is The Nun 2. I've seen Conjuring 3, so if it's Conjuring 3, then I don't remember.
Okay, I'm glad when we revisit it, it kind of ties in. Okay. But we'll get to that.
Well, so that's not surprising to hear because we mentioned the director of this is Michael Chavez, right?
Yes.
So he directed this, and then he directed. Let me make sure. Let me double check my what I'm about to say, so I say all the right things.
Yes, we do the fact checking as we speak. That's how accurate this podcast is.
I was told there wouldn't be any fact checking. Yes, Michael Chavez. So he started off with this one, and then he directed the next Conjuring movie. Yeah. And he directed The Nun 2, and he's directing the new Conjuring movie.
Oh, okay, that's good because it does connect.
It makes sense that they would tie that in.
But
the fact that La Llorona is not on the box set is insulting. Come on. For this movie, I don't care for that much. What is in the box set?
Maybe it's like a DLC type of thing. Like, there's an add-on. This what this movie is.
I like that.
Yeah. But yeah, the Father Perez tells Anna that about this former priest, Raphael of Olavo, aka Tuco.
Not Olave.
Not Olave. No, not Chris Olave.
He did
But,
not get good points this week.
No, he did not. Yes, we're talking about Tuco, tight. Who has since become a folk shaman, who may help them.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Anna meets Tuco, tight, as his shop, but he told them to leave until he sees the marks on the kids.
What's he selling in this shop?
You know,
Demon hunting things?
yeah, spirit things, yeah.
Because he has some stuff that he uses in this hunt for La Llorona. He's got some stuff that I'm like, how'd you get that?
I don't know. Well, the thing is, he's a great the actor Raymond. He's a great actor. He's a great actor. I feel like they should, if they ever do this, they should make like a TV show or a spin-off movie based on this character.
How would that work? Because all the things in this universe aren't about. Well, no, I guess The Conjuring is the exception to what I was about to say. All the spin-off stuff in this isn't about a guy; it's about a monster, a demon, a spirit.
Yeah, maybe it's like Tuco, tight, just fighting these demons as a shaman.
All right. I would not be opposed to seeing him again.
Yes, please. He should be in the new one. If you anyone hearing us, he should be in the new one.
Write a letter to Michael Chavez.
Yeah.
And say, get Tuco in Conjuring. Tight.
Capital letters.
Absolutely.
Tuco told Anna that you are facing evil. Tuco.
This has been a very Mermaid Man Halloween.
It is. I mean, what can I say? What can I say except you're welcome?
Oh my goodness.
Tuco arrives arrives at Anna's house, setting up items for protection. He was again. Here we go, guys. He was testing out some eggs, and Anna was like, "I've seen this trick before. I saw Johnny Carlson." For those who don't know, Johnny Carlson, he was the original Tonight Show.
I'm pretty sure we talked about Carson already, because wasn't what's her name from the first Annabelle movie watching Carson while she was sewing?
Oh, Mia.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she was. Okay, so Johnny Carson is canon in his universe.
Yeah, he'll get a spin-off movie.
Oh, I think it's called The Joker.
Ooh, not Joker 2 though.
Let's not get into that. The egg starts to move and it cracks by itself. Tuco said, "Ta-da!"
It splattered in Linda Cardellini's face.
Yes, and it splattered like venom, gooey stuff.
So let me get this straight.
Yeah,
Anna, Velma Cardellini thought. So he has them personally take eggs around the house and rub them on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes to the kitchen, he cracks one open, and it leaks out the venom symbiote.
Yeah.
And her first thought is like, that's a trick. Johnny Carson did that. Well, Johnny Carson was at a haunted house then. Because how do you do that?
It's kind of hard to do that. You can't crack the egg to put the venom in. Oh, sorry, not venom. Whatever that is.
Venom.
That song should have been nominated for an Emmy. I don't know.
Emmy?
At least.
All right.
Or not win, but just nominated. Come on.
All right, I agree.
You were nominated? Tropic Thunder. Sorry. In the night, the light, the lit candles puffed away, and they see Llorona in the standing on the stairs in the dark. She yeeted Anna to the wall when
Where
she
did
was
she?
right behind her. Yeeted. Yeet. when Chris was being dragged by Lorona to go through the anti-venom on her face.
Yeah, okay. So he's got a whole bag full of specifically
Yeah.
La Llorona fighting objects and weaponry, and he pulls out a little flask, and someone says, "What's in that?" And he says, "The tears of La Llorona." But he like blessed them or did something to them. And then they said, "Why do you need that?" And he's like, "Anti-venom." Right? So how did he
That's a
get
good
those?
impression.
How did he thank you? How did he get those?
I don't know. He got it. He got the tears.
You know that part in Jurassic Park 3 where the kid is living in the truck and Sam Neill is there and he's like looking at all the stuff that he has in the truck and he has like a jug of Tyrannosaurus piss.
Yeah.
He's like, it's Tyrannosaurus pee. And he says, how'd you get that? And the kid says, you don't want to know. That's what Tuco did here. Tears of La Llorona. How'd you get that? Tight.
Again, we need a show based off his character, at least.
Or just put him in the Penguin.
Sure. Tuco, tight, got her out of the house by putting some fire seeds next to the main door.
Yeah, so they have a cross made from the tree that was there. It's called the fire tree, and it's the only trees that were around the river where she drowned her kids. Yeah. So he's got a cross made from the wood of those trees and a bunch of seeds and like dirt from the same area, right?
Yes.
And he says the trees were the only ones to see her commit her heinous sin, and so there's like a biblical connection to it. But again, like, how did he get all of this? That's a lot.
He's a shaman, so he needs to get all this equipment. So he might be travel around and get all this stuff.
La Llorona is his specialty, though. Like that. Yeah. He's spent his whole life. He is basically, Professor Van Helsing.
Yeah,
La Llorona is his Dracula. You know.
I mean, are there multiple La Lloronas or just one?
It's only one lady drowned her kids. I mean, I guess if you drown your kids, you can become one, but I think there's only the one.
Interesting. Because I don't think she can travel.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't think she can go to, like, I don't know, Australia. Because
she's from Mexico.
Yeah.
This movie does not take place in Mexico. It takes place in the United States. Now, granted, there's not an ocean separating those two, but ghosts can get anywhere, right?
That's what I assume.
The nun, Valak, was in England, but also messing around in the Warrens' house.
Yeah.
Not in England. So...
Yeah, so La Llorona can be anywhere then.
It depends on how powerful... Because Valak was a fallen angel or something. And La Llorona is just a cursed spirit. So, I don't... There's power scaling. We need some, like, Dragon Ball Z experts to come in and power scale all the... We'll make a tier list of all these demons at the end.
Oh, actually, let's do that. That's a good idea. I'm
keeping a list for that exact reason.
Very nice. Well, we'll do that when we're done with this. Well, not with this, but the last movie, which is Nun 2.
Yeah, Nun 2 and tier list.
Okay, I'm excited for that. Yeah, so when you put that, as La Llorona tries to get in, Sam sees her doll outside and tries to get it.
Bro, but, this is it. This is the scene. She just saw, like, we just yeeted La Llorona out that door. Not a different door, not a window. Not, we chucked her out, and then he put the seeds down, and she's out that specific door. And the first thing this dumbass little girl says is, "Where's my dolly?" And everyone groans, like, "Oh, we know. It's Speak No Evil."
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh.
That little girl makes us go back to the house, either version, American or the other
Norwegian.
one. Yes. both versions. We got to go back for the stupid ass little doll. But in the original version, she's like, "Oh, the dolls are here in the car. We didn't leave it." I wanted to punch that girl, dude. You got your parent. I won't spoil it, but
yes, it is exactly like that. From Speak No Evil. Good movie. I recommend to watch both.
and then she's like very slowly reaching over the thing, trying to get the. If she had just like hopped over, grabbed it, hopped back, she probably would have made it. She probably would have made it. But the fact that she did it the way she did it, exposing herself for that long of time, and then she's like, "I did it, I got it," and she immediately breaks the line, and then she gets fucking sucked out like she didn't meet quota in Lethal Company.
Oh yes! Oh man, exactly, exactly like that. She got yanked, exactly like Lethal Company. Wow. All right, that was good. Yeah. So when she got yeeted, when she got yeeted out of the house, she attempts to drown Anna and Sam in the pool.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna say now?
What?
Night swim.
So Night Swim, Lethal Company, they all copied La Llorona.
You know what? I've been giving this movie some crap, but I guess it walked so all these other things could run, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Not that Night Swim really ran anywhere.
Oh, well, he got a pool.
He loves his pool.
He loves it. Anna pulls off La Llorona's necklace in the struggle while she was like in the pool. Patricia. Oh yeah. So then when that happened, they got in the house.
Well, don't gloss over how they ended the pool struggle.
Oh yes, what happened?
Tuco runs out and he dumps some stuff in and he does a blessing. They're like, "What happened?" And he said, "Now your pool is filled with holy water."
Actually, that's a good sign. That's a good line. I like it. Again, Tuco, great actor. So when that happens,
I wonder how that feels swimming in a pool of holy water. Is that like cleansing? Is that?
I mean, it's like what is it? Baptizing? Is that the word?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
I guess so. So when everything's fine, Patricia arrives with a gun and tries to give Anna's children to La Llorona.
She is too invested. She is too. Like you already sicked the demon on her, lady.
No.
You walk away.
No, man. She's there for her blood and her kids, which she will never get back.
Very Anox and the Moon of her.
Sam or maybe she should call what's his name?
Imhotep.
You should call him and he'll probably help out.
Or CGI Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Maybe.
And that was good.
Thank you. I practiced with
you wore your Scorpion King hoodie last time. You should have worn this.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, shit.
Who knew we were going to reference the Scorpion King in this one? Damn it.
For those who don't know, the Scorpion King is one of my favorite movies of all time.
I would say that is the number one Abrar movie.
Besides, if you want to count Batman, Dark Knight, if you take out that.
If you made a top three, it would be The Dark Knight, Scorpion King, Jingle All the Way.
Yes.
That's the most Abrar cinema you can get.
Yes.
That's the official Abrar triple feature.
Yes. Please get that on DVD. Whoever makes those DVDs, that bundle, put those in there.
like the Walmart 3-for-1.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then you just put your face on it.
Yes, the one right here.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the story. Sam and Chris flees, and Patricia, realizing that she can't get another mother to feel the same pain she felt, and she couldn't bring her own children back to life anymore, comes to her senses and releases Anna.
It's too late. Come to your senses. Too late. Look at what you've done.
Yeah. is a little too late, allowing her to help her children. Chris delays La Llorona by showing her the necklace that La Llorona's son given her. This makes briefly assume her human appearance, and careless Chris. Oh, so she saw Chris and imagining him to be her real son. However, Sam accidentally unreveals a mirror, and La Llorona reverts and proceeds to attack them. Anna stabs her through the chest, and the cross made with the fire tree given by our Tuco.
Yep.
Trees that grew from the river where La Llorona drowned her children and were only witness to her crime. And then, boom, spirit is destroyed.
Yeah, I think she's like gone.
Yeah, after that. That's why you don't see her anymore.
Yeah. We didn't need to call the Warrens. Tuco got it.
Tuco got it. Yeah, I think he's like honorary Warren.
I don't know if he's an honorary Warren, but you know, if the Warrens are like the bloodline, then he is
Sami Zayn?
No, we'll call him Jacob Fatu.
Ooh. He does bring the business for sure.
Yeah.
Not the Hurt business.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah, that's AEW. Now.
Can't believe he didn't show up on the show. Probably last week.
He should maybe what's the next show?
Well, the next big pay-per-view would be Full Gear, but if he's gonna show up before that, we all know he should. This just became a wrestling podcast. We're sorry, we can't help ourselves.
Well, no, Bob Lashley will show up on Dynamite. That's for sure. But yes, Anna, and her children thank Raphael Tuco for his help. When he leaves, Anna looks down into a puddle of water beside the road, and it cuts to credits.
There's that part where he's like, "Even I was scared," and the little girl's like, "Really?" He's like, "No."
Yes, exactly.
And then he gets in the cab.
Exactly. That's how it ended. But yeah, since we went over this, now your final thoughts. The movie.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, it is.
So the shot where she looks at the puddle at the end, is that because, every horror movie has to end, or, we'll say 99% of horror movies have to end with, and the villain might still be out there, or and it could return, or there it is, it did return, or the heroes really got killed, or that kind of stuff, that kind of stinger. But this, I mean, the fact that we've gotten nothing about La Llorona since, not that we need it, we don't need it, but the fact that nothing's happened since this came out, and is that just her, like, looking at the puddle, thinking about her harrowing experience? Because it doesn't even imply that La Llorona is still out there, or that she's possessed, or anything like that. I think it's just we just went through some shit, and then the movie ends.
Maybe she's reflecting on, like, her deceased husband.
I don't think he ties into it at all. No.
No. I was just making that up. But yeah, I don't know. It's maybe they were hinting another one, but it never came out. So
the movie truly is, like, it's okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not wolves at the door.
It's not wolves at the door. Nothing could be wolves at the door. But this movie's okay. I wouldn't call it a waste of time. Like, it's the fact that I watched it. The fact that I've watched it twice in my life, I'm like, okay, yeah, I've seen that movie.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary. We don't need any more of it. There's some shots in it that are cool. There's a part where she runs out of the house and the camera, like, swoops in on her like it's an Evil Dead movie.
Yes.
I love Raymond Cruz. I'll call him by his real name now.
Yes.
I think. I mean, he doesn't really. He's not much of a character other than, like, if Tuco was a weird priest guy. That's really what the character is. Like, he doesn't. There's not much performance beyond that. But I think he's fun. He's entertaining. I think the movie gets more fun as soon as he shows up and they start, like, laying traps in the house.
I agree.
I think when that happens is when the movie like really grabs my attention again.
That's like the last 30 minutes of the film.
Yeah, I know. I like Linda Cardellini. The kids are fine, like we said. They're not great or anything, but they're not annoying either. La Llorona is okay. Like again, I feel like if we didn't already have the nun in this universe, then it would be something different. But I just don't think she really compares in the same league as that. It's fine. I'm giving this one. You know what? I'm going to give an update actually on my previous scores because the movies that we watched for this week have made me reevaluate a little bit. Okay. So when we started, I gave Conjuring 1 a 3.5, and you're like, that's low. I've decided I agree, and I bumped that up to a 4.
Okay. That's good.
I'm going to put Conjuring 1 at a 4, just for time of reflection, being like, yeah, you know what, there's good stuff in that. It got us rolling on this universe, so I'm going to give that one a 4. Conjuring 2 is still a 4. Annabelle Creation is still a 4. Last time when we talked about The Nun, I was like, I'm giving The Nun a 2.5, but it could roll up to a 3. It did. I bumped it to a 3.
Nice, just like me.
Yeah, exactly. And then, La Llorona, I'm giving a 2.5.
Interesting.
I think it's firmly on that because it's not offensive. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not a hard recommend. It's it's around.
I guess I gave it 3.5. So I'm guessing I'm saying it's better than The Nun.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's better than The Nun. I'm not going to tell you how to rate your movies, though. But I would say I definitely think The Nun has more style and flair that draws me in. Like, I would rewatch The Nun before I rewatch this, for sure.
Maybe it has its own things, because I do like Raymond in here, and I also like Velma, Linda. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, what's her name?
Linda Cardellini.
Is it Linda? Yes. I like them in this movie. So I think that's why I gave it 3.5. Because in the comments I said, besides the jump scares, which were a lot, the storyline was okay. You always need Tuco on your side. So that's why I put.
I agree with that. We always need Tuco on your side.
Always.
But Tuco's not normally on people's side. He was kind of a loose cannon.
He was.
But in this, he was on our side.
Absolutely. That's why I gave it 3.5. Maybe I'll drop it to a 3.
I don't
know.
You gotta live your own truth, bro. If it feels 3.5, leave it 3.5.
Yeah, when I watch these movies, I immediately rate it because that's my initial thoughts. So I gave it 3.5. So I'll stick with that.
There are times where I'll like any movie, because for a while I was doing a thing like with new releases where I wasn't rating things that I had just seen, and I was like, I'll rate them later next year, whatever. But now I'm at this point where I feel like I know what I think is a 4-star or a 3.5 star. Sure. There are times, of course, where I'll see a movie and I'm like, how do I feel about this? I don't know. And then I'll just like it'll take the car ride home from the theater or a night to sleep on it, and I'll rate it tomorrow. That'll happen, sure.
Yeah, I guess. All right, that was the end of the movie. I do have interesting facts for this one.
Boy.
Despite being largely and widely accepted by the public as a spin-off chapter from the Conjuring Universe, the information was later confirmed to be false by director Michael Chavez, who stated that the film was never meant to be included in the shared universe and that it couldn't be fully embraced because it was made without one of the main producers from The Conjuring, 2013.
Hang on. I'm pretty sure the poster says
produced by Conjuring. Does it say that?
It says from the producers of the Conjuring Universe.
So not the original.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say like we're in the Conjuring Universe. But
I guess it was like a big, again, as you said, advertisement. Like, this
this Blu-ray box art says from James Wan, the creator of the Conjuring Universe.
Does that
But
mean
that doesn't really mean anything because you'll see, any trailer like that. What's that new Stephen King short story horror movie that's coming out next year? The Monkey. Is it called The Monkey?
Yes. I think it was called Monkey.
The trailer for that. I mean, trailers for lots of movies do this, but that's just an example. The trailer for that says, short story by Stephen King, and then it says from producer of James Wan from The Conjuring, and then it says and the director of Longlegs. So, it doesn't really mean anything. I guess the only distinction here is how often do you see, on the poster, it says The Conjuring, but in the Conjuring font, basically, not front and center, but above the title, Curse of La Llorona,
Yeah.
You want people to think The Conjuring when you see the poster, clearly.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Maybe it's just...
maybe there's other examples of this happening and I just never paid attention.
Maybe.
Entirely possible.
It's alright. The other one is, I think if you remember this, I remember this. As a promotional stunt, a theater in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, that was supposed to play Pokemon Detective Pikachu 2019, played this film instead, causing the children in the audience to run out crying.
We have to fact check this. Are we sure it's a promotional stunt and the theater didn't just mess up?
I feel like they messed up
because I don't think legally you can do that. That can't be that. I refuse to believe that was a promotional stunt. I think the theater messed up because you cannot show. We sell you tickets to take your kid to see Detective Pikachu, the little Pokemon movie, right?
Yeah.
And then the first thing we show is this rated R movie where this mom drowns her kids. No. There's no Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers is really stupid, but there's no Warner Brothers exec stupid enough to be like, yeah, this will get him in the seats.
Yeah, maybe it was by accident. And they're like, okay, let's make it as a stunt.
We meant to do that.
Yeah. But yeah, these kids were supposed to watch Pikachu. Was Pokemon.
That's horrible. All those sad little Canadian kids wanted to see Pikachu. That's terrible. I hate that.
And my last interesting fact is we're gonna watch top 5 La Llorona's encounters. So let me send you.
Whoa!
Yes.
Top 5 real encounters?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Assumed to be real, but it might be doctorated or fake. But this, at least for this video, it says top 5 encounters.
I will watch skeptically, but also open-minded.
Yes, that's what we should do.
Can't believe it.
Okay, sending you here. Let me put it on my screen as well. Ish. Okay. 1 second here. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. When I say 0, we'll press play. By the way,
this first. By the way, did you watch this first?
No, I did not. I skimmed a little bit to see, it looks okay, but I just did. I don't know if you're looking at this thumbnail on my right. Seven disturbing videos captured on Ring door or doorbell cameras, and just some lady just looking at the camera. I'm creeped out by that, but let's watch these videos here. This video.
My YouTube didn't give me that. It gave me top 5 creepiest skinwalker sightings. You single-handedly have ruined my YouTube recommendations for the next 3 months. You know that?
Oh, God, yes.
Now by having me open this. This is what my shit's gonna be for a while. I'm so angry.
I showed you what's her name from the Conjuring 2, her interview and other things. I apologize, man.
Good Lord. Well, so top 5 La Llorona (parentheses weeping woman) encounters caught on camera, 6 minutes and 9 seconds long by a YouTube channel called Tult, T-U-L-T, with 268 subscribers. Tult, shout out.
Shout out to you, man.
If you're good, I don't know anything about you. Let's see what this is.
All right, and when I say 0, we press play. In 5,
Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Like Freddie Benson.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Can I tell you something right now?
Field.
Yeah, I am scared right now.
You're scared. You're just walking through a field on the
In the dark?
outskirts of something. They added their own creepy music, by the way.
Yes. I will mute this video so we can just hear us because I'm not getting copyrighted with this music.
They haven't spotted anything yet.
I think they did.
What? I don't see nothing. They certainly think they found something.
Yeah,
Oh, is that her?
think so.
I
I don't know. I'm not looking anymore.
don't know.
I'm gonna start flinching. Is that her?
There was some dust that they
Yeah.
caught in the.
What
Oh
is
no! There's a spooky woman out there. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Oh no,
Brar.
dude! I'm so. Oh shit,
Brar.
dude. Oh. They started screaming.
Because the lady turned around and screamed and started running at him. And the video cuts off. Maybe they died.
Maybe. Okay, number 2, the gas station.
Oh, this is security cam footage.
That's good.
Maybe La Llorona. Oh, there she is. Oh, I thought
Is
she was
that
gonna
her?
pull up. I thought she was gonna pull up and gas up her whip. It's 2019, and right before the movie came out. That can't be a coincidence.
Interesting.
Just walking around, huh?
She is. Maybe that's her car on the right, the yellow car.
Oh, I thought she was gonna get hit by the bus.
No, she's on the sidewalk. Okay.
Okay.
Number 3.
Yeah, that was the fourth scariest one. Oh my god.
Is that her?
She's up. She's commanding all the wolves to howl.
Oh, the wolves at the door.
All right, I'll admit, if I saw this one out in the wild, I'd be terrified.
Yeah. She looks kind of tall there. Okay, that was quick.
I think she was on the tree, not taller than the tree.
Oh, excuse me.
What is this?
I don't know. It's blurry.
What's happening here? Is this the camera Peter Jackson used to film The Hobbit? 2? When they're in the river, in the barrels, you know?
Yes.
That goat.
Oh, the 5 armies. Dude, what's going on? Is this a drone shot?
Is La Llorona filming this? Does she have the camera?
That'd be pretty crazy. I think that's her on the bottom right.
How could you know?
That right there.
That's her?
Yeah, with the black hair.
Dude, they had clearer cameras during the Spanish Inquisition. What's going on?
I don't know. I feel like this is a drone shot.
I feel like
Oh god, it's getting closer.
oh no, well yeah, you could send a drone to La Llorona, couldn't you?
Could. I don't like that.
It's okay, the drone's getting away, it's flying away.
Okay, thank you.
The guy kept it.
Oh man, we got 2 more to go.
Oh, this one's crying loudly, so you can tell that's the real La Llorona.
Yeah. Dude, just run. Why am I watching it at night?
He can't run because the lady he gave $5 to stand down the street and scream is doing the bit.
Thing is, they're in the middle of nowhere. I feel like she's gonna pop in my face or something. I don't know. I hate the camera shots.
You picked this video.
I know. They should make more found footage movies, man.
You don't think we've got it?
We got a lot, but I feel like it should come back.
You don't think they did it as good as they could?
No, I feel like they should do more. No, I mean,
Found
I
footage
think
horror. We did Blair Witch. Found footage like monster movies. We got Cloverfield.
I mean, they should like. I mean, it stopped for a while, but I want it to come back.
Well, they're still doing Paranormal Activity movies, aren't they?
No, it's done.
Okay.
There's VHS. I just saw that.
Oh, is that her?
It is her.
Is that La Llorona?
Please do not run at me.
You know what?
She's screaming.
You know what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell no.
It's when she stops crying that you have to worry.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Damn right. Is that it? Okay, she stopped. She stopped crying.
Uh-huh. So, let me point something out here. Too.
Yeah. That's it.
In case you're wondering, if this video is clickbait or a lie or something like that. Well, technically, La Llorona just means weeping woman, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you film a crying woman, that's a La Llorona, you know.
That's true. Well, yeah.
But here, an official disclaimer from the Brown Boy Wonders podcast: don't film crying women.
Yeah, it's not nice.
And you know what? Don't film ghosts neither. They won't like it.
They don't. Well, they like to. Don't they like the fame?
Fame?
Yeah.
They're dead.
Bill
Wilkins would have loved the fame, though. He was a sassy bitch.
Yeah, absolutely. But alright, yeah. So that was. I don't know if that was real or fake. It just says top 5 encounters.
That was a complete waste of time. I'm so mad you made us watch.
I'm sorry, I apologize, guys. But yes, thank you. That YouTube channel, TULT. Thank you so much for the maybe waste of time. But that was it for this episode. The next time you will hear from us, we'll be talking about Annabelle Comes Home. Finally, she's been out. She's been out.
She's been out technically the whole time. She's been not home, but now she's home.
Finally, she's home. But before she gets home, where can they find you, man?
Well, I'm going to pick up my camera, pick up my GoPro.
Okay. Your drone.
Go out into a field.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be looking for La Llorona because that woman stole my internet for about 5 minutes. During recording? Recording La Llorona? So I'm gonna get my baseball bat. And I'm gonna go have some words from her.
The Annabelle doll didn't do it. The nun didn't do it. But
La
Llorona?
They were respectful.
Yeah.
La Llorona came in here and she made it all about herself, and I gotta go have some words with her now.
Thank you. Of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. I'm on YouTube, YouTube Music as well. And I'm also on Instagram. And I'm also on TikTok, Brown Boy Wonder Podcast, where I post clips and stuff. And of course, I'm on Facebook. If any Facebook goers out there, I'm out there too, Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. Other than that, let's not weep and clap.
Ugh.
Actually, that sounds wrong. Let's not do that.
It's always sounded wrong. It's been wrong the whole time.
I apologize. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow. Welcome to the second annual of the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. It's since it's a spooky season, my guest and I are of course going through the Conjuring Universe in this month of October. My guess, I don't know if he's tired from last episode, but I think he's now feeling the love now. It's a Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling great because today we're coming home.
Yes, as you've mentioned, we are coming home. Annabelle.
Something that the England national football team can never do. We're bringing it home.
Exactly. Of course, we are talking about our girl, Annabelle. She is comes home, which was released in 2019. Same year as La Llorona, which is crazy, I guess. It is directed by Gary Duberman as well, and a story by James Gunn, and of course, our Gary Duberman.
James Wan.
Excuse me. I put James Gunn.
James, I was like, what? I was in a spit take. I was like, what? Did I miss something?
This is not part. Yeah.
I know James Gunn is a big Warner Brothers guy now.
Yes, big guy. He's a big guy over there. This is not a DC product. This is a James Wan product. Excuse me. But yes, excuse me. I think I threw everybody off while listening here. But Scholar, who is in this film, man? Who's the cast?
Well, first and foremost, and they're not in it a lot, but they're in it enough to get me excited. It's our favorites of all time. Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson as Lorraine and Ed Warren. They are in this film because I would describe Annabelle Comes Home as like Conjuring 2.5. You know? This isn't Conjuring 3, but there's the Warrens their presence is felt.
Okay. That is true. You are correct. You are correct.
Maybe like 2.2. 2.25.
A little bit. All right.
As for our main characters, we've got McKenna Grace as Judy Warren. She's taking over as Ed and Lorraine's daughter, played by, I don't remember who played her before, some small child.
Yeah, this has been 3 Judys, right?
I think there might have been. I don't know if the difference between Conjuring 1 and 2, but this is Judy is our main character here, so they opted to get a fully I'm sure they held auditions. And McKenna Grace, listeners may know from actually lots of movies. She's the Ghostbuster girl now.
Yeah, she is.
And she was in I, Tonya, and she was in Malignant.
Yes.
She was the young version of the girl from Malignant.
She's a good actress.
She's in some stuff, yeah.
I like her in this one. Who else?
She's all right here. She's kind of similar to the character she plays in Ghostbusters in a way.
Yeah, it's like her younger
attitude,
self.
cadence, the way she talks. It's very similar.
Absolutely.
And then our other 2 mains here are Madison Eisman, who plays Mary, and Katie Seraphy. I'm not sure.
Safari? Yeah.
I don't think so. That's offensive. And then we've got a young man named Michael Cimino, I think.
Yeah.
Or Cimino. I think it's Cimino, though. Who plays Bob's Got Balls.
Yes, man. I want to say right now. We've been through how many movies?
This would be the 8th one, I think.
Okay, this is the 8th Conjuring Universe movie, and I will say right now, Bob is my favorite character.
Whoa!
In the whole universe, he is my favorite.
Is that including Ed and Lorraine?
Take him out, but
take Ed and Lorraine out. It's kind of a rule that I have watching anything, any series, any show.
Yeah.
Where I'll use The Walking Dead as an example. I have not watched The Walking Dead in many years, and I didn't get past like the Negan when Negan showed up. So I can't speak to. But I'll just use that example because there's lots of characters, and people could pick their fan favorites like Daryl or Carl. No one's favorite was Carl, but you know what I mean. Yeah. But it's just like. Rick was awesome. Rick is our main character, and he was great. He's a great actor, Andrew Lincoln.
Absolutely.
But it's just like, who's your favorite character? Well, I'm not gonna say Rick because that's the boring answer.
Yeah.
You know, other than Rick, Daryl or Glenn or whatever,
Right.
or One Piece, the anime One Piece or the live action
Sure.
One Piece. You know,
Sure.
it's like, oh, who's your favorite character? Well, I'm not gonna say Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
So other than Luffy, you know. So
Yeah, it's like Avatar, Aang, or
yeah, there you go.
don't pick
Another
Aang.
good example.
Oh,
Don't pick Aang. You gotta say Sokka
exactly.
or Toph. Toph's my favorite.
Or Momo.
Oh, he became your favorite?
I remember
you
at
hated
the
that
end,
dude when he showed up.
he was literally the worst character in cartoon history.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything, but until the very end, he did something. So he is
There
my
you
favorite
go.
character.
All right, so not including Ed and Lorraine, you're saying Bob's Got Balls is your favorite character of this whole series. Better than Tuco.
Oh! Yeah. It'd be Bob and then Tuco.
Well,
Bob
because Tuco wasn't even his real name. So I think that's you're not gonna forget Bob's Got Balls.
Oh no, I can never forget. Yes, Bob is he is like, I feel like he was like me if I was back in the 70s or something. I don't know. I feel like I relate to Bob.
You had a connection with Bob's Got Balls.
Yes. Yes, I did.
I like that.
I don't know if you want to get to the rest. Obviously, it kind of spoils it.
Yeah, there's some monsters. There's some characters that aren't really important, don't really show up that much. So I think we're gonna leave it at what I've said already.
All right, that was the cast there, and the budget. What do you think the budget was for this one?
Well, we had to get the Warrens back, and we used the same house, the same sets. That is their house. Same hallways that we saw the nun in. The same room with all this stuff, all those props. $30 million.
You said 70?
I said 30.
Oh, close. It is.
Ooh.
Well, actually, you're in the range. It is between 27 and 32 million dollars.
Oh, it's one of those where they it's somewhere in there. I hate when they do that. Where'd it go then? Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Did James Gunn take it? That's what they had to take out. You said between 27 and what?
32.
All right, so they had to take out $5 million because they accidentally wrote a check to James Gunn.
He
They were
was
like, did he write this?
I mean, there's a lot of James out there, and James Gunn is one of them. Box office. What is the box office for this one?
Well, Annabelle came home, right? So it's got to be $1 billion.
She came home. She came home. Okay, billion. That is close, high.
No, not a billion. 300 million.
You're close. It is 231 million.
Okay, less than.
So it's good. So every time these movies come out, people are watching them, which is good. They are watching.
Yeah. I think it's amazing that Annabelle, the series Annabelle, shook off the bad first one. People came back for creation, and then this one. This one is a lot of fun.
I think so too.
It's kind of so when looking back at this series before rewatching them, I remembered this one as like, oh, that one's my favorite. Because, and it's kind of a spoiler to like how the story shakes out. It becomes like a rated R Goosebumps. Specifically the movie with Jack Black, where like the book, all the monsters get out of the book and they're all around town, kind of. I mean, monsters don't go that far in this, but it's if everything in the museum came alive at night, you know.
Honestly, it is kind of like that. Yeah.
Watching it now, I would not say this one's my favorite. I really enjoyed this one though. My rating may not reflect that super great because I think this movie has a styles clash, not AJ Styles, but a styles clash with the rest of the series. And I'm not just talking about just the Annabelle movies, but The Conjuring as well. I think.
Oh, you're saying like it doesn't look like the other ones?
It looks like him. It just doesn't feel like it. It feels a little more. So in the first Conjuring movie, and again, this isn't a Conjuring movie, but also it's not really an Annabelle movie either. Annabelle is the catalyst that starts what's going on.
Yeah.
But so like in the first Conjuring movie, the spirit is Bathsheba, who was a witch that was, making mothers kill their children, whatever, like La Llorona. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then in the second Conjuring movie, it's Valek, who is a fallen angel demon who's controlling other spirits to get the Warrens into a trap, and this one. All right, I'm gonna give one spoiler. There's a werewolf, and there's another guy, and there's a lady that's kind of like the nun in La Llorona again. It's It just seems like you got your big heavy hitters, like, okay, there's this villain, there's this villain, there's this villain, and then we just kind of throw in some extras. It felt like, when you see superheroes on The Boys, and you're like, oh, that guy's a fake Spider-Man, and that guy's a fake a parody of Batman or whatever. You're like, okay. But so like if the nun is one of the real villains of this, we just kind of have some like background ones in this one, which there's fun stuff with them, and there's cool visuals and stuff that I like, but it doesn't feel like it really fits super great in the universe.
I know you're trying to say, like, yeah, it's not. It's, of course it's copying like the other ones, but it's doing it in a different way.
Yeah.
That's what you mean.
I still think I like this movie a lot more than most people do. Because I was looking at the ratings for it, and a lot of people were giving it under 3 stars. I did not give it under 3 stars.
I know. What did I give this thing? I'm sure it's not. This movie's not that bad.
No, it's fun. Like I was saying, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I like the characters. I like moments. There's certain good bits. We'll just talk about it, and we'll give our thoughts as we go.
Well, I was gonna give it my rating when I watched it.
Give me your rating. Give me your rating.
I gave it 4 out of 5.
You gave it a 4. You gave it a 4. I'll say, just to match yours, I gave mine a 3, but it's like a 3 with an asterisk of it's fun. It's like I really enjoy it.
I think it's because of the characters made it fun. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And then there it is. All right, let's get into it here, guys. Annabelle comes home. Thank God.
I'm glad she's home.
Yeah, home and safe. We revisit back to the demontologists Ed and Lorraine Warren. Taking the demonic Annabelle doll from nurses Debbie and Camilla.
These chicks show up all the time, huh?
Yes, but I don't know if you noticed, but is it a reshoot for this scene? Because it's a different camera.
There's extra stuff, so I think it is a reshoot, but I think it's the same people?
It is the same people. I checked. I had to check. I actually stopped watching and looked at on YouTube. It's like, is this the right same people? I looked at the cast. They're the same people.
Okay.
But I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you. Again, I looked back at the original scene. The original Annabelle looks like Annabelle, but for this movie, she looks a little different.
She looks a little beat up.
No, a little bit. But the thing is, for this one, she looks smaller. When they reshoot the scene here, they made her smaller and made her eyes bigger. It's a different. But then the original is more like a doll, and this one's more like Chucky.
Interesting. Maybe they were hoping for a crossover to fight.
They gotta. during the drive back home, they were stopped by a cop because there was some crime scene ahead. The cop said, "Nice doll." Ed said, "That's what you think."
The cop was kind of a jerk.
A little bit.
Ed was
Now-
Ed was also saying some stuff too. He was like, "Do you need any help?" And he was like, "You a doctor or something?" Or something.
Oh.
I can talk to the dead people. No, I can't. My wife can talk to the dead people.
He's just speaking riddles. But I did mention in the last episode we talked about La Llorona. Lorraine sees a woman standing by the crime scene, and it looks like Patricia from the Curse of La Llorona. That was her.
I didn't get that at all. You sure? Was it actually her?
It is her. It's a scene where Anna tries to goes to the scene of Carlos and Tomas. It was that scene, and then when Patricia's like, "Oh, it was all your fault," that was her standing right before she comes in.
I'm gonna have to go back and check on this. I don't remember this at all.
It's quick. It's quick. It's like within 5 seconds. You just see her standing there in the crime scene.
We'll see.
So there is the crossover. It is at least. Hopefully, I'm telling the truth here, but that's what I've seen, and it's the truth. I don't know. All right. After that, the Warrens are now on their way, but their car starts to break down. Where are we in a thriller music video?
Are you saying that the when there was like the accident, that's where she was, where the cop is like, "Get out of here."
Yeah, like when Anna arrives to the scene of Carlos and Tomas of when they're drowned, and then Patricia was there, and she was screaming at Anna like, "Oh, you did this." It was that scene. It's right after Carlos and Tomas died.
I don't think so. I think
it has to be her.
It has to be her?
Yeah.
Well, wait, wasn't there? Now you got me scrubbing through footage.
They gave her that shot in this movie. They showed her there.
Yeah, the shot definitely lingered. I assumed it was.
It has to be La Llorona.
That's the dead person from like an accident. Because then there's another dead person that's in the back of the car, right? And she's like, "I'm cold," and Lorraine's like, "You just died."
No. That was I'm talking about before that.
I know, but I'm saying I think that's why we see her, this lady in the shot here, is because it's the same lady.
Is it?
I don't know. Now you got me confused. Because the shot when you see the lady there, it's not close enough. But there's like road flares and a lot of police lights. I felt it was an accident, but they just didn't show the accident because the budget was small.
Damn. I mean, you might be right because the dead girl behind her was talking about she getting in the accident.
Yeah.
But I thought that was Patricia. Check that scene again. Is that Patricia? Just standing there?
Well, you put me in a position now where, like, now I either we say it's Patricia and we're having fun, or I'm say we can't have fun.
I don't know.
We're gonna say it's Patricia. We're gonna say it's her.
Yes.
We're gonna go on with our lives.
Good. So it is disconnected.
Sure.
Those. All right. So yeah. So the car broke down. It gets really foggy.
It gets very foggy.
Yeah, like it's too foggy. If you put this in black and white, I don't think you can see anything.
No.
Ed checks the hood, and Lorraine pulls out her map, and she's trying to see where the hell they are. And by the way, Annabelle is just chilling in the back.
She buckled in, or was she just sitting there?
I think she was just sitting. I don't think they buckled her in.
I would have
buckled up, Teddy. I would too. But actually, I wouldn't. But when was the last time you pulled out a map, Skylar? Like a physical map?
A physical paper map?
Yeah.
Never. I think we are from the age where, like, when we were 5 or 4 years old, that was the last age, the last era that our parents would have had a roadmap in, like, the glove box. But then, by the time that and you know, we're small, so we're in the backseat. Doesn't matter, doesn't count. Cars had cassette players in them still.
Yes.
So, but by the time that we were old enough to start sitting in the front seat, our parents would have printed off directions from Google Maps or something.
Quest maps.
MapQuest.
MapQuest.
Exactly. Wow. But now you just punch in directions on your phone. And you know what? I'm not nostalgic for printing off paper. The phone is so much easier.
It is so much easier, but how did our parents know how to read a map? And
Bullshit, they didn't. I don't know how they got places.
that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you?
Because if you got it on, God, we're sounding like bullshit millennials now, but that's what we are. But like, if you got the directions on the phone, and you mess up, and let me tell you, brother, I'm gonna mess up. I'm gonna take the wrong exit, or I'm gonna miss an exit, or something. Then what does your phone do? It says rerouting.
Yes.
Now go this way. Oh, thank you. But you got one parent in the front with this big ass map that covers the entire windscreen, and you got another parent just being like screaming, like where do I go? No, we don't. That is a technological advancement that I think needed to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Was it Garvin? The original, not on the phone, but the Garvin GPS navigator. Yeah, that kind of started it off.
Sure.
I remember having that. I was like, this is fun. I was like in the hotel. For some reason, I was in the hotel room with this guy navigator. And I was like, I was working on it. And I was like, okay, go this way. I'm like, I can't. I'm not in the car.
I'm not in the car.
Yeah, that was a different story.
That's a weird story.
I know. I don't know.
Why was it in the car?
I know. I took it out of the car and I brought it to the hotel room. I'm like, okay, let me see how it works.
Were you supposed to have it? Were you supposed to take it out of the car?
I don't think so.
Was your father upset?
I don't think he remembers.
Well, no, but was he at the time? Was he mad?
I think I brought it back to the car when we were leaving.
And then he said, "Bro, did you take this out of the car?" And then he picked you up and he threw you.
we bring this every time. Let's move on here.
It keeps coming up and it's funny.
All right.
You know what? You're lucky that I didn't bring it up in the last movie when we were talking about Child Protective Services.
Oh. You should have actually. That would be the right place to do that. All right. So we see Lorraine pull out that big map. Lorraine looks on the right of herself, and it's the Maryville Cemetery. Very spooky. Lorraine looks straight, and behind her is a dead girl. She said, "I like your doll."
Thank you.
Lorraine was like, "Fuck."
I think she handled it pretty well.
I wouldn't.
No.
She looks behind her, and what happened, Skylar? What happened to the dead girl when she looked behind her?
I don't remember.
She disappeared.
Oh, of course. Well, yeah. See, you keep like you're like, what happened? And I'm like, I don't know. And then you're like, nothing happened. And I'm like, well, come on, you can't trick me.
I'm sorry. Lorraine looked straight again, and the dead girl said, "I feel cold."
It's because you're dead.
Yeah. Lorraine adjusts her interior rear view mirror to see herself, or I guess the backseat. We just see her eyes.
Yeah.
Lorraine told the girl, "You were in an accident." The girl said, "I was?" A huge ass horn started to erupt due to Ed. Ed said, I'm sorry.
He pokes his little head out, and he's like, oops, my bad. And everyone's like, Ed, you rascal.
Lorraine looks on her right and sees dead people standing there. What did you send? I can... Hold on, guys.
I sent the picture.
No, there it is. That is that. I will post that right here. That's that right there. Yes. Lorraine. Yeah, Lorraine looks on her right, and she sees dead people looking at her as well.
All from the cemetery. They're all coming out to see what's going on.
Yeah, they gotta see, like, hey, they gotta stretch their legs. Ed fixes the car, and he slams the hood. And then there's dead people behind Ed.
Oh, there's too many dead people.
A lot of dead people. One of the dead people... well, I'm about to say that right now. One of the dead people yeeted Ed so hard to the ground. All of a sudden, a huge truck with white headlights is about to run over Ed. Ed did like this, Neo dodging maneuver where he just dodged the big truck. And the truck driver says, "Dude, I don't know what happened, man. It's like someone took over my truck." The camera pans to the Annabelle doll. Lorraine is like, "It's the doll, Ed. It's the doll."
It's a conduit.
Yes. They got home, and now Annabelle is locked in a sacred glass case in the couple's artifacts room to ensure the evil is contained. Oh,
You have
good
to.
scene. Yeah, you have to. Good scene here. We are rolling with the Warrens here.
Yeah, it serves as a good reminder of the Annabelle doll's power that it causes. Like, she describes it perfectly. It's like a beacon to other stuff.
Yeah.
So like things are drawn to it. This movie, that's why I said it's not really an Annabelle movie, is because the first one, which is bad, and the second one, which is good, are revolving around the demon that is tethered to the Annabelle doll.
Yeah.
This one is about the Annabelle doll summoning other things.
Yeah, she has like a crew now, an entourage.
Yeah, basically, she forms one. So when she says it's a beacon, and then they bring it home, and we see it get blessed and put in the thing.
Good.
Yeah, good. I like that. So the explanation we're given in the first Conjuring is that we put the doll in this glass case, and then a priest comes in and blesses it like every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But in this, and I'm not saying this facetiously, where Ed is like, the writers were thinking, yeah, this is a glass case, that's not enough. So Ed says, like, where's that church glass we had? We got from the church they tore down before it happened. So they build a custom-built case of holy glass, and they just bless it with holy water, and they put it in there. They say, you're stuck. But we see before it's locked in that it just being around makes some of the other artifacts kind of like move, light up, do stuff.
Yeah. They I feel like they're jealous of Annabelle, right? She has her own glass.
No, they don't want to be in there.
That's true. I don't want to be in there.
It's too late. You're going in.
But she's coming home. I'm coming home. Oh, no, P. Diddy. Sorry. No P. Diddy.
Oh, my goodness.
I have to apologize. I was singing his song. I apologize. It's a great song. It's one of my favorite songs of his. No Diddy here. Sorry, guys.
Good songs made by bad people.
It happens.
Happens a lot.
Yes. R. Kelly. Sometimes later,
Drake.
allegedly, the Warrens welcome Mary Ellen, who will be in charge of babysitting their daughter Judy. Thoughts on this babysitter and now Judy, who's slightly older?
Don't ask me the thoughts on the babysitter. I gotta look up how old the actress is. What?
No, I looked up. She is 27.
27. All right. She's a cutie. How about that? You like that? You like that answer?
Sure, yeah. I don't know if she's the same actress from Zombieland 2, where she was the blonde one.
I didn't see Zombieland 2.
Me either, but there's that girl with Emma Stone. She was like,
you know who she is? You know who she is? And I didn't see these movies either, but she's in the new Jumanji movies.
Oh, she was
before they become The Rock and Jack Black and Danny DeVito or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, she was. Her character was Jack Black.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Probably. I don't know.
Hold on, I have a bug here. Hold on, guys.
A bug?
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Is it a spooky bug?
It's a segmented little thing. Hold on.
The hell? This is the most haunted recording session we've ever done.
Sorry, guys. I killed it.
You just ended a life live on the podcast.
Sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. Sorry. It was very long and it was gonna go on my computer.
What kind of bug
I apologize.
was it? Now I'm terrified.
No, it's like it's like a nematode, whatever that is. I don't know. But yes, Mary Ellen.
Oh, so I'd like to read this excerpt here from the actress who plays Mary Ellen, Madison Eisman. This is from her Wikipedia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Under personal life, it says she has a cat, and I like that. I think that's cool.
There you go.
Because I also have a cat.
Yes, Marilyn Madison. If you're listening to this, I got a cat.
I've got a cat too. So we're very similar in that way.
Absolutely. But yeah, I believe she's really good in this. Of course, Judy here, as we always mention her, she's also great in this too.
Mm-hmm.
While they travel overnight to investigate another case, what's her name? Mary Ellen and Judy are gonna be together for a bit.
Babysitting.
Yeah, babysitting a lot.
Classic. Nothing more classic than being a babysitter in a scary movie set in the 70s. That's as classic as it gets.
Very classic. Very stereotypical too. At school, Judy notices a ghostly priest looking at her. Very spooky.
Yeah, what the hell? What's going on?
Yeah, a priest in the middle of the recess playground. I don't like that.
Well, right off the bat, it's very clear that they're saying that Judy has the same gift that her mother has.
Yes.
They kind of leave it as they say it later. She's like, I could see it, like my mom can see it. It's like, yeah, we know. It wasn't that hard to put together.
She made it more like scary, spooky, which is pretty good. I like her acting here.
Well, yeah, the way it fits here, and it's something that I'm sure, that I know that Lorraine alluded to in, say, The Conjuring 2, is that we're seeing the early stages of you're young and you don't know what's going on, but you have to deal with death because you can see death.
Yeah,
it's more of a curse than it is a blessing, and so we're kind of seeing that through Judy, which is neat.
It's good. It's good. Mary Ellen is getting some food for Judy's birthday party, but she encounters her friend Daniela at I guess Kroger or some grocery store here.
Kroger existed in the 70s.
I think it did. Okay, Roger. I'm sure it did. Daniela was talking about how great a babysitter she is, and she tries to hook Mary Ellen with the cashier boy, Bob.
Bob's
together.
Got balls.
Oh, we'll see. Well, Bob says they're talking to each other while they're checking out. Bob says there are rumors about the Warrens, but he won't tell them. He also lives across the street from them.
Yeah, Daniela is very, very interested in the Warrens because Mary Ellen is babysitting at the Warrens and staying at the
Yeah.
Warrens, and Daniela's like, "Oh, the Warrens, they do stuff. I read they have ghosts and they do things with ghosts and all that stuff." And Bob's got balls. You live next to the Warrens. Have you seen a ghost? What are the Warrens like? And at first, it's very much like, wow, this Daniela girl, she's kind of selfish and like in your face, and she wants to have a ghost experience or something.
Sure.
But we learn more about what's going on with her in a little bit.
Well, at this moment, do you think she's a good friend right now?
Yeah, she's not a bad friend by any means. She's
Yeah.
definitely got stuff. She's thinking of stuff, and she might be planning to be up to no good because she wants to go to the Warrens' house. But she's not being a bad friend per se because she told Bob's Got Balls that Mary Ellen's got a crush on him, and now Bob's Got Balls knows that he's got a chance, you know?
Yeah.
And we're all rooting for Bob's Got Balls.
Dude, I wish I had his
Balls.
I'll say no further. At school, Anthony.
Well, wait, don't forget to talk about how they're in the grocery store, right? And the manager, who is Bob's dad, comes over and he's like, "This lady dropped spaghetti sauce and it looks like a murder scene. Go clean it up." And then when the girls leave, the lady steps up and she's covered in like red sauce, and she just says, "There's been an accident."
Again, good scene here. There's comedy. In these movies. Finally,
this movie has levity. It has funniness to it.
Yeah. All right. I know. Again, I think I mentioned that she kind of looked like the Animal Doll. The way she was dressed.
Who did?
The can lady.
Yeah, no.
But that's a different story. At school, Anthony Rios is bullying our Judy at school. But don't worry, Mary Ellen saved the day.
Yeah, she said, "Get your punk ass out of here. I'm going to tell your big sister." And he ran away crying, basically.
Yeah, kind of. Judy's friend can't make it to the party because she said her parents said she's not really prepared to process death yet.
It's a birthday party. That's what
says. That's what she says. It's a birthday party.
Yeah, Judy is the weird girl with weird ghost hunting parents, and no one's allowed to go to her birthday party. Very sad.
That is sad. As Judy and Mary Ellen walks away, Judy still sees the same ghost, priest ghost.
Get out of here, man!
Yeah, man.
And then we see the statue, the little bronze statue that says in memory of Father Michael Morrissey.
Yes.
Was there a character in a previous movie called Father Morrissey?
I don't think so.
I don't know. That sounded familiar to me. And I looked it up. I'm like, that's not the guy from Annabelle and La Llorona, is it? And it wasn't.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like we watched some movie that had a Father Morrissey in it. But maybe I'm crazy.
Maybe they mentioned in this universe, but I guess we glanced over it.
Who knows? There's just a lot of priests running around.
Yeah, man. Leave Judy alone. The hell?
I agree. Leave Judy alone.
Yeah. Judy and Mary Ellen. It's like Mary Jane, Mary Ellen. Is that like a common two-name phrase? I keep reminding myself that that's not Mary Jane. That's Mary Ellen.
Mary Ellen.
Yeah. Judy and Mary Ellen are preparing for the.
But is her name? Her name is Mary Ellen, right? Like that is her first name, because on the cast list here, like we got Ed and Lorraine Warren, Judy Warren, Daniela Rios. Even Bob's got a last name that I don't even think they ever say in this.
No,
but it just says Mary Ellen, implying that Ellen's her last name, but they call her Mary Ellen.
Well, yeah, like how they call in Spider-Man Mary Jane. So
Yeah, well, we know her name is Mary Jane Watson.
yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
like
I'm
it's
just
like
saying we
that.
don't know for sure.
It's like those 1970s,
I'm not.
60s
Listen,
names.
I think you're saying I don't believe it's a name. I do. I believe it's a name. I'm just saying they didn't tell us her last name, and upon listed the names, like there's not a hyphen
That's
or
true. Yeah.
anything. It just says Mary Ellen. So I'm like, why is she the only one without a last name, or are people just calling her full name the whole time?
No, that's weird. Who does that?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Couldn't be me.
Yeah.
I almost called you by your full name, but I'm not
Yeah.
doing that.
Oh, don't do it. Yeah. So they're preparing for the birthday party here. Somebody is knocking the door, and it's Daniela, who arrives uninvited to the Warrens' home. Daniela gave Judy rollerblades for her birthday party or her birthday gift.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, I have never rode rollerblades before.
I think those were roller skates because the difference between God, what a good podcast this is. The difference between roller blades and roller skates is roller skates you've got like 4 wheels or whatever on both sides. But roller blades are a bunch of wheels in one row, like an ice skate,
Yeah. So it's roller skates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Again, I never used them, so
No, me neither.
I had a scooter.
A razor scooter?
Yeah, the one that hits your ankle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I had those.
They'll suck.
This is the millennial episode. We're just talking about all of our childhood stuff.
Yeah.
There's nothing more painful than when you hey, watch this. You spin the razor scooter around, it hits you in the ankle. You drop to the ground screaming.
It hurts.
Did you have a razor flip phone?
I did. I had the Motorola.
Oh, me too. What color?
It was gray.
You know when you dropped those things and the back flew off and you couldn't find it?
It's over. It's done.
Just the battery flies out and everything. Those things were not made to be dropped.
That's why you should get a Nokia. They last long.
Oh yes.
But yeah, as Mary Ellen and Judy goes outside to test the roller skates, Daniela sneaks into the artifacts room and kinda releases some Annabelle B. Mullins.
She's told do not snoop, and she immediately starts snooping.
Yes.
And she's
touching stuff.
She's trying to get into the artifact room and it's locked. So she goes into the office and she's rooting around. And I was like, when she was going into that office, I was thinking, oh, is the nun painting still there? Surely the nun painting's not still there, is it? And then the nun painting wasn't there, and I was disappointed.
No, I mean,
why would you keep that?
Lorraine. Yeah, Lorraine would be pissed.
But also, I wish it was there.
Maybe
Maybe it's like under a tarp in the artifacts room. That's where I would think it would go.
Maybe in the attic?
No. We have a room for haunted stuff. Why would we not put it in there?
Oh, that's true.
But anyway, she finds the key in the office.
Yes.
She tells a picture of Jesus not to judge her.
Yeah.
And then she it's funny that she thought she could even get in that door. Like she was like, "Oh, it's locked."
Yeah.
And then when she gets the key and then starts to unlock it, we see how many locks there actually are.
There's a lot. There's a lot of slots. But yes, so the real reason why she was there is because she's trying to talk to her deceased dad.
That's true. First she's rooting around with stuff and she lets you know what? I said goosebumps earlier, but what this also reminds me of is the scene in Cabin in the Woods where they all go down to the basement and the gimmick is like whichever thing they pick up and interact with or whatever they touch or whatever they activate, that's going to be the monster that comes up, right?
Yeah.
And so, and then there's all kinds of stuff like a conch shell and like a little Hellraiser box, and they end up getting like the diary that has the zombie family. So like this, she walks past a werewolf book with like big scratches on it. That's very cartoony.
Yeah.
And you see Annabelle back there. There's that little haunted ass board game that they play later.
Yes,
hell?
Freely Mealy. Yeah.
Mealy Mealy.
And another one called The Ferryman. So we have a lot of things in store here.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is being set up. Different kinds of things. There's a wedding dress.
Yeah. But yeah, she was trying to talk to her dad. But she couldn't talk to her. So Daniela heard a big thud, and it came from the Annabelle doll. It looked like she went head first to the glass.
She tried to spear through the glass.
Yeah, she was like that. She's basically saying, "Get me out of here!
Let me in. Let me out.
Let me out!"
I just had a thought.
Yeah.
In the first movie, the first Conjuring movie, there's that whole segment where the Annabelle doll gets out and is in the rocking chair in the Warrens' house, and Judy and Lorraine's mom or whatever, they're running around because the Annabelle doll got out.
Mm-hmm.
How did it get out if it was in the church glass?
I don't know. I mean, maybe she moved. I mean, that might be a plot hole too.
Well, it's a plot hole in between movies that were like 6-7 years apart in technically different series. So it's not. Yeah. It wasn't supposed to matter. Plot holes like that you can't dwell on. Like the answer is, well, the writers didn't think about it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think no one would think about it until now.
No. I didn't think about it until just now, and I watched this movie earlier today.
There you go. That's why we do this rewatch. Just to cover the plots.
Come up with dumb questions that piss everyone off.
Yeah, so that's what we do. But yeah, she did a little thud to the glass. Daniela gets close to the doll and she reads the sign: "Do not open."
Positively, do not open.
Do not open. But Skylar, what did she do?
Well, let me tell you. She opened it.
She opened it, yes.
She unlocked it. She opened it. And she didn't lock it again.
Nope. She pushed the Annabelle doll back to her chair. She held her for a bit as well, too. And I'm thinking the Annabelle doll is like, yes, I'm free.
And then when Danielle runs out of the room because the smoke detector started going off, Annabelle doll leans forward again, and the door to her little cage slowly creaks open, and Annabelle goes yeet right out of that thing.
She literally did, and then
That's
she
really
said,
funny to watch her just like ragdoll out of there.
I don't know how they did it in in the movie. Like how did they have like a string?
No, the tiny actress inside the Annabelle doll leaned forward. No, I'm kidding. That's not real.
Okay. Maybe that had like a string or something, but an invisible string. But it was cool.
If I had to guess, it was probably I'll make it sound fancy and say a mechanism. There's probably a hole in the wall behind, and they just pushed it with a broom.
I guess.
Or like a little rig on the chair so that like the chair would like lean forward and she'd slump out. You got to get clever. That's what's fun about horror movies, is getting clever about practically pulling stuff off.
And that's why we like it. But yeah, as you mentioned, the cake is burned. And by the way, when we were looking at all the room in the artifact room, like again, you can make so many movies with all these things. But
that's gotta be they were hoping for that, right? Like the Conjuring Universe is slowing down now that we're in 2024, and they're saying that they're doing the last Conjuring movie. I didn't know that the newest one was going to be the last one.
Me either.
And then they're I don't think they're doing any more Annabelle, and they're not really doing any more spin-off stuff. I don't know if the Nun 2 sets up for a third Nun movie. I don't know. But
I don't remember the ending, but I do remember the movie, but I don't remember the ending of Nun 2. But
at the time, they had to have been hoping, like,
something.
maybe we'll get a Ferryman movie, or a Bride movie, or a Bob's Got Balls movie.
Something. Since the last movie, maybe they could make a TV show out of these demon spirits. Well, who knows? Put it on Max.
You make a... I don't want to say this and put this out in the world and give people ideas, but all right, I'll say it because we're here. Okay. This is the podcast. God damn it! You age up Judy Warren like 10 years, and she's like 16 years old or whatever, or even older. Maybe she's like 24. And Ed and Lorraine are gone. They're not dead because they were real people that really existed, and we know the years they died. But they're not around, and Judy Warren is her own demonologist, and she does demonology on a TV show, and every season or episode is a new thing.
It sounds like Supernatural.
It sounds like Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
That too. There's a mix of those. Okay, I mean, I would watch that.
Supernatural. I never watched Supernatural, but from the gist of it, they really did do what you could do with this premise. So
yeah,
that's why I'm saying we don't need it. I think it's happened.
Sure, that makes sense. By the way, I saw Supernatural back in the day when it was on TV, but I never saw it like fully. And then again,
it went on for like 11, 12 years.
Yeah, 11, 12 seasons. And I was like, okay, let me try to get back into this thing. And I checked each episode. It's like about an hour long. And there's like 20 episodes. And there's 11, 12 seasons. And that's after the first episode. And after I saw Negan, or the actor who plays Negan.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan, yeah?
Yeah, it's him. Or the guy who played it in Watchmen. I was like, I can't do it. It's too long. It's too long and too many episodes.
Yeah, you gotta watch Smallville instead.
I'm on episode... I think I stopped because the Penguin came out. So I'm stopped at episode 10 in season 1.
We're watching one episode of Smallville a week. You've been watching it for months. You're 10 episodes in. Then you stop watching it. You are not going to be done with Smallville until... You will be dead. You will not be alive anymore.
I'll be in my 60s, and I'll tell our group chat saying, guys, I did it. I finished Smallville.
I finished season 1.
I finished season 1. Yes. Exactly. All right. What's her face? Daniela burned the cake.
Yeah, she was given one job, and it was don't burn the cake and don't leave the kitchen. I guess that's 2 jobs, technically.
Yeah, a little bit. Judy is...
If she hadn't left the kitchen, she wouldn't have burnt the cake. That's all I'm saying.
You can say that. That's true. Judy is feeding them chickens, and Daniela comes by. Judy discusses about Anthony Rios being a bully, but it turns out, as Skylar says, turns out to be Daniela's little brother.
Crazy. What a world we live in.
Yeah, very small. Judy felt that her dad is gone. Excuse me. No. Daniela, excuse me, I typo that. Daniela felt that her dad is gone. Because Ed is not dead yet. Not until next year.
We're thinking he's going to die in the next movie, but we don't know when the next movie's set. And again, Ed Warren was a real man who didn't really die until 2009, did we say? 2008?
Around there, yeah.
He made it into the 21st century.
Oh, maybe the movie takes place around mid 2010s?
I think Ed Warren lived long enough to know what MySpace was. Unless he died in 2003.
No, I think it was late 2000s.
Lorraine
Yeah.
didn't pass away until 2019.
Right.
Well, the year that this came out.
Yes.
Actually, spoilers. This movie's dedicated to her in the credits.
Yes. That's a good spoiler.
Don't tell me that was your fun fact.
Yeah, it
That's not a fun fact.
it was my interesting fact. Well, when did Ed die?
I'm looking it up. You keep talking about the ghosts.
All right. Where am I here? Back to Mary Ellen. She's ordering takeout, and we finally know the address for the Warrens. It's
the movie doxed them.
it's 305. Sorry, 3506 Wayman Street. So Skylar.
Negra Royal Lane.
Yes. So do you want to visit this place, this house here?
Did you punch that into Google Maps to your map quest?
I did not yet.
Oh boy. Yeah, the Warren's house?
Yeah, we're going to Warren's house.
That's just somebody's house.
No, it's
If that's
the
a real
Warren's house.
address.
Well, by the end of this episode, we'll find out if it's a real place.
All
All
right.
right.
Ed Warren sadly passed away in 2006,
Oh,
and MySpace was founded in 2003.
yeah, but it got popular like 2006 and 7.
Sure, but it launched in August 2003, which
Sure.
means it's entirely possible that Ed Warren had a MySpace. What do you think his favorite song would have been? Elvis, Can't Help Falling in Love. Come on, surely.
Damn right, yeah, it is. And then his
Okay.
top 8 friends. His first has to be Lorraine,
Lorraine, his daughter,
his daughter, and then Annabelle, maybe.
the cop from the first movie.
Oh yes. The guy with the mustache.
The guy that got bit and then never appeared in another movie.
Mm-hmm. All right. Shout out to Ed's MySpace.
Yeah.
Somebody ring the doorbell a lot of times, and there's a few loud knock-ins occurred. Mary Ellen peeps through the eye hole, and no one is there. Of course, we're 8 movies deep in. As Mary Ellen walks away, someone outside said, "Is Annabelle there?" Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
Mary Ellen said, "Who?" The person said, "Can Annabelle come to play?"
No.
Mary Ellen opens the door and it's B from the original Annabelle. The Annabelle herself.
That's crazy.
Mary Ellen said, "I think you got the wrong house." We
And then
don't-
hit her with a baseball bat.
Bam! We don't have any Annabelles here. B said, "Yes, she is. She's right behind you." Mary Ellen checks behind her, and Bees runs away laughing. Hee ha hoo ha hee ha.
That's what she did.
Yeah. By the way, when that scene happened, I was like, "Oh, they're kind of copying The Strangers." 2008 was like, "Oh, is Tamara home?"
Ooh. Well,
is that more scary or is this scary?
Well, we know who Annabelle is,
Yeah.
so I don't know if that helps you get your answer.
We don't know who Tamara is.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Or even if there is a Tamara. But we know we not only that's definitely scarier because not only do we know who Annabelle is, we know who B is.
Right.
We know who's asking. We know who they're asking about. And when she says they're right behind you, we know who to expect. So,
right.
I would definitely say The Strangers is scarier.
Yeah, they never talked about Tamara after that. So, all right.
Did they ask if Tamara was home in the new one?
They did. No. She asked, like, "Is Tamara home?" And she's like, "Huh?" And then she left. But then they never mentioned again. Again, of course, it's a remake which should not exist.
When is because that's part 1 of 3. When is the next one coming out?
It is not coming out. I
No.
guarantee you it is
No,
not
no, no,
coming
no.
out.
They made them though.
Where are they at? We only have 2 months in this year.
Yeah, it was all supposed to come out in 1 year, just like the Horizon saga.
Oh, when a man comes around.
No, that's different.
Oh,
Upcoming.
yeah. When is Strangers Chapter 2 and 3 coming out? Because I'm not gonna watch that, or I might have to watch it.
It does not have a release date. It is
Gee.
expected. It is expected to be released in early 2025. They were all supposed to come out this year.
So
And the first one, the only person that saw it was you, and you hated it. So
literally the worst thing. I'd rather watch the original 10 times over again. But yeah, terrible. Chapter 1, Stranger Chapter 1, not it for me. Yeah, so what's her name? Annabelle. She runs away laughing. Daniela tells Judy that she still hope her dad is somewhere out there, somewhere. From the distance, Daniela sees what she sees is her dad by the patio. She checks the house and tries to go to the demon room, but Judy sees a white dressed woman upstairs.
La Llorona?
Maybe
No.
no. She goes upstairs and sees the Annabelle doll peeking through the door. She slowly opens the door and she sees Annabelle sitting on the chair. The door slowly closes by itself, but when Judy opens it again, the doll is not there. She checks under the bed and there's a note that reads, "Do a call back here.
Miss me?
Miss me." The bathroom door starts to shake, and Judy sees that same white dressed woman walking around the house from the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, she goes around the room and to the mirror in the room, and then across the room, the white dressed lady looked at Judy, and she's also bleeding everywhere. She pulled out a knife, cracks her head, and starts to charge at her. Judy picks up a cross, and then the next scene, Mary Ellen checks on Judy, and Judy is praying in the corner.
So this is our next monster, ghost, demon, spirit, whatever you want to call it, added to our rogues gallery here.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
She is called the Bride, as you would imagine.
Yeah,
I think she's also called, like, some things call her the Bloody Bride. So I've got a couple problems with the Bride.
Oh, what happened?
Well, number one, remember how in our last thing we were like, "Oh, La Llorona, she's just the nun, but not as cool."
Yeah,
kinda. In the movie, I'm not talking about the folklore, but in the movies, she's just like, "Oh, we already have the nun, so whatever." Well, this is just La Llorona, but not as cool. Like it's another step down.
It's like a tier. If you want to do a tier list, she's like she's an F, and then La Llorona is a B, and then the nun is like an A. So the Bride is not great.
Well, we will have our actual tier list at the end.
Yes,
of the Conjuring season. But
it's like a Pokemon evolution. You have the Bride at the beginning, and then you get La Llorona, and then you get the nun.
Yeah, kinda. So that's my first problem. Is she's just another version of lanky woman in a dress walking around all creepy, and then she runs at you with whatever. We've seen that quite a bit. To the extent also, her thing where the shot, we pan around the room, and she's through the window, the mirror, and that's the nun shadow. We've seen the nun shadow do that twice. And this lady stole it. The nun's gonna sue the Bride.
You know, she should. It's. I mean, what else can she do?
I mean, don't get me wrong. on its own, seeing her walk like past the windows and then we keep panning and then suddenly she's in the hallway. That's cool.
It's a good shot.
Not to and all the stuff that's like falling off the walls and like the cross turns upside down, which we've also seen before.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's total gimmick infringement. She walks through the mirror as well.
Maybe she's like Mick Foley. She has 3 different personas.
Oh, it's all the same person.
Yeah, it's the same person. Maybe.
Maybe. Well, so my last problem.
Yeah.
With the bride is originality, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Because you know, the nun Valak is a demon, a fallen angel. La Llorona, actual Mexican folklore. Then they're like, okay, well, we need to come up with another ghost for this. How about a bride, and she's covered in blood, and she's got a knife, and she'll yell at you and chase you.
It's like Prom Night with the original movie.
Well, a character, a serial killer bride, is literally from the Haunted Mansion ride at Disneyland.
Oh, it is.
I think they included the bride in the new movie as well.
They did.
Really bad, and I don't recommend that movie.
Yeah,
I recommend the Eddie Murphy one. That one's fun. Yes. But yeah, it's not very original.
No.
I mean, I guess if you're looking for like creepy imagery, but again, just woman in a dress. Again, we've seen it so many times. So
they could have. Yeah, they should have done something different.
This one, it's safe to say that the bride is not my favorite monster spirit from this movie.
Yeah, I agree. Judy tells Mary Ellen that she sees things like her mom, as we said. Mary Ellen tries to comfort her, and she said, "Not all ghosts are bad."
That's probably true.
Yeah. Daniela shows Mary Ellen the files of the victim who killed by the ferryman.
All right, I need you to. So, if you and I were looking through some stuff,
yeah,
and I came up to you and I was like, "Check this out, bro. There was this guy. He was called the Spooky Dookie Man, and he killed 37 people 50 years ago. And the last guy he killed, look at this. It's a picture, and he looks just like you. Would you take that well?"
Hell no. Absolutely not. Also,
I would say, get that shit out of my face.
Dude, also, he puts coins to cover their eyes, and that image is haunting.
Yeah, it's a real custom that they used to do.
I know, it is a custom, but it's not my custom.
It's spooky.
It is. She also talked about the Black Shuck, aka the werewolf.
Yeah,
it's about a hellhound that possessed a man in England, your neck of the woods.
I am not from England. American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, good movie.
It's a good movie made by a bad man.
Yes, and also the the werewolf is movies coming out too. So,
the Wolfman.
Sorry,
friend of the show.
Yes, absolutely.
Not really, but
no.
Saw.
Yes, he knows us.
Does he?
Doesn't know us. No, he doesn't know us.
Ah, damn it. So he made the new Invisible Man, and he's making the new Wolfman.
He's going places.
Good for him, dude. I've always liked his stuff. You know the movie Upgrade?
Great movie.
Good movie, man.
He knows how to. He should be the next Martin Scorsese. You know.
Yeah, maybe. He's very good at making movies. He's not good at pretending like he's dying from a poisoned cigarette.
No, he should win an Oscar for that.
I agree.
Mary Ellen asked about what do they do? What do they put coins on their eyes? And again, Judy showed up and said they used to put them over their eyes of the dead to pay the ferryman.
Listen, all right. So me as an adult man, I knew that.
Sure.
And also, I'm like, oh, Judy, you don't deserve to be bullied because stuff. This is a harsh world we're living in.
Yeah.
But then when they're like, why is that happening? And she walks in and she's like, it's an old custom where they like. I get why you're bullied though. Like, I don't agree with it, but I understand why it's happening. You need to stop.
Yeah, she's like the old lady in the back giving the ghost stories. I like it. I wouldn't bully her.
No, I don't bully her. I don't. Like I say, I don't agree with it. I'm just saying
You
I'm
won't
not
do it.
surprised it's happening.
It makes sense. Yeah. So Ferryman can take their souls to the underworld.
If you don't pay his toll, then he will take your soul.
It's like the Undertaker quote: "Digging holes and taking souls."
Undertaker did not say, you got to go and dig those holes.
Oh, if the Undertaker was in the Holes movie, I'm buying that on 4K.
You already bought it on 4K.
I did. I'll buy it again. The
Undertaker edition.
yeah. Daniela shows a picture of the moaners. Oh, excuse me.
Whoa.
The moaners. Yeah, that's what it says. The moaners bracelet, where Judy explains it helps you contact
Mourners. Mourners.
Excuse me. Mourners, not the other one that I just said.
Oh my
Mourners. The bracelet. Judy explains that it helps you contact your lost loved ones.
Would you use that
No.
to talk to your old parakeet?
Oh.
Who I think we established due to math and parakeet lifespans is probably not dead.
Yeah. My green parakeet must be still alive somewhere.
That's crazy.
Oh man! Imagine he flew here and he landed on my shoulder.
That'd be kind of spooky.
But it's a dead parakeet. No, let's not talk about it.
No. So you see the parakeet, and it lands on your shoulder. But then you're like, oh look, it's my parakeet, and I just see that it's that bug you killed earlier.
Oh god! Again. Where's the Saul guy? He needs to direct our movie.
James Wan?
No, the
Lee Winnell?
Lee Winnell. There, this is his name.
Okay, the other Saul guy.
Yeah, the other Saul guy. He needs to direct our film. But yes, bingo. That's what Daniela needs. That bracelet. Daniela talked. What am I saying here? Oh, right. Daniela talked about the doll, the Annabelle doll. And Judy said, do not talk about her. She's in the case for a reason.
We don't like her. Judy doesn't like her because she got out that one time.
Yes. Oh, yeah, especially in that... remember she was combing the... Yeah, that scene. I got it, Judy. I got it. Daniela just, she started to touch things and turn on the projector. It was the Warrens exercising someone. And Mary Ellen's like, turn that shit off.
Whoa.
Later that night, the girls play a board game, as we mentioned. Freely mealy.
Feely mealy, because you have to feel inside.
Feely mealy.
So, I'm confused, because this was in the haunted objects room. Was it not?
It was in the artifacts room.
Yeah, I'm going back. I'm looking.
No, it is. I remember.
I'm scrubbing the footage. I need to make sure. I'll take a screen cap if I have to.
It was showing with the ferryman and the black shuck and then the freely mealy. Yeah, free mealy.
Yeah,
I remember.
Absolutely, it was. It's right here. I'm looking at it.
Maybe it's not
it's under the black shuck. Box.
Maybe.
So, we need to get to the bottom of this and why, because then we see them getting the game,
Yeah.
but it's just like in a stack of board games in a room. So my first thought was, did what's her name? Daniela.
Yeah.
Did she take it out of there for some reason and be like, "Oh, we'll play this haunted game"? And I was like, "No, that doesn't make any sense." But then I was thinking, here's another two stupid things. First one is there a haunted version of Feely Mealy that they put away in the haunted objects room? But then Judy also just likes the game Feely Mealy, so they have a non-haunted version that they can play. Or Judy has a version of Feely Mealy in her room, and Ed and Lorraine also have a version that they just play sometimes in the haunted objects room. Now that doesn't really work. I feel like an idiot because only just now, live on the podcast, am I considering the possibility that Annabelle is loose and she put it there. Which, if I had to pick one that made the most sense in context of the film, it's that.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'll go with number 2. Like, they have their own separate games, board games.
That's the fun option, but I think the real one is that Annabelle put this here.
Damn, Annabelle. Well, let's get into the game here. How to play. How to
reach your hand in a terrifyingly black hole in this box.
Yeah.
And you hope you pull out something that's not gonna eat you.
Pretty much. It's just like Dune when Timothy Chalamet.
Oh, the Gom Jabbar.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that was the original. Free Mealy.
I've read Dune. Yeah. That seriously, she sticks her hand in, and it's not just dark. It is the absence of all light. There's nothing in there. She's reaching her hand into a black hole. Yeah,
it will come later in this movie here that it might not turn out well. It might be. I guess a little creepy. Mm-hmm. But Mary Ellen goes first. Before she pulls it out, the bell rang. Not bell rang. The doorbell rang.
It's the Undertaker.
Oh my god! But this is my favorite part here, actually.
Oh, of course, me too.
So Mary Ellen crush Bob is the one who knocked, aka he is Walter White.
Bob's got balls.
Yes, balls. Bob tries to riz, but the Pizza Man showed up and said,
Let's talk about Bob's riz. How do we think he did?
It's if you have to rate it as a boom or doom, it's a doom.
I think, well, no, because he's kind of a goofball idiot, but that's clearly what she likes about him, so it's working. I think what's hurting his riz is the only reason he's here is because he knows she already likes him. Like, he liked her too, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I think the only reason he was confident enough to knock on the door was because Daniela said earlier, like, hey, do
his crush on you. Come on. Yeah.
So that's why he's here. And even the pizza guy, who I love this pizza guy, I don't know, he's just some shaggy stoner. He shows up and he's like, bro, dude, you gotta woo her, man.
Yeah. Woo, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I actually love the part where he's like, guys like Mary Ellen need to be wooed. Don't you mean girls? What did I say?
Guys.
I like this guy.
Yeah, he just starts to laugh. The pizza guy. Should we give him a name?
No. His hat has a slice of pizza on it. He is the pizza guy.
The pizza guy said,
I'm gonna put the pizza guy on the list of of monsters from the Conjuring Universe.
We have to rate him in there. The pizza guy said there's only one way to woo her. Rock and roll.
Hell yeah, dude, I agree.
The pizza guy left, and Bob left to as well. But Mary Ellen said, "Oh, I forgot to ask you something, man. Why do they call you Balls?" Bob is like, "I work for the basketball equipment. No background story. Just like, hey, I need balls. I got balls."
That'll do it.
Pretty much.
Who's got
Bob.
balls? Bob's got balls.
Absolutely. Judy eats that pizza and was watching some game show, and they showed the real life Annabelle doll.
Raggedy Ann.
Raggedy Ann. Sorry, I had a different accent there.
You sure did.
They showed that doll, and then the TV turned off, and the remote disappeared too. Judy looks underneath the couch and found it, and the Annabelle doll was there too, also on the ground. She checks behind the couch, but the lights turned off. Both Daniela and Mary Ellen brought the birthday cake. They sings happy birthday. Daniela and Mary Ellen tucks in Judy. Judy gives a birthday invitation to Daniela, and hopefully she'll stop by.
Hopefully.
So that
we're friends now. I really like the small character arc. Not to imply that Daniela was ever like a mean or bad person, because we never see that.
Sure.
But she very clearly she comes over and she only wants one thing: to get into the Warrens' room to mess with stuff so that she could talk to her dad. And we learned that the reason for that is because she was driving the car when the accident happened, when he died, and so touching stuff there. But just to see her go from just like coming over uninvited, basically, and Judy's like, "Who are you?" And then they're nice to each other and they become friends, and she becomes one of Judy's genuine friends.
Honestly, yeah, it's good. I like it. We hear Bob playing and singing a guitar outside of the house. He is wooing Mary Ellen. It's very 80s of him.
Yes, sir.
Do people still do this?
No, I don't think so.
Should we bring it back?
I don't think. Do you know anybody with a front lawn big enough to do this? Because I feel like if you did this outside of a window, you'd have to be. Because he's like in a grassy like lawn off like the side of the house too.
It is, yeah.
Like in the shitty ass suburbs we live in. Imagine squeezing between two houses. Like the person in the neighbor's house would poke their head out and be like, "Stop!
Yeah,
stop that!" Or they'd shoot you with a gun. No, people don't do this anymore.
No. Unless he goes in the backyard, but you can't go to the backyard. You have to do it in the front of the house.
No, what if you tried and there's a dog?
Oh, there's a lot of dogs here, actually.
Yeah, well, guess what? There's kind of a dog here, too.
Oh, as you mentioned. Well, before that happens, Judy says, Bob got balls.
Bob's got balls.
Yeah. All of a sudden, he gets attacked by the Black Shark, this werewolf creature. Your thoughts on this werewolf? He's very ghostly too.
You know, I was pretty hard on the bride.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a big CGI wolf.
Yeah.
There's really nothing to this.
Very goosebummy or Are You for the Dark type of thing here.
Yeah, now the Black Shuck is at least a real folklore, I'm pretty sure.
Is it? I mean, we mentioned it, right? It was a bloodhound turned into a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like it's a real folklore from
England.
Yeah. From Norfolk, England. Folklore of Norfolk. I'm saying that all wrong. I'm done saying these England places. But yes. So that one kind of leans into, La Llorona's a folklore, the Black Shuck's a folklore. The crooked man is like a nursery rhyme. So that one feels like he belongs at least. I just think the execution is kind of boring. He's just a big CGI wolf, and he chases you, and he tries to claw you. I don't know. Like,
yeah, it's not scary. It's just a threatening ghost, I guess.
this one feels to me the most Goosebumps because going back to again just that Goosebumps movie, and there was a book too. I'm sure. I don't know if there was an episode of this one though. The basketball player or whatever that that's Teen Wolf. What I'm saying. There was a guy that became a werewolf in Goosebumps, and he was in a movie. He was like a werewolf in like basketball shorts, and that's what it felt like to me. Just a big CGI wolf, and it's like whatever. We're just filling seats. We're just filling the roster. We had to come up with something. Werewolf.
I guess so. Do you remember the Goosebumps episode where the kid is trying to, I guess, like night swim, but he goes to his school pool, and then there's like a creature underneath. Do you remember that episode?
Are you sure that's Goosebumps? I thought that was Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Maybe it was Afraid of the Dark. Yeah,
because Are You Afraid of the Dark? Goosebumps was spooky but cartoony.
Yes.
Are You Afraid of the Dark was like, this is a little uncomfortable, and I remember that one being a little scarring,
a little scary. Yeah. Well, it's kind of, I like this for this monster. I don't know. Maybe they should add this pool monster for that, but
they did a pool monster in the last one, kind of.
A little bit, yeah. Ah, damn it, never mind.
Do you think Night Swim is part of the Conjuring universe?
Man, if it is, I'm not rewatching that.
But he likes his pool.
He loves his pool. He looked at the camera and he says, "I love the pool." The girls goes outside, but Bob left, of course, because he's running out of his life because of the black shark.
Oh, he's got balls though.
Yeah, he does. Daniela also leaves for the night, but she goes off wandering somewhere else. By the way, it's very foggy here again.
Oh yeah.
Daniela. Boo! By the way, we see Daniela entering the house from the backside, and she enters the artifact room, the demon room. Mary Ellen explains that Daniela's dad, to Judy, that she was driving and she got into an accident, and then the dad passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Daniela goes into the box, and of course, Annabelle is not there. She opens a chest, and it has the bracelet we mentioned earlier. She puts the picture of her dad and herself in that bracelet thing here. She said, if there's any presence here, right after she said that, a chair starts to rock back and forth. The door locked, and we hear the piano playing. She gets closer to the piano, and it plays Twinkle Twinkle. She plays Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. A hand appeared, and it's her dad.
Ooh! At first, did you think it was Bill Wilkins?
Oh,
that old creepy hand.
That'd be creepy. No, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking
no,
her dad. Before it was Bill Wilkins, forget about it. It was a touching moment.
Well,
until her dad said, "Look what you made me do! Look what you did to me!"
That's what he said. Exactly how he said it.
Yeah.
His face is all scarred up. He's missing an eye, and he screams. And oh no,
it's all your fault, he says.
He's so mean.
Yeah. We see Bob hiding.
Clearly, the Annabelle demon messing with her.
Oh, absolutely. Why would your dad say that to you?
Why would your dad throw you into a wall?
Damn it. We see Bob hiding in the chicken pen, surrounded by the black shuck. A little door opened, and a chicken walked out.
Well, that chicken had some business to accomplish. He's out of here.
Yeah. Bacon is good for me.
You'll never see this chicken again.
Bob closed that door, but the black shark ate that chicken.
I don't think we
Or-
can prove that.
Uh,
I
or
think a chicken got scared. The chicken squawked. We know that happened.
yes.
But I don't
Well-
think there's any proof of that chicken. I imagine that chicken is just out there.
Well, he's our little biscuit.
Yeah, that's my little biscuit. When he was in the chicken coop, I was thinking of the Briscoe brothers.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's good.
I don't know. That's the most. That's the most like lazy. I was just like chickens, Briscoes. Like yeah, I couldn't even. Nope. Let's move on.
Mary Ellen is cleaning the kitchen, but a milk glass shattered over. Mary Ellen gets the dustpan and cleans it up, but here's the record playing by itself. Oh, we're getting that Mia vibes in Annabelle when that record played.
Mm-mm.
She feels something. She checks on Judy, and Judy is fine. She pulls the blanket of Judy, and the Annabelle doll is there. By the way, is Mary Ellen okay? She's like, I know she never seen the doll, but like that's a creepy doll, and you're still leaving Judy with that doll. Like, what's going on?
Judy's a weird kid, man. I don't know. I'm not gonna assume. You think if your babysitter or your parents walked into your room, they saw you sleeping soundly, and above your head was a Bilbo Baggins poster, they'd be like, "That's weird. I gotta take that down."
No,
Or Star Wars: The Phantom Menace poster, or the big Shaq head, or the Hasbulla. You know what? I'm surprised I didn't go to the Hasbulla first. If someone walked in and saw the Hasbulla sitting next to you, staring at you, watching you sleep, you think they're gonna think that shouldn't be there? I should move that. Oh my god, that was terrifying because he was like green screened out, and then his head appeared.
well, there he is. No, I agree. If you see that, please remove the Annabelle doll or Hasbulla out of here. Yeah. Well, back to
Hasbulla's about the
Daniela.
same size as the Annabelle doll too.
A little bit, but this guy's a little cute. It's fine. Back to Daniela. The TV turned on, and Daniela is staring at herself in real time.
This is weird too.
Yeah.
This is what is
I think
TV?
I think they're trying to do like the Portuguese type of thing here, right?
Sure. I mean, someone had the idea clearly where it's like, oh, there's a TV and you turn it on and it's you, but it's like 2-3 seconds ahead, so it's like the future. Like I'm not saying that the idea is stupid. I'm just saying at this point we're just throwing stuff in, and it doesn't. I don't feel like this fits in the universe.
I guess not.
And there's the part where she's walking around too, and she hears like a rattlesnake, and there's like a little taxidermied rattlesnake on the shelf. It's like, what was that? What? No, because what this makes me think, this doesn't make me think like, oh, we're in the Warrens' place and they have all these haunted objects.
Yeah.
It makes me think, what was the case that they did, that these real people went out and did, where they took this haunted TV or this haunted rattlesnake? What's going on?
We will never know because
We'll never
the next movie.
Because in the next movie, Ed's gonna die.
Potentially, you never know. We might survive. But yeah, as you mentioned, she heard a rattlesnake. All of a sudden, the TV is now in the future, and the chimp behind her, to the chimp toy, fell, and then she's just panicking.
The chimp toy I could believe was from one of their cases because of the Crooked Man thing and the little music box. I believe they got that chimp. There's a story to that chimp. I can't quite fathom the story behind the haunted television.
No, I don't know about that. But for the chimp, maybe remember in Toy Story 3 where the chimp was looking over the surveillance?
Security guard.
Yeah.
And the Stephen King movie, the James Wan produced movie, The Monkey, coming out.
Oh yes, that is coming out.
That's the same guy, maybe.
It is. Not James Gunn.
Not James Gunn, allegedly.
No. Back to Mary Ellen. She hears a recording in the office room,
Oh,
and it was yes. Here we go. It was the convo they had earlier. The lights turned off, and she grabs a flashlight. She checks on the Ferryman files, and right behind her is the man from the picture. The man is standing up straight with the coins covering his eyes. The end. Great scene. I am very still creeped out about this ferryman guy. It's good. It's a good look here. Not a good look, not for me. Mary Ellen checks out in the hallway, and a single coin drops to her. I think it flips heads. What do you think? Was it heads or tails?
I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't either. It looked like heads.
No, I meant to you just now. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
But yeah, behind. Oh no! Mary Ellen. Behind Mary Ellen is the ferryman guy with the coins on his eyes.
Oh, the coin fell off.
Yeah, so the coin dropped down.
All right. Well, my answer to that was I wasn't paying attention. So
okay. Yeah, so she was in the hallway. Coin dropped. She picked it up, the coin, and starts to check the living room. Behind is another person with coins for her eyes.
Ooh.
She hears another coin on the ground and another one. She checks the kitchen, and there's a tall person with huge eyes staring at her, like from the top of the doorway.
Yeah.
She flashes those eyes with her flashlight, and the coins drop down from the height.
Yes.
I like the scene.
Yeah.
The flashlight died, and she picked up that coin. By the way, it was a huge coin. And then the ferryman popped up and drags Mary Ellen. He's like the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, he's I don't know if he's supposed to emulate like biblically like how do you pronounce his name? Charon the boatman from like Dante's Inferno or in the game Hades. If anyone's played Hades, good game. Shout out Hades. I know the guy that made it. One of the guys that made it. Pretty simple design, just like rotting man, no nose, big Grim Reaper hood, and he has a scythe in. Oh no, he's got a lantern.
Yeah, lantern.
Got a big lantern. I like that. He's cool. So I've kept complaining that's like, that this doesn't look, very good, or this doesn't fit in the universe. This one works for me. Ferryman is cool. He's just as cool as the Crooked Man.
Oh yeah.
And then also just a fun little thing as well. As soon as she escapes the ferryman, she runs, and there's this great shot. I love shots like this, where the camera is above and it swoops over her head down the hallway as she runs down this narrow hallway. Really cool.
Yeah,
But I made a note in my brain, or rather I said out loud while watching, when the ferryman like grabs her and is dragging her into that, because the room becomes like a little cabin in a boat almost. That's what it feels like, a small cabin where he's like keeping coffins, the people he's taking. And it almost drags her in there, and she barely escapes. And I said, that was scary. Not like, oh god, that scared me, but like that is the closest anyone's come in these movies to being just taken.
That's true. She almost got taken in that scene.
She was almost gone, just like that.
Damn. Well, hey man, this is our Mary Ellen.
I'm rooting for her.
Mary Ellen checks on Judy after the ferryman disappeared. Judy couldn't hear a thing. She's sleeping, but her foot got dragged. Judy, so she also her body dragged as well. She checks under the blanket, and it's the Annabelle doll sitting on her lap. But there was the little bee who popped out of nowhere and attacks Judy.
That's creepy, man. Don't do that.
Yeah. Good shot, too. Yeah. Yeet her out of here. But yeah, she popped out of nowhere in that darkness under the blanket. Good shot here. Judy broke the multicolor lamp, and all of a sudden, the Annabelle doll starts to have a shadow. And gets up from the doll. And now it's B, which becomes a demon. Judy and Mary Ellen tries to escape, but they are trapped like Josh Hartnett in the movie Trapped.
Ooh, it's a trap. Ooh, he gets really tall too.
He gets very tall.
And it's the first time we actually see the Annabelle demon.
Yes.
So far in this movie.
It's good. It's good. So it's rolling. They called Lorraine, of course, because they're panicking, and trying to tell what's happening. And Annabelle, sorry, and then Lorraine asked, "Can I speak to Annabelle?" Bitch, what?
She's inside the phone.
Oh no! She says you give her a soul. She wants her soul.
No.
All the bells in the house starts to ring. Ding, 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 ding.
That was set up earlier as well because there were bells, and Judy was like, "Oh, my mom collects them."
Oh, that's true. Oh, okay, that comes in circle, full circle here.
I mean, it kind of to me seems like we want a scene where a bunch of bells start ringing.
Yeah.
That'll be creepy. But then why would there be a bunch of bells? So they write in earlier, like, "Oh, mom collects them." Like that's
makes sense.
It's very
Easy.
loosely covering your tracks, but it was set up and it did pay off. So I'll allow it.
I'll allow it too. Back to Daniela. She is still trapped and crying. On the TV, it shows her screaming at the TV covered with blood in the future. Yeah, an old phone rang and Daniela picks it up. Mary Ellen and Judy they came by and told her to stop. Everything is moving. A typewriter is typing, "Miss me, miss me, miss me, miss me, miss me."
That's not fair.
No. Judy explains that they must lock the Annabelle back into her case so that the other spirits will rest. Daniela explains that she just wants to say sorry to her dad because kind of killed him. And now I let I like the scene here. She said, "I let the Annabelle out." Judy asked, "What else did you touch?" Daniela says, "Everything." The room starts to go crazy. Bob protects Judy from
Oh yes,
from the black shuck as she retrieves Mary Ellen's asthma inhaler.
big hero moment.
Yeah.
Mary Ellen's asthma has been set up and talked about multiple times. Where's the inhaler? It's in the car. And then the bride shows up and is trying to attack stuff. So Judy needs to get the inhaler out of the car. Black Shuck's outside, of course.
Yeah.
Starts attacking the car. Spooky scene. I mean,
Yeah.
kind of Jurassic Park-esque, where the two kids are in the car in the rain, the T-Rex is trying to get in.
Yeah, it is like that.
And then great bit where she's running, screaming, and then Bob's Got Balls comes around the corner with his guitar from earlier, takes a big old swing at the Black Shuck, cracks it over the face, The guitar splinters, which as a wrestling fan we love to see that.
Yes.
And then the werewolf disappears into like a big puff of fog.
That's how you destroyed it, I guess.
Good bit. That was good.
In the meanwhile, Danielle is being possessed by the bride.
I don't believe for a second it was destroyed, by the way. I feel like he like hit it and it went away for a second, but I don't. That thing would come back.
That's true. It is a ghost. But yeah, shout out to Bob, a hero,
Bob and his balls.
Never forget about his balls. Without his balls, it's just Bob.
That's true. And without his balls, Bob wouldn't have fought a werewolf.
No, not in the lightest of the day.
Without his balls, he'd still be in with the chickens.
That's true.
That chicken that left, he's got balls.
Yes, and that's why if he stayed in that chicken pen, he'd be called a chicken.
He'd be called. Oh, I was gonna say Bob's got chickens, but what you said was better.
There we go. But yes, so they got into the house. Judy is very smart because Daniela is asking for help in the upstairs room, and Mary Ellen is like, "Yeah, we should help her," and Judy's like, "That is not her, son." Mary Ellen and Judy find the doll when the ghost priest appeared, acting as Judy's guardian and guides them to the ferryman. That's what Mary Ellen told her. Not all ghosts are bad. This scene here, I'm like, this is kind of graphic. Mary Ellen and Judy hears the samurai killing someone in the hallway or in the room because that samurai gear was like in the hallway.
Samurai armor.
Excuse me, armor.
No, you're fine.
What did I say? Gear?
Yeah, but you're a wrestling fan.
Yeah, damn it. Mary Ellen and Judy gets to the office and the closet door opened and it's the Annabelle doll sitting there. And she was like, I was expecting you guys to show up. Because I think she got her legs crossed too, sitting on the bear on the.
Is she?
I want to assume so.
It's really quite sassy if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely.
She has her hands in her lap. She's sitting rather sassily in this shot. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They retrieved the key in that board game that they played.
Oh boy.
They got into the room, and then more people with coins covering their eyes are there too. It's like that scene in The Nun where the nun goes into the room and the other nun prays. That is what's happening with Judy. Judy is praying while Mary Ellen is going to the closet here.
Yeah.
Mary Ellen sees more and more coin people until at the end of the hallway. She sees herself with the coins covering her eyes, holding the doll.
But is that her, or is it the girl that looked like her that was taken?
Oh, I want to see that was her though.
Yeah, I mean, it possible, but we were expressly told earlier that there was a girl that looked like her that was taken by the ferryman.
Maybe. I guess I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Well, she struggles when she tries to grab the doll. Mary Ellen is now fighting with the bride, or Daniela, pretty much because they're the same person right now. Judy turns on the projector of when her dad is exercising someone, but
not like Richard Simmons, but like a priest.
No, I'm sorry, exercising as in exorcism. Excuse me.
No, I mean, you didn't say it wrong. That is how you say it. I just wanted to clarify.
No, yeah, it is two different meanings.
If if he had like leg warmers on and little weights and he was doing a dance, like he could be. Can you imagine Ed doing that? Patrick
maybe
Wilson?
maybe in the Elvis costume. I can see him doing that.
Ooh, in the fake Elvis movie that we made up that he was in,
Yes.
because he was never.
But yeah, not Richard Simmons. Sorry, apologize to all for those who were confused there.
Yeah, rest in peace, Richard Simmons.
Yeah, man, he was a very jolly man.
Yeah.
But some the hands are coming out of the board game.
The Feely
Grabs
Mealies.
Judy. Yeah, the freely mealies are coming out of there. Thoughts on this scene, man?
Good visual, because you have like this. Was Feely Mealy a real game?
Do you want to look it up?
Really,
right now.
I'm gonna look up Feely Mealy, because oh my god, Google knew. Oh my god, it was a real game. Yeah, it looks like it was real. No, I mean because on the Wikipedia thing, it just says takes you to like the Milton Bradley, but yeah, no, it was real.
1967. Oh no, I'm not playing that.
But yeah, so you have that old like board game box art, little cartoon hands, but then real terrifying, ghostly, evil human hands coming out of all the holes in this tiny little box. Looks cool, looks spooky. No one likes a hand grabbing you, making you fall. It's scary.
No. It is terrifying to see hands out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Judy tries to put the doll in the case, but the demon stops her and grabs Judy.
The demon comes around.
Oh god! Well, the demon is sucking the soul of Judy.
Oh, like freaking Harry Potter.
Yeah, pretty much. It is like Harry Potter.
They were doing some effects here with the demon in this one, where I think they were like taking frames out of him to make him like snap around very quickly, very unhuman like, you know.
I think that's more what the demon did in the first Annabelle movie.
I don't remember him doing anything cool in that one. I remember seeing him being like, "Oh, there's a demon."
He's just staring in the stairs, and that's it.
We see him pretty clearly in this scene. To the point where I guess I didn't realize he had horns before. But he's got big old horns in this, big old devil horns that kind of like swoop down, goat-like.
Maybe it grew throughout the movies.
Possible. He's been in the Annabelle prison for a while.
But yeah, he is sucking the soul of Judy, Harry Potter-esque here. Voldemort. Mary shows up and gets yeeted and hits the samurai outfit. And now he's alive, kinda. Judy puts the cross on the demon, and it starts to burn him. After the doll is put back in the case and locked, the disturbance ceases of the demon, bride, and ferryman. Judy says evil has been contained.
Ooh, yes.
That's what her mom said in the beginning of the movie. Evil has been contained.
Very good.
That should be on a t-shirt, right? Evil has been contained.
I don't think your average person would get the reference. They probably just question what that means. But yeah, be cool.
Maybe put the little Conjuring sign. He's like, oh, it's from the Conjuring.
No,
Conjuring
sign. What's the Conjuring sign?
No, I'm like, just put the Conjuring logo.
The logo.
Yeah.
I see.
Bob showed up and he's like, oh man, I'm not okay. There was a werewolf outside.
He's speaking his truth, and I agree with him.
Yeah. Judy says he saved me.
You know, for the record, like, yes, he fought a werewolf.
Yeah,
and that's a huge day for anybody.
Yes,
he didn't know there was other stuff.
No. He just saw the werewolf, and that's it.
Yeah, you think the actual hellspawn demon and the ferryman and the killer bride? You think all of that? Like, if he had known that was going to happen, he wouldn't have come inside.
He got balls. I don't think he would have.
He's got balls. Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, Judy says, yeah, he saved me, and Mary Ellen says, like, you saved her. That's how you woo Mary Ellen. You save people.
That's right. You have balls.
You balls all the way.
What did Tom Brady say during Deflategate? He said, "To me, those balls were perfect." So to me, that bob was perfect.
Yes, absolutely.
Put that on a shirt.
Yeah. No, I'll put on my underwear. I don't know.
To me, Bob's balls were perfect.
Yeah. But where's Heinz? Where's a Fruit of the Loom? Get that signed right now.
I think Heinz is ketchup.
Oh, put it on ketchup.
Don't put his balls on ketchup.
Do it. Mustard. I think it's yellow too. Never mind. Yeah. Ed and Lorraine return the next morning. At Judy's birthday party, Daniela apologizes to Lorraine, who gives her a comfortable message about her father. Also, a lot of more kids showed up for Judy's birthday.
Oh my god, everybody.
Yeah, I think the whole class.
I don't know how this happened. They just kind of showed up. I assume, because the kid that we learn is Daniela's brother. He's a little shithead, right?
Yeah.
So I assume, and then we saw earlier when Mary Ellen was like, "Don't make me tell your sister," and the kid got scared. He was like, "Oh," and he ran away.
Yeah.
So he's scared of his sister. So his sister probably went and beat his ass, or like yelled at him, and then she was like, "You're gonna be a good kid, and you're gonna take all these. You're gonna let these kids go to the party." I think that's what happened. I think Danielle's a good friend.
Why is Anthony Rios wearing a suit for a birthday party?
That's a little look into Anthony Rios' life. He's a dapper gentleman. He's like a report of the week, putting on suits to review fast food burgers in his car.
You talking about Review Bra?
Review Bra. I'm a subscriber. I love Review Bra.
I am too. I think recently he disliked the Taco Bell new menu. So.
Oh man, he's been going to war with places recently. The gloves have come off in recent years. Review Bra doesn't give a shit. He'll be like, "This is the most disappointing thing." He'll tell Taco Bell they're making slop.
Yeah,
that's why he's the hero we need.
Absolutely. Maybe him and the Costco brothers or Costco guys can make some collaboration here. So
I don't think Review Bra would much care for the energy that the Costco guys bring to a room. So no, I disagree with that.
No, like he'll bring his chicken. Big Justin will bring his chicken bake, and AJ will bring his double chunk chocolate cookie. And then it'll just review it.
I think Review Bra could and potentially should review a Costco chicken bake or the double chunk chocolate cookie, which is not called that at Costco. It's the double chocolate chunk cookie.
But that doesn't right.
No, AJ was good with that. He was smart there to do what he did. He was very smart.
Yeah.
We were talking about Annabelle Comes Home a minute ago.
Yeah.
Let's probably finish that.
Let's finish this movie here. The movie ends with Ed singing a song at the end of the movie, and that's it.
Yeah, they kind of play the hits on Ed and Lorraine being lovable characters where, Lorraine she gave the locket or the
bracelet.
Gave the bracelet to Daniela and was like, your father's out there and he doesn't blame you and he loves you and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And then she was like, when I was your age, I ran away with a boyfriend for 3 days. And that was bad. And then Danielle's like, I let a demon out. I don't think that's really comparable. And then they do a cute little bit where she's like, so does Mr. Warren know about this boyfriend? And she's like, honey, he was the boyfriend.
Yes.
And then Ed gets his guitar that we know he can play. But we don't actually hear him play a song because we didn't want to pay for a song for this movie, I don't think.
Yeah.
So it's but yes, the movie has concluded.
Yeah. So what is now? We are done with this movie. What are your thoughts now? What
I'm
do
gonna
you?
bump it up half a star, 3.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
think
bump it up.
I'm still sticking with 4.
I still think there's a lot of this movie that were just ideas we had that we wanted to cram in, and they don't fit the universe. And a lot of this movie is like, well, that has been executed better before, or that wasn't executed super great, or whatever. But me personally, I think this movie's a lot of fun and a great Halloween movie, specifically. More so than any other movie in the Conjuring series so far. Like, Conjuring 2 is still my favorite. Annabelle Creation is really good. But I think as far as like, oh, it's Halloween time, trying to put on a Halloween feeling movie. This movie's not even set during Halloween either. It just has that vibe.
It does.
So I'm going to bump this one up half a star, 3.5, give it an official passing grade. I think this movie's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, although the demon stuff is like whatever, but I do love the camaraderie, if that's the word.
The
with
main three girls, yeah, they're
main
friendship.
girls, them, and then also Bob. In the meanwhile,
Oh, he's got balls.
You got balls. I think I just like more of the characters than the actual scary parts of the movie.
Yeah.
Which is usually that doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah, this one isn't that scary.
No. Except for the ferryman.
It's more fun. The ferryman's got some spooky stuff going on. He's definitely the best monster in this.
Yeah.
But as like if you compared to like we talked about La Llorona last time, and it's just like jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, which we were complaining about. This one doesn't really have that.
Oh.
It's more. It does play into creepy. Obviously, it has a couple of jump scares, like when little bee jumps out of the blankets and and the ferryman's face up close. That's a jump scare. So there's stuff still, but I think it just plays more like a good like haunted adventure movie.
Honestly, yes,
a lot of fun. So
that's why we liked for this one. So Annabelle 1 wasn't that great. Annabelle 2 was amazing.
Yep.
And then this one is almost right on the same level as well.
Yeah, they close it out fairly strong.
Yeah.
So I would say there's 2 good Annabelle movies and one that I just wouldn't even bother watching.
Yeah. Usually the third movie of the trilogy is not the best. So
that's interesting because so on Letterboxd, which is my movie rating app of choice, Annabelle 1, its ratings are kind of all over the place. Almost 62,000 people gave it 3 stars. 40,000 people gave it 2.5, and 56,000 gave it 2 stars. Like that's where most of its people are, is between 2 and 3 stars.
Mm-hmm.
Annabelle Creation, a lot of 3 stars.
What?
56,000 people said 3 stars, but it does lean the other way.
Okay.
There were 21,000 people that said 2 stars and 23,000 people that said 2.5, but 35K said 3.5 and 30K said 4 stars, which is what I gave it.
Okay.
And then this one, the ratings are closer to what the first one was, which is shocking to me. 41,000 people gave it 3 stars. 26,000 gave it 2.5. 29 gave it 2, and only 17K gave it 3.5, and 14K, almost 15K, gave it 4 stars. So, that's personal opinions. That doesn't really carry much weight of anything. What carries is the grade you give it for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that people thought it was a bad movie, but
I think when you get this far in a series, especially a series like connected to like this is the 8th movie of the Conjuring series, but it's the 3rd Annabelle movie. I think people are like, "Oh, Annabelle sucks," so I don't like the Annabelle movies. Period. So they go in with that mindset.
Yeah, true.
But I think the way we've been watching it as part of the full Conjuring series, we're like, okay, Conjuring 1 is good. Annabelle's bad. Conjuring 2 is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think that helps be like, okay, yeah, the first Annabelle movie was bad, but the second one was really good, so this one is also good.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I think people all should watch the universe in the way we are doing it, so it might make it a little bit better.
Or just skip Annabelle 1. I think you could totally get away with it. Like, what are you really missing out on if you skip Annabelle 1?
You're missing the sewing of Mia.
Yeah, that's it. And I guess if you watch Creation and you're like, oh, this movie was really good, I wonder what happened to the little girl who got adopted by the...
Right.
Like, it ends with a tie-in to the first one, but
Right.
if you go in and you're like, that movie's bad and I don't care, then it doesn't matter.
I think if it's part of the story, you want to continue that story, right? You want to see what happens. But
It's only one movie. I'm not going to tell you you can't watch it. I just would advise against it.
Well, it's all right. Well, I do have interesting facts for this movie.
Oh.
As you mentioned right in the beginning of the movie, this movie is dedicated to Lorraine Warren, who portrays Vera Farmiga, of course, who passed away.
Portrayed by Vera Farmiga.
Excuse me, yes. Who passed away 2 months before the film's release.
Mm.
I'm sure she saw the film.
It's not impossible.
No.
But also, like Lorraine Warren, so obviously Lorraine had enough sway to consult on certain things and be like, I would like me and Ed to be portrayed this way. Like she said, she had a say in like, oh, Ed and Lorraine never get frisky. You know what I mean? Like they're a very wholesome couple.
Right.
Like, they dance and they hug, but
they
like
kiss.
Lorraine was like, don't show us being lewd or lascivious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like she had a consulting. I don't think she ever had a producer's credit on any of these. She's just but she was involved enough to be part of it and to be like in behind the scenes stuff and meet Vera Farmiga and stuff like that, as in the video that you shared.
Yeah.
But I don't know if she like the third Annabelle movie, would she have cared? I don't mean that as like as a dig on the movie or even her personal taste, but would she been like, oh, it's okay. I don't need to see it.
It's still talking about the Annabelle doll, so she might have some familiarity. But no, the thing is, she's very open to these movies, so I guess she'll be fine with that.
You know what's interesting? A question that I don't know if we've asked before.
Mm-hmm.
Judy Warren.
Yeah.
Is that a real person?
Oh. Well, we're in the last Annabelle movie. I don't think we're ever going to see her in Conjuring 3.
Well, the next Conjuring movie has the Warrens in it, so...
But is she in it? I don't remember.
Know. Would McKenna Grace be in that then?
Because I just saw Conjuring 3. Do not remember Judy Warren.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think she was in the movie.
Ed and Lorraine Warren kids. Judy.
She alive?
She doesn't go by Judy Warren, by the way.
What's her name?
I don't want to dox this lady. If she changed her name, I don't want to.
Oh.
I mean, if anyone listening would know exactly what I typed it into find it. But
she changed her name because she always been bullied. So she changed her whole name.
Well, or she got married.
Oh.
I mean, she's Judy. Her name is Judy.
Oh, okay.
So yes, Judy is a real person. Oh. Oh, this is old though.
Oh.
So we discussed before about how the Warrens' collection of haunted artifacts was a real thing.
Yeah.
And it has since been sold to Zach Baggins, and he now has it in his haunted museum. So before that was sold off, I guess from what I'm reading here, Judy and her husband of 33 years ran the Warrens Occult Museum.
Nice.
So she's involved. She did not
Alright.
change her name to not be. She just got married, so she changed her name.
I'm surprised she's not with her mom while making these movies. Maybe she doesn't want to be part of it.
She might have been. You don't know that.
True.
I mean, the movie. She is basically a normal, everyday woman living in the world,
Yeah.
and because your parents were somewhat famous demonologists, there's a movie being made, and you are the main character.
Yeah.
So, like, surely she at the very least had to sign a paper. She had to sign some documents to be like, sure, I'll be in these movies.
Yeah, some waivers.
Hopefully she got some kickback. Hopefully she got some money.
Hope so.
Shout out Judy if you're listening.
Yes. If you're listening to the Brown Boy Wonder podcast, then you're a real one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
I bet Judy listens.
How old is she? She's like 60?
Old.
Old.
I don't know. She doesn't have official things, and I'm not gonna dig much deeper. Just know that Judy's out there, and good for her.
Absolutely. The second interesting fact is the samurai armor that features in the Warrens Occult Museum is based on Japanese mythology demon warrior, the Oni, marking along with the ferryman the second cultural mythology entity appearing.
Interesting. So that's the Oni. Oni translates to devil or demon, one of the two.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. All
Yeah.
right. So then, should I put that in the list? He didn't really do anything. He fell over.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't think to put him in.
Nah, don't put him in.
I think you gotta get up and do stuff if you're gonna make the list of official Conjuring monsters.
Absolutely.
But it's cool to know that that's what they did.
Yeah. But the last interesting fact is a video, of course.
Oh god, these scare me now. After last time.
No, this is more documentary-ish. It's
Okay.
the Warrens, or I believe Ed, is discussing about the real Annabelle doll. So
Very cool.
Yes. So nothing scary here, guys. No La Llorona or anything.
Maybe a little scary.
Oh yeah, you're seeing this thing here, but let me put my thing here. In here. What is happening? Sorry,
Uh-oh.
technical difficulties here.
Uh-oh.
Huh? 1 second, guys. I guess I'll just watch it here. Yeah, I'll do that. Alright, this is Ed talking about the Raggedy Ann doll.
You say so.
Here we go. When I say 0, we'll press play.
Mhm.
And 3, 2, 1, 0.
The Raggedy Ann doll.
Yes, that's probably the worst thing we have in this whole museum. That Raggedy Ann doll was given to a nurse in 1970 by her mother as a Christmas present. But as most girls do, even 28 years old, she would take the doll to bed with her, wrap her arm around, and go to sleep. I do the same thing with a pillow. But then she started taking it to the breakfast nook, where the arms one morning went onto the table. Now, she lived with another nurse, and they shared the expenses of the apartment, which was 4 blocks away from Hartford Hospital.
Right.
At that point, they told the girls about the incident, and one said, "I know a medium." So they held a seance that night. That was the beginning of many seances with this doll. They would come home at night, and the woman had told them, the medium, that there was a spirit of a 6-year-old child in the doll by the name of Annabelle, who had been killed outside of their apartment house in an automobile accident. Well, there was such a child, but God does not allow a child's spirit to go into a doll. This was a devil, a demon, inside the doll, which was impersonating the spirit of a child. Well, they treated it like it was a child. They got extra clothing, and they got different types of bracelets and things for it, just treating it like a little girl. They would take her for rides. But then they started to become frightened when things were happening in the house, sounds, knockings, rappings, whispering. And they said, oh, Annabelle must want another seance. So they would hold a seance going deeper down that road of no return. Then they would take the doll and put it on the bedroom, in the bed, and they'd leave it there. They'd come home after midnight, the 2 girls.
Oh, God.
Open up the door, and this doll would be standing there waiting for them. Now, that doll can't stand. You can see it has very flimsy legs, but I've seen it stand. Now, these are all the diabolical manifestations that we look for. Well, as time went on, one of the fiancés of one of the girls said, get rid of the doll, burn it, throw it away. He wanted to get rid of that doll. He fell asleep one Saturday afternoon. And the doll was put right across from him on a couch. And the girls were fooling around saying, well, now, Annabelle, you help us to clean up. Just like it was a little kid. Yep. All of a sudden, he woke up with a start. He was sweating. He said, my God, he said, what a nightmare I just had. I dreamt that Annabelle there was strangling me, and he had marks on his throat. Was it psychosomatic? Well, he walks over to the doll, he picks it up, and looks at it, and throws it right across the room. You're nothing but a rag doll. You couldn't hurt anyone. With that, 7 slashes appeared on his body, 4 in the chest and 3 on the stomach. The blood came right through his shirt. Now they were all frightened. Things were flying around the room. They called the High Episcopal Canon in Hartford. He called Father Richard Nolan. Father Nolan called us. We went to the house. Exorcism was performed immediately in the home of the people.
You need to stop that.
I took the doll back to my home here, where it's in the museum now. At one time, I had it just sitting in a chair. But a priest came here one day and he said, Ed, this doll is supposed to be infested by devils. He picks the doll up and he throws it across the room, just like the young man in the house. God is more powerful than the devil. I said, yes, Father, you're right. God is more powerful than the devil, but no priest is, no man. On his way home in a brand new car on Route 84, the car went out of control, almost head on into a tractor-trailer truck. It was demolished, and the priest was almost killed. The last thing we remember seeing was that doll.
Yes, so.
A detective, a homicide detective that Lorraine and I were working with, wanted to see the museum. We work on many cases where children are murdered or whatever. And he came down here, looked all over, and he said, you know, Ed, of all the things here, I can't take my eyes off that doll. At that time, it was still in a chair. The phone rang. I said, I'll be right back. Don't touch anything in this room. Everything in here is unholy, unblessed. The opposite of what you would find in a church. Well, I wasn't even up there talking for 10 minutes when I heard him coming up the stairs. He had to come through the passageway into the Halloween room and up into the kitchen. This man was a huge guy. He was about 6'3", 250 pounds, used to seeing grisly sights. He was sweating. He couldn't speak. He was trembling. I thought he was having a heart attack. I told him to sit down and I'd call an ambulance.
No, I don't
he
like
said,
that.
No, Ed, it isn't that. I said, well, what's wrong? I don't want to talk about it. That's what he said. I don't want to talk about it. Sometimes a little macho and cops, you know.
Sure.
And Lorraine walked in, and he looked at Lorraine, and I guess he found it easier to talk to a woman than a man. He said, I'll tell her about it, but I don't want her to ever talk about it again. Well, she didn't have to. The doll had been in the chair over in one corner of this room. When I came in, the doll was over in another corner on the floor. Everything had been knocked over, like there was a terrible struggle here. There was a terrible struggle. This man had picked that doll up. Wow. His aura had mingled with the aura of that doll, and something so terrible occurred that he resigned from the police department 3 months later and moved to California.
Is that right?
A young man came in here one day with a bunch of college students, and after I told him about the doll and many other things, he came over here. I was standing over in the other corner. He started tapping on this glass and said, I don't believe any of this is a bunch of hooey. He said, if that doll can do anything, let it do something to me right now. Put a slash on me. I put him out of the building. He was on a motorcycle. 3 hours later, he was dead.
Oh,
The
damn.
girl that he was
it
with
killed him.
said that he
Yeah.
was laughing about the doll when the motorcycle, just like the car, went
was
out
like
of
it.
control, hit a tree, and killed him instantly. The girl was in the hospital for over a year. You can never challenge devils.
Mess with the devil, that's
No.
for sure, huh?
Don't mess with the devil. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Don't mess with the devil.
I agree with that. But yeah, that was Ed talking for a long time.
That's my favorite video you've shared so far. That was captivating, and I might go down a YouTube rabbit hole watching Ed and Lorraine Warren stuff.
There is the interview they did, like a documentary, and they're together and they're discussing what was real, what's not. I saw it's like 30 minutes of it.
Mm-hmm.
For those who haven't watched it, I will watch that. It's very, very captivating.
That's cool. That's cool.
But yeah, man, that was Annabelle Comes Home. We have after this, we have 2 more movies to watch.
It's almost over. It's almost over, which means, you know what that means? It means it's almost Halloween.
Yeah. So next time when you hear us, we'll be talking about Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It, and then on Halloween Day, The Nun 2.
Yes, sir. Now you've already watched for this. You already watched The Conjuring 3. I haven't seen it since it came out.
Okay.
That was 2021, 2022.
It was the height of the pandemic, 2021.
There you go. And then The Nun 2, I have never seen. I've not seen it once. That was last year.
It was in theaters. Where were you at?
Not there. I didn't see it.
Ah, damn it. Well, yeah.
I was going back and I was watching all the movies from 2023 that I missed.
Mhm.
But I knew we were doing this, so the only 2023 movie on my list that I haven't watched is The Nun 2. So I'm finally going to cross that off.
That's good. Oh, Skylar, we're almost done here, man. Where can they find you?
At the Haunted Occult Museum, looking for that Black Shulk book. I don't know. I'm running out of answers.
Well, just play free melee.
Feely Mealy.
Yeah, you gotta stick your hand.
All right,
somewhere.
that's what I'll do. I'll be here playing Feely Mealy until we watch the next movie.
Or maybe Bob will help you out too.
Or Bill Wilkins.
Oh, Bill Wilkins. Oh, imagine his hand in the.
Yeah. So there's 4 holes in Feely Mealy. So one is Bill Wilkins. The other is La Llorona. And then another one is trying to think. Oh no, dead air. I can't think of anything.
Tom Hardy's Venom.
Oh, okay, Venom. And then the last one is your dad grabs you by the ankle and swings you into the wall.
Now this is the 3rd time you mentioned this, but it's okay. Of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts. I'm on YouTube Music. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Instagram. Just follow me there. We usually record this like after midnight. So if you see us yawning or
it's become harder to record things now that it's football season. We have to watch Monday Night Football and then record.
It is a problem, but we still love these movies. We still love football. We were doing this. We watch for you guys. But until then, what did Annabelle said? She said,
"Miss me,
miss me, touch,
miss me, clap,
miss."
I don't
Clap?
know. That's terrible. Clap and miss me.
Don't forget to like, comment, and follow. Welcome to the 2nd annual of the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonder podcast. Since it's spooky season, my guest and I are, of course, rewatching the Conjuring Universe for this month of October. Of course, let me bring in my guest, who is, I don't know if he's scared or not. I don't know if he is for this one, but it's Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
I'm not scared. I'm sick. Last time
Oh,
I fought La Llorona and she got me sick.
that. Oh man, that's what it is.
She gave me an illness.
Oh, okay. Well, I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
I haven't asked you in a while.
Oh no.
Do you want to play hide and clap with me?
It's something about the way you specify with me that makes me want to say absolutely not.
Ah, damn it! It's fun. It's fun, man. You just do the clap, and you do the hiding. That's easy.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. You know what? I'll do the hiding. You do the clapping.
Oh, I'll do the clapping. All right.
No.
All right. Well, today's episode, we are gonna talk about, or gonna rewatch, or gonna talk about, of course, Conjuring 3: The Devil Made Me Do It. Which was released in 2021, directed by Michael Chavez, who directed, I believe, what was the last movie
He
directed?
did La Llorona.
Yeah.
And then he did this one, Devil Made Me Do It, and then he did Nun 2, and I believe he's doing the next Conjuring movie. So he's become a big figurehead in this series at this point.
Absolutely. And for this movie, the story is by James Wan, the iconic horror guy, our guy.
He's back.
Let's get into the cast here. Of course, we got back our our Warrens, Vera Farmiga, Lorraine, and Patrick Wilson as Ed.
The goats.
Yeah, of course. They carried this franchise.
Absolutely.
We got Rory O'Connor as Arnie Johnson, the main dude in this, the guy who got possessed in this movie.
Yeah.
I
I also don't know how to pronounce his first name because he's Irish and they pronounce things in a way that I can't.
Me either. We got Sarah Hook as Debbie, the girlfriend, I believe. Yes, it is the girlfriend. We got our Julian Hillard as David Gatzel. He's the kid from WandaVision.
Oh, is he?
Yes, it is him.
Which one?
He's one of the brothers.
The magic
kids.
one or the fast one?
Oh, I don't ask me. You're asking the wrong guy.
I don't know. It says I just went to his Wikipedia. It says he's Billy, but I don't know which one that is.
Well, he's the one, saying ice cream to.
They both sang
mom.
ice cream.
They
both sang ice cream.
It's my favorite part. We got John Noble as Castnier, and of course, we got Eugenie Bondurant as the cultist. Of course, you saw her in the beginning of this series. So what do you think now? Because you didn't know her before, or you don't remember her before.
All right. So, yes. Now I remember the character of the occultist in this film, our primary antagonist, really.
Yeah.
When you got the spooky thing, I almost called it a cameo, but it wasn't a cameo. It was a spooky message
from hell.
From hell. I didn't remember who she was, but now I do. And I still don't understand why she was making Tamatanga noises in the spooky message from hell. I don't get that, but
yeah, she was going.
But you know what? I'm glad she was here.
Absolutely, man. For those who don't remember, here's a clip. That was the clip of Eugenie. So now we remember.
No, you played the wrong thing. That was Tamatanga.
Oh, okay. Now let me. Excuse me.
Now play the real clip.
Okay, here's the real clip.
Look at me. I hope you conjure up a spooky and terrifying Halloween. Love, the occultist.
Okay, now that was Eugenie.
Okay, yeah, that one was right.
Sorry for all those Tom Tonga fans out there. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the core, at least. And of course, there's the other The family in this movie. We don't really need to mention them.
Nah, that don't matter.
Nah, we only need to know what's the name? The Irish guy, his girlfriend Julian, and the cultist. That's pretty much it.
Well,
Right?
I think I can't remember if it was on the Annabelle Comes Home episode or if it was just in real life where we discussed and you were like, "Oh, I don't remember if we see Judy Warren again." But she's in this movie by a different actress. They aged her up because it's about 10 or so years different.
Yes. They did. You're right. So this is the fourth
Judy?
Yeah, I think so.
Was it a different girl between Conjuring 1 and 2?
I want to say yes.
If it was two different Judys in 1 and 2, and then it was what's her name? McKenna Grace in Annabelle. And then now in this one it's a young lady named Sterling Jerrings.
Yeah, that's a different lady.
4 different movies, 4 different Judys. 5 different Judys if you count the real life Judy, which we talked about last time.
We saw her video. Yeah. No, that was someone else.
Okay, I don't know. Well, there's a lot of Judys out there.
There's a lot. Oh, I was thinking the Conjuring 2 girl. That's a different lady.
The biggest surprise for me in this movie's cast is John Noble. Denethor from Lord of the Rings.
You know,
our second Lord of the Rings alumni to show up in this series, right? I think just second.
He is.
Miranda Otto.
She's no man.
You know what other movie that we watched for this podcast that John Noble was in?
Which one?
He's the voice of the dragon spirit that appears in the Last Airbender movie. The dragon spirit that's not in the cartoon. It's just a dragon.
You played him?
It's supposed to be a combination of multiple different spirit characters in that. And it's John Noble. How weird is that?
That's a good crossover. They should do Avatar and Conjuring crossover.
Okay.
Well, let's get into the budget here. What do you think of the budget for this one is? And remember, this is this movie came out in the peak of COVID-19.
Oh yeah, this was a COVID movie.
Yeah.
And I don't know, does this movie feel like a COVID movie to you?
I think the green screen could tell.
Definitely on that clifftop scene. That was like, I was in shock of how rough that looked.
It did.
But
after that,
I don't know. I'm not gonna guess this time. I'm gonna start putting my foot down and I'm gonna stop guessing because I feel like I'm bad at guessing.
No, you're close. I think last time you were close.
$50 million.
Okay, that's close. It's $39 million. And what about the box office?
Well, it went to HBO Max. So, did it go to theaters?
It did go both.
Did you see it in theaters? I watched it on Max.
I was probably one of the only dudes out there who watched in theaters.
Wow. So it didn't make money because 2021 was the year not just where, COVID, so everything is going to streaming, but HBO Max specifically had this big push where they were like, all of our major Warner Brothers movies are day one on Max.
Yeah.
So 2021 was kind of the year that killed me going to the theater a bit. I mean, this year, now I'm back in the swing of it. I've seen 40 movies in theaters this year.
Yes.
2021, I didn't see anything in theaters, and the Suicide Squad went to HBO Max. Dune, the first Dune, went to HBO Max. This did. And then other worse things like Space Jam 2. It all day one on Max, baby.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to guess because they don't include subscriber count for box office. That's not what box office is.
No,
I'm going to say this movie made $15 million in box office. Is that generous?
that is like very low.
Very low. Oh, so it made more than that.
Yeah, it made 206 million.
Went to the theaters for this. You did.
I did.
206?
I paid 206 million for this movie. No, I didn't.
206?
Yeah.
206 million. That's crazy for COVID time, is it not?
I think so. It is. But also, it's the third Conjuring movie, so there's a lot of fans out there, right?
Yeah, but people didn't go see Tenet.
I did. I mean, for this movie, I was wearing my mask. I was doing all the 6 feet distance. I did all that. So
yeah, I watched it at home on my TV with a blanket.
all I'll tell you, it's better in theaters. But
right.
what is your initial thoughts of this movie, man?
Yeah. So I remember when I first watched it at home on my TV with my blanket, and I didn't pay $206 million. I was like, yeah, it was okay. It was good. I was like, cool, another Conjuring. This time around, I think it's safe to say it's the weakest of the 3 Conjuring movies.
I agree.
It starts very over the top. It makes it very clear, like, we're doing over the top stuff. We're not holding back. And then it tries to, like, I mean, they're all based on real life investigations that the Warrens made, whether not we play them up quite a bit,
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it starts with a real one that led into an actual real life murder case that they were also like part of. It's kind of weird how over the top it is. It's almost the most fantastical of the 3 Conjuring movies, and that's saying something because Conjuring 2 did some pretty like fantasy things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
well, it is different from the other 2 because this one's more public. Because usually the other 2 movies are more private when it comes to like possessions.
Yeah.
It was a little bit different.
I would stick by what I said and say this is the weakest of the 3, but it's not bad. I don't remember what rating I gave this, by the way.
Oh, yes.
I watched this before La Llorona got me sick.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea.
I made a picture of all the Conjuring Universe movies. I have to check that, but yeah, we'll get into that. But yeah, let's get into it, man. The movie starts off with how do you say the family's name? Is it Glatzel?
Glatzel, I think.
Glatzel. Yeah.
And yeah, again, real life family.
No.
Real people, real case. So this exorcism, as they show they show audio at the end during the credits, as they do for most of these movies. This exorcism was a real exorcism, in quotes. I'm going to put alleged exorcism that the Warrens were a part of. This little boy. So the events that we see, that like the little boy was allegedly possessed, and then that demon allegedly jumped from the little boy to the guy, as Abrar is about to describe. Like, that's all what they really said in court happened.
Yeah.
Which is bonkers. I mean, that's the whole point of the Devil Made Me Do It trial, and like they're like, how are you gonna prove this in a court kind of thing. So that's interesting. Did they pull it off? Let's see. Abrar, take us there.
Well, the movie starts off with the Glatzel, not Gatso, but Glatzel house in a complete mess. The Warrens and the family are waiting for Father Gordon to do the exorcism. Arnie, that's his name, right? Yeah, Arnie. Arnie tells David that everything's gonna be okay. While he tucks him into bed, David asked, when are you gonna marry my sister? Arnie is like, what? Come on, dude. No way. Arnie looks outside and it's the priest. And he recreated that shot from The Exorcism, or The Exorcist.
That was. Don't do that.
Yeah,
I mean, I get what you're doing, and it's just like, I feel like the imagery of him coming out of the taxi and he's got the briefcase and the hat exactly like that's reference enough. I don't think they need to linger on him. I mean, it's not like it was the same exact shot,
no.
but it was close enough where I was like, I see what you're doing, and you don't need to be doing it.
When I saw that in theaters, I pointed at the screen.
Oh, like Leo DiCaprio?
Yeah.
You're like, oh.
That's what I did. So, of course, we know Father Gordon. He's been here since day one, helping the Warrens.
Do you think he's related to Dr. Gordon from Saw?
Oh, good callback. You know? Yes, he is.
Yeah, okay.
He is Jigsaw. He is Jigsaw's father.
Oh.
Faja. Excuse me. Later, David hears some loud bangs. So he went to the bathroom and hides in the tub. Everything is quiet until David sees some fingers on the shower rod on top. He sees the faucet turning and then a shower of blood draining on David. My dude is screaming.
Yeah. You know how when we watched The Nun, the first one, I was like, this started as like a horror movie, like a gothic horror movie, but then by the third act, it just becomes an action movie, like The Mummy.
Yes.
I feel like this one already kind of starts us as not a horror movie. Like, obviously, there's horror elements. There's a lot of horror elements. That's the universe we're in. But this is so... I already said the phrase over the top, but this is so, like, dramatic and camera shaking and big demon activity is happening. And then from here, we don't really go to that typical horror thing. It becomes almost like a Scooby-Doo mystery. A little bit,
yeah. A little bit.
So we never really hit that horror aspect that like Conjuring 1 or 2 had. It's different the whole way.
Yeah, there's like no setup to this event.
Yeah.
It goes straight into it.
Yeah, it throws us into this case, which ends up being the setup for the other possession. So I mean, in that aspect, it's fine. It works.
That's true. Well, the family comes in to help David, and they see David hiding. My dude stands up slowly and then starts running to stab his dad on his knee.
Low blow.
But, dude, this is like knee blow. You don't want that. Yeah, what is wrong with this kid, man? Ed is like... Thank you. Well, Ed is like, Father Gordon, we gotta do some exorcism right now. They went downstairs. David starts to claw on the walls. They put David on the table. David starts to foam in his mouth. Oh man, what's going on? What's going on with this kid?
He's possessed, bro.
Oh, thank you. Father Gordon is saying all the Bible verses, all of them. Lorraine gets some visions from her interacting with this lady in the dark.
That's what she does, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't clear for her.
She should have known by the way the lady was going, yeah, who it was.
Yeah, exactly. Father Gordon splashes some holy water at David.
Oh boy, does he.
Yeah, and he starts to growl. By the way, his face has like acne bumps all over his face.
It's like the holy water is like searing his skin off, and it's like bubbling. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I don't want that.
And the way that the kid's like body is contorting and twisting, and he's very sweaty.
Dude,
that's how I felt when I was sick. If I'm being honest, that's what it's like.
You were possessed?
I was just twisting around like a big pretzel, very sweaty.
all of a sudden it was quiet, but then the dishes starts to fly from the kitchen. And
Did you laugh? Did you laugh when it hit the priest in the head?
Kinda.
Yeah, come on, you laughed.
Because it made that sound. It's like doink. The room starts to spin, and of course we feel like we're spinning as well. Ed grabs the Bible and starts to read something in Latin. Nothing is happening. But David starts to laugh, or the demon is laughing. He starts to, of course, as you said, bend backwards as he's been pinned down on the table. Arnie says, "Oh no!" He starts to talk to the demon. He says, "Leave him alone."
Yeah,
Ed is like,
"Don't do that.
Yeah, Ed is like, "Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't talk to him."
Don't talk to the guy."
Yeah. David pushes Debbie, the girlfriend, and Arnie. Oh, and Arnie, and stood up like a lizard, and attacks Ed.
Like a lizard.
Yeah. When David that scene where he's like when he got up, it was like that. It's like a little lizard, you know, or not a lizard, but it's like the way he got up from that pretzel.
I mean, you wrote lizard, so
I did. It looked like a lizard. I don't know. Yeah. David said, "I'll stop your own heart, old man."
and then
Lorraine,
he does.
Yeah. Oh shit, he does. Yes. Lorraine tries to help, but she's still getting visions from that lady in the dark. Arnie grabbed David and says, "Just leave him alone, dude. Just take me instead." We see Arnie and David's eyes kind of switch.
Here's. Would you tell a demon to take you instead of the little boy? Of little WandaVision ice cream boy? Would you say, "Take me instead, little demon, little biscuit"?
If I really love her sister, then yeah. I love his sister, then yes. Hey man, love is blind.
That's a noble answer.
Yeah. And also, he's a kid. You gotta save a kid, right?
Yeah, that's what Arnie was thinking.
Yeah, I'm like Arnie. Ed, as you said, Ed starts to have a heart attack. And that's it. What's your thoughts on this family, man?
On the family?
Yeah.
They're screwed. Yeah, I've already said very crazy over the top scene. I don't know, man. It starts us right in the thick of it. We go 100 miles an hour. Everything starts happening, and then we see the demon go into Arnie, leave the kid. The only one that notices it is Ed, who can't speak because he's dying on the ground. Immediately, I was worried about Ed because I was like, "Oh no, did he die of a heart attack in real life? What's happening? Is this start of an arc of a bad heart problem arc?"
Maybe.
And then I also noticed that Vera Farmiga, they gave her like weird old lady hair to match Lorraine in real life now, so she looks a bit older because of the haircut that they've given her.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
It's just, too bad. It's here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be accurate, especially in this case. This because this happened in the 80s, so we're getting an older Warrens.
They're getting older. They're getting up there.
Especially next year, we don't know how they're gonna look. They're probably gonna look like how they look, not now, but like before.
We don't know when the next one's set.
That's true. Could be in the 2000s.
Well, as we said before, Ed in real life passed away in 2006. So
yeah, so it could be in the 90s. Well, back to Arnie. We see him waking up with Debbie, and he says, "Debbie, let's get out of here." Debbie's like, I just got a job, dude. Let me think about it. The family and Arnie are having some barbecue in the backyard. He enters the house to get something, but he hears some strange sounds.
Dogs.
Dogs, yeah. A cereal box slipped by itself, and there was a rat in there. He followed the rat.
Oh, okay. You jumped ahead a bit.
Oh, what did I miss?
Not too far. You didn't miss
Okay,
really
okay.
anything. I was just thought you were still at the kennel.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, the
Yeah,
dog's
they're having a barbecue, and he goes
Yeah.
inside, and then there's a rat in a cereal box. Has that ever happened to you?
No. Also,
Okay,
have you ever seen a big rat?
I have seen a big rat. I've seen multiple big rats. Is that not okay? Are you not liking that?
No, man. Because I was watching the show Survivor, and they're eating rats. And I'm like, no, thank you.
Shrek ate a rat.
Did he?
Yeah, in the first one.
Damn. I'm not a big fan of Shrek.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, somebody wants to work. Okay.
That's not how that goes. Anyways, no, I've been dealing with a big rat, and there's a not a rat, but a rather large mouse in my garage right now. I'm trying to catch him.
Dude, there was a mouse last year, and it was running around in the backyard, and it went to my attic.
Freaking mice, man.
And they pooped. They pooped in the attic.
Oh, they'll do that. Let me tell you.
Oh.
And you know what? I just want to say that if catching mice was easy, there wouldn't be so many movies and cartoons about it. Because this thing is smart. It won't go in the trap.
Oh. That's true.
For those listening, it's a humane trap. I didn't get the killer traps. I don't do that.
No, that's good. I'm glad you did that.
Thank you.
Let's
talk about the gross hole in the wall that Arnie finds.
Yeah, he followed the rat in some hole in the wall. He peeks in for like a minute at least. He turns around and it's a lady. The lady grabs him. She then disappeared in the next shot. This lady just came out of nowhere.
Typical Conjuring behavior.
Yeah, I think we're so used to it now. And there's other movies are trying to copy this type of format. Like Smile, but I think Smile did it better.
I haven't seen Smile 2 yet. I've heard it's quite good.
It's amazing.
Okay.
Father Gordon stopped by to check on the Warrens. Ed is in a coma, and Lorraine is there for support. And as you said, Lorraine's hairstyle is pretty much as the real Lorraine.
Kind of wacky.
Yeah, it's like huge, right? It's like this.
Yeah, it's tall. It almost
it's like Marge.
It almost does the Marge Simpson thing where it goes straight up and not down or back or anything like that. It just goes up.
Yeah. What type of conditioner or shampoo did she use?
The 80s.
Yeah, it's called the 80s.
Shampoo or conditioner, it's just the 80s.
In the 80s. Lorraine tells Father Gordon about Ed and how they met. Basically, they met at a movie theater. So, anything's possible, guys. Anything's
what movie
possible.
were they seeing? Did she say? Something old.
It's in the 50s, right? So, should be. You think it's a scary movie or a romantic movie?
Probably a racist movie.
Batman Serial 47.
Oh, not that one.
that was bad.
Batman was saying some stuff.
He did. In the next morning, we see Arnie working on some. He's like cutting some trees because it was split.
He's like a landscaper or some sort of. I don't know.
He's a freelancer, I think. He does anything.
Odd jobs.
Yeah.
Something. I'm gonna just take this chainsaw up in a tree for a bit.
Yeah, Leatherface is not here though.
Leatherface couldn't climb a tree.
No, he's too big, right?
Yeah, he's pretty round.
Yeah, he's not. How is he running? He's not fit. He's not Jason.
He's like a linebacker. So maybe
Big one.
Cardio's not his strongest suit, but like he could close the distance on you.
All right. Well, behind Arnie, we see that same woman in which he encountered earlier by the window.
She's not being sneaky either. She's just standing there.
No. He checks behind him, and of course, as I always say, no one is there. The chainsaw he was using starts to go crazy, and it dropped to the ground.
He drops it, and the other workers are like, "Hey, yo, whoa, well, forget about it."
Yeah, that's where are they? Are they in New York?
I don't remember. Connecticut.
Oh no, no, I think they're in New York, state New York. I think. I don't
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Okay,
Brookfield, Connecticut. I was correct.
there we
Is
go.
What I said.
There we go. Well,
yeah.
Arnie.
He drops the chainsaw, and all the other guys are like, "Yo, Arnie, I'm walking here."
Yeah. Absolutely. Arnie comes home, and Debbie and Bruno, who is the landlord, meets him outside. Bruno wants to have a beer with Arnie, and Arnie's like, not now, dude.
This Bruno guy. Okay. I don't want to spoil what's going to happen to Bruno, but I guess I have to for what I'm about to say. Bruno's not going to make it. All right. Bruno's the guy that's going to get got. Okay. And as mentioned before, this is a real life murder case that happened, a famous one. And the way that this Bruno dude was just walking around, being an asshole, spilling beer, being loud, he's just greasy in general. I was like, did the family of the why was he like this in this movie? And I looked it up. Bruno takes the place of the real man, but Bruno is a made-up character.
Oh, okay.
So they're not really doing any disservice to an actual person who was murdered.
Okay, so it's just
a man who claimed to be possessed.
So how was the guy who was murdered? How was he like a normal guy?
So his name was I have that here. So everything as depicted in the movie is mostly correct. Like the Debbie really worked at a kennel and all that kind of stuff. I lost the name of the guy. Is it really that important, though?
That's good. What's
the part
his name, man?
The part I'm looking, man. The part that surprised me was the fact that as mentioned before, the exorcist of the little boy was a real part that they entered into the testimony. That's why Ed and Lorraine were part of it, because they were like, no, we were there. The demon was there. Is his name Bono? Bono?
The U2 singer?
Is that his last name? Why can't I find it?
Maybe they're trying to keep it under wraps.
Well, no, I think it's I know that the guy was like the landlord, the guy that was killed. Johnson killed his landlord during the thing. His name may have been something Bono. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like Bruno then.
What a waste of time this was for me to look it up and say I don't really know.
That's all right. That's all right. Back to the Warrens.
Alan Bono.
Alan Bono. Well, shout out to you, man. You did not deserve that.
So they changed him to
Bruno.
Kind
of close.
Wait, maybe he was drunk and belligerent, and that's why he got murdered.
We'll never know because we weren't there. Back to
the point is they changed his name for the movie. They're like, yeah, this guy really died, but we're gonna use a different name. That's the point of this long ass fucking tangent. Pardon me. I'm still sick and tired.
That's okay. It's okay. La Llorona was in your ass, but it's okay.
Hey, tell people about that.
Sorry. Back to the Warrens. Ed wakes up at the hospital and reveals that he witnessed a demon entering Arnie. He's like, "Oh no!
Oh no!"
Not in that way, but like spiritually.
You don't know.
That's true. Arnie and Bruno are drinking together and listening to music. Arnie, I think he kind of like spaced out, and he sees Debbie and Bruno dancing together. He gets some water, but hears Debbie screaming. He checks out what's going on, and it turns out Bruno became like a demon. Don't worry, Arnie was just imagining that because, he takes away Debbie from Bruno, and of course we're noticing that Arnie is hallucinating and sees demon Bruno starts to crawl at him out of nowhere. It's that scene where it's like pitch black, and he starts to like run after him. I thought that was a good scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't worry. Before he grabs him, Arnie pulled out a knife and stabbed him. The camera pans to the house, but we see Arnie still stabbing Bruno, the landlord. Later on, the police stops Arnie, who's walking outside covered with blood, and says, "I think I hurt someone." And it says,
I remember that from the trailer specifically.
Yes, that was the main part.
That's pretty good because he's just walking, and then the police roll up, and then he turns. We see he's covered in blood, and then the way he very nervously says, "I think I hurt someone."
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
It's good. They said Arnie stabbed the landlord 22 times.
Probably a bit excessive.
A little bit. All right. Well, with the support of the Warrens, his case becomes the first American murder trial where a demonic possession is claimed as a defense.
So that's a cute, fun scene where they're meeting with the defense lawyer, and they're like, "Lady, come on, there's a demon in him," and she's like, "That's ridiculous. I can't even if I believed that. How do I say that to a jury, to a judge, to a courtroom, to anyone?" And then Ed's like, "Well, listen, all right, come on over to our house for dinner. We'll show you some of the stuff that we've found, and if any of that might change your mind, then just take his case." And she's like, "All right, I'll come over for dinner." And he's like, "Cool, you can meet Annabelle." And then hard cut to them in court. She's sitting next to Arnie with a 1,000-yard stare. They like, did they lock her in the room and make like Annabelle come home happen again? They were like, exactly. "All right, deal with that." And now she's a believer.
Yes, that's what happened. It's a great scene. And there's one part, I believe it was in the trailer as well, where Ed is like, probably said the best line in the movie. He said, "I think it's time they accepted the existence of the devil."
Oh, yeah.
The line.
The way it was phrased made it sound like it may have been something that somebody really said during this trial. I'm not sure. But, he said, every time someone takes the stand or takes the oath, they admit their acceptance that there is a God because they swear to God.
Right.
Well, because of that, now it's time that they admit or accept the existence of the devil. Yeah, that's good. It's sound logic and it works for this premise. So hell yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely. But yeah, as you mentioned, our lawyer has seen a ghost that says a demon. She's convinced. She said, "My client pleads not guilty by reason of a demonic possession." Judge is like, "Shit."
And for that reason, I'm out.
Yeah. By the way, Ed is in a wheelchair. He's still recovering from that heart attack.
Bad heart attack. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez.
So I guess we don't know. Timeline's a bit fuzzy. How long was he in that little coma?
I want to say 2 weeks.
Enough time for them to I don't know.
Something.
He's a little weak in the legs.
A little bit. The Warrens has to prove that the demonic possession for the first time after the incident, and Arnie's if it doesn't go this way, Arnie might get the death penalty if he's found guilty.
Yeah, it's another interesting thing that they point out, because Ed says, we've proven the existence of demons a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And then the lawyer's like, yeah, to the church. They have to prove it to the judicial system, the
That's
American
tough.
government.
It's hard to do that. The Warrens starts to check the tapes from the beginning. We see the Glatzel family moving in into the house for the first time. So we're getting some flashbacks here.
Ooh, the waterbed scene.
Yeah, so David goes into the room and he sees a waterbed. And have you ever used a waterbed?
They don't. I thought about this. Do they still make waterbeds?
I believe they do.
I can't imagine owning one now.
What's the
I
purpose?
believe I never had one myself.
Mhm.
I don't know if I've ever slept on one, but like I have memories of like small child me, like oh this person has a waterbed, and he's like oh jump on it, like oh that's cool, like whether an aunt or uncle or something like that, I don't know. But man, how do you sleep on a waterbed?
I don't know.
That's not supportive.
I think if you're a swimmer, I think you'll like a waterbed.
That's profiling.
Oh, that's my bad.
You're like, oh, I bet Aquaman would like it, bro. That's a little racist.
Actually, he would like it.
It's a little racially charged.
Well, Jason Momoa will sleep on anything.
Jason Momoa might like a waterbed, but not because he's Aquaman.
Oh, come on.
Because he's Hawaiian.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know. The point is, the whole time that this waterbed scene was happening, I was thinking of Nightmare on Elm Street 4.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a kid that gets killed by a waterbed in that.
Not good. Well, David is playing around with it, and he tries to sleep on it, but here's some rumblings. We see a face inside the waterbed.
Ooh. It's a pretty good effect because, obviously, it's this big kind of like Ripley blue tarp plastic.
Yeah.
And it's not really see-through, but it's transparent enough that if there was something like right on the other side, you would kind of see the shape and color of it, right? And that's exactly what happens. Is this person's face like presses up from the inside of the bed. Spooky imagery. It's good.
It's good. David checks the waterbed to see something, but nothing's there. But he's feeling a little sus. All of a sudden, the demon's hand grabs David through the waterbed. David is terrified as we hear the tape. It was him encountering the demon for the first time. Back to the present. The Bournes and Debbie checked that same waterbed room, but of course there's no waterbed. But Ed did not found water damage, but demon damage.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. He moves the rug where the waterbed was, and the wood is like disgustingly rotted and warped.
Yeah.
And the girl's like, "Oh yeah, water damage from the bed." And he's like, "Girl, that is not water. That's hell."
Absolutely. They want to see what's underneath the house. So Lorraine checks underneath, and she sees a lot of rats hovering around this particular area. She found a bag that is underneath the demon damage, and she discovered is a witch totem through which a satanic curse is passed.
Not good.
Yeah, as the Warrens explained to Debbie that Arnie was cursed, Ed said that the individual who takes a life and the demon departs. Individual takes a life and the demon departs, and that's why Arnie was able to read the Bible afterwards. So when they were explaining in the interrogation room, it's like, oh, I can't. He could read the Bible, but because of this weird curse,
the demon wasn't
do it.
there. Yeah.
So they think whoever cursed David used the totem to bring the demon.
Oh boy.
The Warrens meet our John Noble, Castnier, a former priest who studied the disciples of the Ram cult. I
didn't even realize until just now because I didn't like that movie, I guess. But Disciples of the Ram, that's the Annabelle cult.
It is. I remember now because we talked about it.
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay, everything is coming in full circle here.
Yeah, when watching the movie, it didn't even faze me. I was like, okay. But then just now, I was like, wait a minute.
Are they real cults? Because now I'm scared. Because what if they listen to this podcast?
I don't think so. Well, I'm not going to challenge their existence. They might be a real thing. But even if they're not, don't worry, Abrar. I'm sure there's a different cult that does listen to this podcast.
Yes. Yeah.
But hey, they're like, oh, Disciples of the Ram cult. It's like, oh no, they're Los Angeles football fans.
Oh yeah, that's true. Or it could be Seth Rollins, disciple of Buddy Matthews.
He doesn't go there anymore.
No, he doesn't. And Seth Rollins is not a Messiah anymore. All right.
But Buddy Matthews is part of the House of Black, and
that's a cult.
And it's a cult, and Malachi Black has that big. It's not a ram's horn crown, but it's like a deer antlers crown.
It's kind of the same.
Sure.
Yeah, our priest tells them that an occultist had intentionally left the totem.
Oh, the occultist.
Yes, resulting in a curse on the Glatzels and David's possession. Yeah, the priest said the priest showed his evil room, like the Warrens, how they keep their evil stuff in their room. And Lorraine says doesn't like this room at all. She hates this room. She's feeling it.
Yeah, it's also really messy.
Yeah, you gotta clean it up. What's wrong with this guy? We see Arnie mopping up the floor in jail, or it's like a mental institution, I guess.
He's probably held in some sort of medical. Well, because he was like, I didn't do it. It was a demon.
Yeah.
That I'm not going to say that's exactly the same as an insanity plea, but I'm like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna put him with all the other people that do insanity pleas.
Might as well. He dropped his mop bucket for some reason, but then his bucket moved and the lights turned off. The guy who was sleeping in his bed sits up and starts to sing to Arnie. He says, "I know."
Being a bully.
For real, he says, "I know where you are coming," and he smiles.
Yeah, he's singing. So earlier, when Bruno was being drunk and belligerent and had Arnie fix his radio, he's singing the song that was playing on the radio.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Was he singing that Bruno song from the Disney movie?
Encanto?
Encanto, yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen Encanto.
Me either, but I know that song.
I don't know that song.
Something about Bruno.
No, he's probably singing the Abano song.
Oh, right.
From the U2 album that U2 put on everybody's iPhones without their permission.
What was that song called? Damn, I'll remember. Don't worry, because it was very popular. Resident in my mind. Resident Evil. The demon grabs Arnie right behind him, and he disappears. There's a scene of that woman who terrorized Arnie doing some ritual stuff.
She better stop it.
Yeah, well, that's enough of that. When the Warrens received notice that the detectives from Danvers, Massachusetts, found a similar totem in the death of Katie Lincoln, who was also stabbed 22 times. They traveled there.
Now, was that a real life murder case as well?
Maybe. I want to say yes because of the story.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
But it would be wild if this movie is already fitting into the Warrens universe, like, okay, and then they did the Devil Made Me Do It trial. And we're obviously in this world, the devil did make him do it, or the demon made him do it.
Yeah.
But then if they just randomly co-opted another real life murder unconnected into it, be like, oh, that was part of it too. That'd be a little offensive, right? So surely this isn't real.
I guess not. Yeah, that's true. Because they'll have to show us their case as well in the end credits. I don't know. Well, on the drive to the other case, Lorraine told the detective that, I met Elvis as the song was playing.
She's lying. She's lying. Unless she means that she met her own husband in The Conjuring 2 when he sang the Elvis song.
Maybe.
Is that, I'll accept that.
Okay.
But other than that, no. You did not meet Elvis, you liar. She's like, oh, I met him when he was alive and after he died. Shut up, Lorraine.
Yeah. Yeah, as you said, the detective said, like, before or after he died? She's like, before and after. The cop was scared. He's like...
He's like, get me out of the car with these white people.
Debbie and David meets Arnie during presentation. David is telling his experience with the demon to Arnie, and the demon just tells you things. He says, pretty scary.
Yeah, David, you're not possessed anymore. Be more helpful than that.
That's true. He's a kid. He's just eating ice cream. Back to the Warrens and the cop. The totem was found at the home of Katie's friend, Jessica, who is missing. Lorraine learns through a vision that Jessica had murdered Katie while possessed before jumping to her death. Let's get into the scene here. Or her vision.
Green screen scene?
Yes. It went from day to night, and Lorraine sees a hand holding on a tree. It was very quiet. Katie and Jessica pops out of the tree, and Lorraine starts to follow them. After Jessica gives Kate a bracelet, she stabs her, and Lorraine is copying what she's doing, of course. So she's like copying what's her name? Was it Kate? I don't know which lady did it. Is it Katie or Jessica? I think it's Katie. Katie was stabbing Jessica. No.
I thought Katie got stabbed.
Katie got stabbed, yes.
Jessica did the stab.
Jessica was the stabber. She was copying Jessica. She stabs her, and Lorraine's copying her. Lorraine is stabbing her 22 times.
22 times again? Exactly the same?
Yeah. Also, my birthday is on the 22nd, so I'm kind of scared right now.
Oh, like this is some sort of long leg situation.
Oh, let me in.
Ram.
Yeah,
the Ram who listened to this podcast.
Let me in now, mommy. Okay, let me. For those who have not seen Daddy Long Legs,
watch it, rent it. It's good.
It's a good movie. Also watch Smile 2. That's your back-to-back horror movies. If you're now going to watch the Conjuring Universe, watch Daddy Long Legs. Long Legs and Smile 2. That's it.
Sure.
Lorraine follows, Jessica, on the edge of the hill. We go back to Lauren, and she's in the same position. Ed is right behind Lorraine. The demon grabs Lorraine off the hill and drags her, but Ed catches her and brings her up. Yeah, so, of course, we have mentioned multiple times that the background CGI was horrible.
Pretty bad.
That's the only thing, because Ed's face is like, does not match what's behind him.
It's I don't know. This must have been a reshoot, which is weird because I remember this being in the trailer as well.
Yes, it was.
And they were really in the woods for at least part of it.
Yeah.
So the fact that they had to couldn't come back on a weekend, we had to do it in studio or something on green screen. It's a little odd, a little weird. You know what this cliff kind of looked like? This cliff looks like well, there's a dam too. Is this a very specific spot in like Connecticut or something?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a bunch of spots in horror movies specifically that I feel like I've seen this exact cliff in. One of the more recent ones is In a Violent Nature. That one very specific kill on the cliff.
Yeah, yeah.
It kind of looks like
It's kind
that.
of look like that, yeah.
There's that cliff that all the kids jump off of in the It movies.
Yes. When they're trying to do like a cannon bomb
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's supposed to be in Maine, but I don't know where they filmed it.
Or Speak No Evil with James McAvoy.
Yeah, they jump off the cliff in that as well.
Yeah, so don't jump off of cliffs because you might die.
Yeah, these cliffs are haunted. There's lots of cliffs like these in movies, and they're all haunted. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
I mean, there was no haunting in Speak No Evil, but it doesn't matter.
It does not matter at all. Well, James McAvoy was possessed. That's what I think. Because he was a bloody.
You do not think that.
Fine. I did not, because he was a bloody doctor. Later that night, the detectives recovered the body. The Warrens received a phone call from the motel that Arnie is going to kill himself from Debbie. We see Arnie and Father Newman praying. Newman's the guy we saw in the interrogation room, praying, but he gave him something. And that something was holy water.
Thanks.
We see Arnie in his room acting like Bill Skarsgård in The Crow, acting very Skarsgård-y. Yeah, he starts to pray with the holy water he got.
He does. I'll give you this. He kind of looks like Bill Skarsgård here.
Yes.
You're often very wrong about these kinds of things. He kind of looks like Bill Skarsgård here.
I was feeling it.
And in The Crow, he was in a room like this at least one point. So
a little bit. The Warrens breaks into the morgue to see the recovered body. Lorraine grabs the hand of the lady and tries to get the vision, but nothing was there until we get a connection. She witnessed the cultist attempting to make Arnie kill himself, but she stops her, causing the occultist to become aware of Lorraine's presence. Thoughts on this scene, man? Here is your occultist.
Yeah. Thoughts on this scene? I don't know. I don't really have any.
Well, the cultist is like, how are you doing this, Lorraine?
Yeah, okay, all right, here's a thought. It's kind of like that bit in The Last Jedi where Rey and Kylo Ren are talking to each other through the Force.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what they're doing.
All right. Because connection works both ways.
Yeah, my thought is, how do you feel about the big fat zombie standing up? And running.
Man, once you watch Smile 2, you'll get my fears of these gentlemen.
Big fat dead people?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. We see Ed alone because Lorraine is trapped on the occultist side, and Ed is of course, as you mentioned, with someone, the big wet dude. The naked man turns around at Ed
Okay, so you know how they didn't make the crooked man?
Yeah.
What if they make the naked man?
No. I'm not watching that.
The naked man.
No way. The dead body. Oh yeah. The dude was running after him, but Lorraine lets go of the dead body, and the naked dude just fell on the ground.
Breaks the connection thing.
Yeah.
I think the rules on what the occultist can control are a little fuzzy for me. Like, obviously, they established that connection has to be there for her to... But, so the occultist summoned the demon.
Yeah.
She made the little totem and put it in a place where the demon would use it to latch on to somebody. And then the demon latched on to the kid, then jumped to Arnie, and now the occultist... So that's why Arnie killed Bruno.
Yeah.
Not Sacha Baron Cohen.
Oh, no.
So that's good. The occultist wanted that, but now the occultist wants Arnie to kill himself. Did they say why? So, like, he needs to kill somebody and then himself, and then the demon's happy, and the occultist gets what?
To be alive?
She's part of the Ram cult.
Yeah.
It's just, I think by the time that we get to the end of the movie, I think all this, like, what it leads to kind of confuses me. Maybe I missed something. I don't know.
Well, we'll see.
But so Lorraine makes the connection by touching the dead thing, and then the cultist is like, "Oh, I can see you too," and so she makes the dead body get up. But how is that still the demon she summoned?
I think so. I mean, I think she works both ways, right?
Because that's the strangest thing to me about this film, and kind of what I don't know where to draw the line, because in Conjuring 2, our villain was the nun, who was controlling Bill Wilkins, who was another ghost, and etc. And then we learn how powerful the nun is in other movies. But like the occultist, I guess we don't know it yet, but spoilers, she's a real lady. She's just a human who is doing cult stuff. So she herself does not have powers.
No,
she's using the occult to summon the demon who's doing the things. So I just don't understand how she did that there. And it gets to a point where I need to be like, well, it doesn't matter. Let's just move on. But I don't know. I'm trying to connect dots here.
Maybe she's using the curse to her own benefit. Maybe that's how she's doing it.
I mean, she's made a deal with the demon to have certain abilities, which may or may not bite her in the ass later. I guess is what we'll say.
I guess so. A book of witchcraft states that for the curse to be lifted, the occultist's altar must be destroyed.
I mean, if she's doing witchcraft, like, maybe she does have certain powers. I don't know. Because you could say that using witchcraft and totems to summon a demon is, in a sense, using powers, right? Like, you just have to know how to do it. I don't know. Spider-Man, how did Ned open the portal? Just because he could. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine.
That's alright. Well, Ed is affected by the curse when the totem is discovered in Warren's house. We see Ed in this house walking in the dark, and the door opened, and he goes to it and sees he had broke in. He sees Lorraine beads on the ground and sees the occultist. The occultist was impressed with Warren's stuff, but she disappeared because he sees some naked zombie attacking him.
The naked man.
The naked man.
I'm going to add the naked man to the list of monsters.
Oh, yes, please. Do you still have the whole list?
I've got the list.
All right, we'll list them in the next episode. But Ed tries to exorcise him, but
he has to because he's big and fat.
Yeah, can't. He almost stabs Lorraine, but is stopped by their assistant, Drew. Shout out to Drew.
Is Drew living here right now? What's up with Drew? Because Drew's more of a character in the first movie.
Yes,
he shows up in the second one for a minute. He's not really in it, and then now he's just kind of around here. And he's like, I've always been here. I don't know. I don't know what Drew's deal is.
He's always with the Warrens, but whenever they need him, whenever they need him, they'll call out Drew.
Well, I'm glad he's
also the same actor from the first one too.
Yeah, it's whenever Drew appears, it's always the same guy.
Yeah, not Judy.
Nope. Whenever Judy appears, it's always a different girl.
Yeah. They were gifted flowers by someone in the house, and the flowers are black.
Oh, man. Ed was pissed.
Yeah.
He's like, that skank was in my house, and he's like throwing furniture, and he's looking all around. And, clever earlier when Ed was recuperating from his heart attack,
Mhm.
people were sending him flowers, and actually there was a cute little reference. They were like, "Oh, this was sent by the whatever family." I don't remember what it was, but it was the family from the first Conjuring. I remember. I looked it up.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah, and then
The Perrin family.
yeah, that was them. And then yeah, so all the flowers, and there's just one vase where the flowers are black and dead and falling apart, and he smashes it, and there's another totem.
Yeah,
Good reveal. I like that.
It was good. Both Drew and Ed are trying to figure out where the cultist is at. They concluded that she must have lived by the river. Uh-oh. We know that Father Kastner lived by the river.
Oh, that little lying bastard.
Hey man, that's the guy. He was eating those
Cherry
those
tomatoes.
berries. Yeah, and Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah, he was.
He's like, "Ah." And I think it was Mary Pippin was like, "Oh no."
Pippin had to sing.
Yeah, great singer. I wish he can sing me to bed all the time.
All right, yeah, okay.
All right, good. Lorraine travels to meet Father Kastner for assistance. Also, he died horribly in Lord of the Rings. He fell
Denethor?
on fire. Yeah.
That is probably the most over-the-top death in that series, which is saying something.
Yeah.
But then one of the maybe top 10 over-the-top deaths in cinema.
Yeah, I believe so.
Just the way that he lit on fire and how far he ran, specifically just to jump and fall to his death, like a mile to his death.
He was losing it because he was gonna burn his own son.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this guy.
Now we're just talking about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's a good saga.
Very
The best trilogy of all time. I don't care who anybody says.
No, I'm trying to think if there's anything better. I'm gonna say I agree.
Yeah, it is. It has to be from top to bottom.
Because what would even come close?
Star Wars, but I wouldn't even say Star Wars.
Indiana Jones. But does that count as a trilogy anymore?
No, it's a saga.
Yeah. So
Matrix.
That's definitely not a trilogy anymore.
Oh yeah, there's four.
What about Back to the Future?
I said this from day one.
Oh no! I forgot. You've never seen Back to the Future.
Yeah. I seen the first one, and I saw the second one where he was in the desert, but I didn't see the whole. Oh no, that was the third one. But I haven't seen the whole thing. But don't worry, I will watch it. We mentioned this last time, but I have not seen it.
Well, I think the answer is still Lord of the Rings, regardless.
Yeah, I agree. Rush Hour? No.
You just said that because I've never seen Rush Hour.
Yeah, thank you.
And I never will.
Back to our top 5 movies. That was the second episode. Everyone check out that. A comedy movies, I believe.
Good.
All right. Lorraine travels to meet Father Castro for assistance. To talk about more of that witchcraft book. Ed is leaving and trying to rescue Lorraine. But guess what? As Kastner reveals that the cultist is in fact his daughter, Isa,
God.
he has secretly raised her in violation of the requirement of the celibacy in the Catholic Church.
I'm going to assume that second word you tried to say was celibacy.
That word.
I don't know about the priests aren't supposed to have kids, but he did.
Yeah,
that's the trick.
Yeah, same with nuns, right?
Yeah, they're also not supposed to do that.
Damn. Wait.
Okay.
Wait. What about our girl in the nun? She was having
So nuns are supposed to be married to God, to the Lord.
Yeah.
So and so you don't marry a man and then have kids with a man. You definitely don't have kids without not your husband, and your husband is God. So no.
All right.
You're not doing that.
Yes, unless you're like Jacob Fatu, where he says, "Solo, I love you." Anyways,
That's just a nonsensical reference. People aren't connecting the dots there at all. It's getting harder and harder to stay on track in these movies. we need this spooky rewatch October to end, for the love of God.
But yeah, so as he researched the cult, Isa grew fascinated by it and became an occultist.
Yeah, if you're researching an evil cult and you have a whole evil cult room,
yeah,
maybe that's the room we don't let our daughter go into. Like, that's the room we're just like, all right, this one's off limits. This is Daddy's work. Don't go in there.
Absolutely.
Don't start reading my evil demon books. Don't start playing with my evil demon totems.
Well,
don't start listening to my evil demon records.
No,
don't watch Longlegs.
What about Judy? Remember, she reads her dad's, files from Annabelle Comes Home.
So the occultist is the evil Judy.
Oh, now I like this movie.
That's what it turned it around for you, did it?
Yeah, I might have to rank it up a little bit, maybe. Okay, so he leads Lorraine into the tunnels underneath the house where her altar is, but Isa kills her father and then curses Ed and Arnie, causing Ed to try to kill Lorraine and Arnie tried to kill himself.
This reminded me of X-Men 2, where Cyclops is under the control of the serum and he's trying to fight Jean Grey.
Yeah. It's kind of like that. Yeah.
That's all I got. That's all I got. This is like other movie.
It is. Well, I think X-Men 2 is always a good movie.
Hell yeah, it is. X-Men 2 is great.
Probably the best movie out of the X-Men series, except for the first one.
Better than Lord of the Rings?
No, that's different. Isa, the occultist, sliced her dad's neck out of nowhere. Kabam!
And lights him on fire and makes him run.
Oh my goodness! Basically, might as well. The scene where she sees herself in doubles was pretty cool. Do you remember that scene?
No.
Where she where the occultist was looking at the mirror and then she was seeing herself.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The way the occultist was talking to Lorraine was the same way she did on Cameo. Now we're scared.
Oh, yeah.
Ed regains his senses when Lorraine reminds him of her love when they first met and destroys the altar, saving Arnie as well. Isa is killed by the demon she's summoned after failing to complete the curse. Thoughts on this ending, man?
So I think at this point, everything I was questioning earlier of like, what powers does she have? What powers does the demon have? Where does the line draw?
Yeah.
I think I'm just accepting that she was feeding this demon, which in turn gave her powers to do spooky things. And now that she didn't feed him this one guy this one time, it got her instead. Sure. Pretty gnarly death for her.
Yeah.
And we gotta talk about these tunnels, man. There's so many, because John Noble earlier is like, oh, there's tunnels on the property, and she lay there. Maybe she's being spooky down there in the tunnels or something. I don't know. Insane. This is like barbarian tunnels almost.
It literally is.
This massive network of like underground tunnels. All right, maybe saying barbarian's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's like at the final battle in Skyfall, where there's tunnels like under the farm,
right?
Stuff. Or a different reference, because I have many. In Better Call Saul, when they try to get Lalo,
yes,
got those tunnels.
Yeah, it was like that. The reference.
Yeah, I'm full of them.
Well, Arnie
Who
was
dug these
going.
tunnels? That's what I want to know.
I
And
can't
it's
say
not the
for sure.
demon. It must have been John Noble because he was like, "Yeah, those tunnels are there."
Is John Noble and her daughter, so they're building those tunnels over time.
That's just come on, man. He was asking for his daughter to be a spooky occultist.
I think that's what he wanted. Well, yeah. So Arnie was going through it. They kind of recreated the ending of The Exorcist or Amityville Horror
Close.
with Ed trying to kill Lorraine and Arnie being possessed. Our occultist got twisted and stabbed because the demon needed a soul.
If we're talking about recreating endings, I mean, yeah, they're trying to like do the exorcism on Arnie in the hospital or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's getting like biblical over there. There's super bright white lights coming through the window and like wind, and that priest is so in over his head he doesn't know what's going on. But if we're talking about recreating things, the way that I won't say possessed because that means something else here, but mind controlled Ed was chasing Lorraine around. And he doesn't walk so good because he's been in that wheelchair and he had a cane for a bit. And he picks up a sledgehammer, which is different than an axe, but the way he was holding it and the way he was dressed and the way he was hobbling and chasing Lorraine, that's The Shining. So
honestly, yeah, they're doing all of that.
So yeah, they've homaged The Shining, they've homaged The Exorcist, they've homaged a lot of stuff in this movie.
Do you mind it, or do you think it's like it's kind of whack?
Well, I don't mind it inherently, but I also don't think it fits really. I mean, him, the way he's chasing her in this movie, it fits what's happening, so it's fine.
Yeah,
I think the priest getting out of the taxi dressed like the priest from The Exorcist and the shot, I think that's gratuitous, and it's like, well, you're just taking a moment to look at the audience and say, remember The Exorcist? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Well, didn't and remember in Insidious Red Door, didn't Patrick Wilson also trying to kill his son?
Yeah, he was going through some stuff.
Same movie.
Same movies, same series. James Wan, you hack. You made the same series twice.
Yeah, you thought we didn't notice? We noticed now. Well, at the end here, Ed places the cup of the from the altar in Warren's. I just make Lorraine and Warren. The Warren's artifact room, along with the Valak painting and the Annabelle doll.
I think it's really funny that in the first movie, it's very much the room of artifacts is treated like, well, this is spooky and it needs to go somewhere, so we're going to put it here because we know what to do with it. Like, we know how to keep it here. It'll be safer here. But as the movies continue, it very much just was like, I need a trophy. I just need this.
It's like
throw it in the collection.
It's like a Xbox or PlayStation trophy you get during the game.
Basically. You didn't talk about how Ed smashes the big stone table like Cody Rhodes smashed the Triple H throne.
There you go. This is pretty much the same.
It's big slow motion. The table shatters.
It's good. Arnie is convicted of manslaughter and serves a sentence of 5 years. But guess what? He marries his love of his life, Debbie, while in prison.
That's another thing, right? So we're told, you better prove this kid was really controlled by a demon, or else he's gonna get the death penalty.
Yeah.
And they stopped the occultist, but I don't think they really proved shit. And he gets 5 years for murder. That's nuts.
Yeah. Well, it's not a death penalty, right?
No, no. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying your options are death penalty, and we'll give you 5 years. It's like, whoa, not even life, not even 20 years. I mean, in the context of the film, we know he was really possessed and he didn't do it, so yay, it's a happy ending. I don't know though, dude. This is kind of a big jump between we're gonna kill you to 5 years.
Yeah. Well, it's okay because we see Lorraine and Ed dancing in the gazebo, just like how
gazebo. Yeah, they did mention that earlier. They in the flashback they were in the gazebo in the rain.
So they did the same thing, kind of, and then that's how you ended Conjuring 3.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the demon the occultist was controlling not having like an actual form that we see? Because when it kills her, it's just a demonic version of her. That's what we see.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously the naked man.
Yes.
But it's not like the Annabelle demon that we see, or the Valak, the nun that we see. Like, she has many forms, but the one we know is the nun. But we don't really get like a. Is it thematic? Is it being a evil version of herself? Is that a theme somehow that I'm too sick and tired to delve into or pick up on?
No, it's because we're so used to those demons, right? Forgetting this type of villain arc was not satisfying. I think that's the right term because we're expecting someone like a demon, but this is like something else. So maybe that's why this movie's not great.
I'm not saying that I have a problem with the villain being a person.
Yeah.
But I guess it just doesn't quite. If you stack up all of, and we will in the next episode, you stack up all of the ghosts and demons and evil things that we go through in this series, she's the one human.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yeah, I think that's why it's not. That's why it's the least favorite Conjuring movie.
I just think it's the least well-made Conjuring movie. I mean, of the Conjuring series, like the actual Conjuring ones, not the whole universe.
I think it's because it's like it's too open, as I said before. Because usually the other two movies are more intimate with the houses. Because they're more known for the houses. This is more like an action movie-ish.
Yeah, it's because in the first two, really, it's we need to do everything we can to help this family. And that's why the second one's the best one, because Ed and Lorraine build that strong relationship with the girl that's being possessed.
Yes.
And in this one, it's we were helping this family, and then this guy now this guy's in trouble, and the world is watching. But we don't really get the sense in the movie that the world is watching. Now, obviously, the world was, to an extent, because this is a famous thing and people know about it. But it doesn't really feel like... I don't know. I mean, there's that pressure of, like, you better help this kid or he'll get the death penalty, but there's not that pressure of, like, the things we do here has massive ramifications for how the world perceives paranormal events. Which I feel like they really could have leaned more into.
I agree. But they didn't.
They did not.
But dude, I forgot how the first Conjuring end credits were, or the after credits. Yeah. But I remember the second one because remember the mom didn't throw away that chair and she died on the chair.
Throw away that chair.
But this one, man, this after credit here, I think it's the most scary. Again, all these after credits are scarier than the whole movie, and we get a tape of David being possessed. I'm not gonna show it here because I feel like it's too haunting for me, at least. But
also, probably copyrighted by Warner Brothers at this point.
They copyrighted his possession.
I mean, they put the tape in the movie, so I feel like if you show it, they're gonna be like, "Hey, I don't know."
No, that's. I don't know. That's kind of weird though. But yeah, I'm not gonna put it anyways because I feel I don't feel good about it. But yeah, if you guys are interested, go on YouTube. It'll be there. Let's get into our interesting facts for here. It's really quick. Lorraine, who played by Vera Farmiga in the Conjuring movies, died a natural death, age of 92, on April 18th, 2019.
Yes.
She was the head consultant of all of the Conjuring movies projects and an avid follower of the series.
Yeah, so you're saying last time we talked about because Annabelle Comes Home was attributed to her. You're saying it was a bummer she didn't get to see this one.
Nope, she did not see.
And
her
I was like, do you
movie.
think she cared?
I think she cared. I mean, it's still a movie about her, right?
She probably would have been like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean, 92 also, long life.
They would have shown the scene of them in the gazebo, and she would have been like, oh, that's lovely.
Actually, yeah, I think that's why they put that scene in there just for her. But yeah, 92, long life, especially talking to demons, kind of crazy. James Wan remarked that with the Conjuring 3, they wanted to get out of the haunted house setup, which was the subgenre for the previous two movies. The third one here takes a major turn in this regard. So he wanted to get out of the house.
Yeah. And you were questioning if that's good for this movie or if it was to its detriment.
I'm glad they did it, but I wish they did it better. A little bit. As we mentioned, this movie came out in theaters and on HBO Max at the same time. And that's it. I do have a video of behind the scenes on this movie, so let's watch that.
Holy shit. Wait, I've just made a discovery. I have an interesting fact that I just noticed. In the credits, and I have to change this now in my notes. There's an official name for the Naked Man.
Oh no! What's his name?
I don't know if I said this in this episode, but I was thinking when I was looking at him, and now it says it in the credits. He's referred to as the linebacker.
Well, he is a big wet.
He's a big boy, like how Brock Lesnar said to Keith Lee, "Big boy,
big boy." Oh man, well, that's good. That's good to know. Well, here is the behind of the scenes of Conjuring 3. So let's watch that.
Oh, what's a 3-hour video? Everyone strap in.
Let me do a little this.
Oh my god, the whole thing?
Yes.
12 minutes long.
It's very interesting.
All right.
Okay.
Are you gonna play this in the episode? Or are you just gonna put a link to it?
No, I'll play it.
You're just gonna play someone else's video and you're.
Well, okay. This video is from Mayhem Mendez.
But surely it's probably ripped from the Conjuring Blu-ray or something.
Something like that. But yeah, let's watch it in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
There's a bad CGI there.
This case,
the devil made me do it case. It was an infamous, internationally renowned case.
Yeah.
A trial of Cheyenne Johnson.
Yeah.
Which was, I believe, the first time in the history
of the
court of law in the United States that the council tried to claim
that demonic possession was used as an alibi, as a reason for committing what ultimately became manslaughter.
I really wanted Conjuring 3 to be something a bit different, like get us out of the house, so it's not just
I know this,
a
and I've
traditional
always known this
story, and how
but
Lorraine
it always
and Ed
throws me
comes to this
through a loop
house,
when I hear James Wan's Australian accent.
whatever evil's in this house, and that's the end of the movie. I feel like there's more
Never ready for
and
it.
the Warrens have have had many stories where they've helped police investigate different cases and help find missing people and stuff like that. So I felt like this would be a natural direction to go into that is something a bit different. And so when I pitched that to Patrick and Vera, they just loved it. They loved the idea of just doing something a bit different as well.
Yeah, I think Conjuring 1 and Conjuring 2 were very insular movies. They were strategically haunted house movies, and we were kept within the confines of these houses, and what we could explore is corners of the houses, and the investigation was sort of kept to that space. And we bust out in Conjuring 3 and step outside the walls of the Glatzel's house.
This is the story of Arnie Johnson, and he was a 19-year-old kid in the early 80s who became possessed by a demon. He murdered his landlord, went to trial. Allegedly. In that trial, it was the first time in U.S. history that somebody claimed demonic possession as a defense. And that kicks off the story. The movie is really the Warrens' investigation, and it begins with them building a case for Arnie to support his possession. And they start to uncover something much darker.
I think every character in the script has an interesting story and a story to be told. And this story is based on true events. That's even more captivating. So that's what's interesting about the Conjuring series, is that it's based on true events, and we want to watch
say that while she's
it's
at
not
this
like a
haunted
scary slasher film, which those are great
table.
as well.
Based on true events.
One,
like, well, technically,
this relates human experiences, and we want to follow the journeys of every character, particularly mine, of course.
Either of you care for knowledge?
No, thank you.
She's
We
like
had
Tom
breakfast
Rousseau.
before we left. I'm Ed. This is my wife, Lorraine.
Yeah, these lovebirds met at 16 years of age. And as I understand it, as Lorraine has relayed to me, that it was love at first sight.
Can't even look at me.
Very much like it was like at first sight with us, wasn't it? And so, it's really sweet to be able to glimpse that. And there are flashbacks in the film that take you back to that, that very first moment where Cupid just like got out his arrow and bing!
Ow!
Got this guy.
Ow.
And we get to see it through these young actors who are so delicious and so charming and really enchanting, and who were really into each other.
Yeah, it's very sweet.
They had beautiful chemistry.
Yeah.
And you see that very famous story that Lorraine has told over and over again about, the great love of her life.
I think the first Conjuring movie, the second Conjuring movie, very, very different from each other. This one, it's a very investigative, almost like detective kind of movie too. It's not just, it is a horror film, but adding
it does have the little
court drama essence to
Mulder
it.
and Scully
how
vibe
this is
to it,
kind of based off of
especially
of
when they
police
link up with
report.
that cop and
Totally
driving
changes
through
the
the
tone.
forest.
That alone makes it very suspenseful too, and I think that this might target a lot of people who do kind of like that kind of drama, as well as the people who are, of course, big horror fans.
The name of the film is The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, and that is based on the trial of Arnie Johnson and his defense of demonic possession. And that is really what kicks off the story. This is set in 1981, and it's really just the very beginning of the Satanic Panic. And for people who don't remember it or haven't lived through it, that was a period of time in the U.S. of a lot of paranoia and satanic frenzy. And there was Satanism was on the rise, but also this sense of fear and paranoia in this country that it was reaching children through Ozzy Osbourne and rock music. And, so a lot of it was totally unfounded, but then you also had events like this that were very extraordinary. And there was other similar, satanic deaths and murders, which, are, tied into this film. And, that there was a lot of them if you actually, look it up in the, throughout the 80s.
Yeah, when you play something that did actually happen, I'm sure there is a fundamental bedrock of reality which you have to build the story on. So it helps not to doubt the intentions of the characters and the motivations, because they're real people. It also makes it a bit more risky that you have to respect that the real people were involved in this story and there was severely tragic circumstances around it, and that we'll never truly know what exactly happened. And yet when we play it and we extract these elements from the story, we have to act as if we do have
believe
certainty.
that we talked for Conjuring 3 for like 2 hours, and then you're like, yeah, I'll just play a 12-minute video at the end.
Marty, tell me.
You are insane.
When I was working with Michael Schaves on
Schaves?
I really, I
said
saw
Michael
a filmmaker
Schaves.
that
Oh,
really
that's
gets
tragic.
these
You've
kind
been
of
wrong
films.
this whole time.
He gets how important
Schaves.
it is to
Is that Chavez?
tell stories with characters that we care
it's
about.
not for me to say, is it?
And
No.
how important
Schaves.
the set pieces are as well.
Like Hobbs
they
and
all kind of
Schaves.
go hand in hand.
Oh,
If you
good
care
movie.
about your
Oh, good
characters,
trailer.
then your scares
Thank
are
you
going to
for
be more
that.
scary because you start feeling that these people
Not
that
a
you
good
love
movie.
are going to be
Well,
in
it's a
jeopardy,
good
and you want to see
trailer.
them get out of whatever
You just
sticky
said that twice
situations
in a
they're
row.
in. And Michael really gets
I
that,
had to
and
repeat it.
he has got a great eye for that, and has a sense of what needs to be done and how to do it. That I felt
You should,
confident to
you should
hand
dye your
the,
hair like James
baton,
Wan
if
here.
you will,
Just a little bit of red
over
wisp
to
in
him.
I
it.
was wary of
should.
shots. I'm like, how is anyone? James as a band leader is just like one of the most exuberant, ebullient, joyful people, supercharged with passion, and that's what I expect now with The Conjuring. And so when Schaves stepped up to the plate,
Oh, they did it again.
his energy
Schaves.
is
Schaves.
beautiful.
Yeah.
He's a real cheerleader. He can get the crew going, us going.
Patrick Wilson must be
2
really
seconds
happy. You know
flat.
why?
With his
He got
command,
paid
his leadership,
twice
he has
for the
this
same thing.
silly joyfulness that
Yeah.
he
He's the
revs
star
us up with.
in 2
Schaves is
horror
wonderful,
series,
and
which are the same
he knows
series.
exactly what he wants,
He-
and
he-
he will
he paid
make
double.
sure he gets that
And
job.
No, he
more-
worked
Let me
double.
paint a picture.
He
when
more or
you walk on the
less
set.
plays the same
He's
character
got a happy
in
face,
both.
he's smiling, and he's always
What a
happy to
king.
see you. Well, let me tell you, the energy of the set comes from the top, and it's directed by the director. And with him having that incredible creative attitude and happy feeling of, wow, we're making a movie, let's do this. That energy, it's effusive. It just rubs off on everyone. And it certainly does on me. So anything he asks me to
Little
do,
kids
yes.
sledding
So Schaves is great. I love
How many
being on
times
set
are they
with
going to
him.
point out that we've been saying
Michael
his name wrong?
Schaves
Oh, ice cream.
is
Ice cream.
a very nice and sweet director that gets acting, and he gets actors, and we even have a secret handshake. I can't tell you because it's a secret, but
I don't know about this.
handshake. It's pretty cool.
Great. I know even when James came very early on, he knew he was so happy because not only does Schaves have the skill set, but really as you hear us talk, it's so much about your attitude and
his ideas
and his passion for this project, for this to the excitement, this sort of unabashed excitement of I'm in the Conjuring universe. It's great.
Ready, and 3, 2, 1, go!
I was hoping it would. I love doing it. I love working with this dude. I love, and it's even a greater family. It's the crew as well that's been a part of this journey, and it's a family, and it's nice coming back and checking in with each other every 2 years, because we're all very, very connected, and it's a circus on set. Because as dark as what the story we're telling, it's really an affectionate group of people, and there's so much good fun that we have.
What really sets this apart and makes it so exciting is, you have all of the scares and the terror that you would expect from a Conjuring film, but is set against this really incredible mystery. And I think it's a mystery that, in a very deep way, is
Incredible
tied into
mystery?
what the Conjuring universe is all about.
It's scary.
It's scary.
It's scary, and it's haunting. It will stick with you.
I think that I really feel like audiences will love this film in particular because of the investigative part about it. How it is kind of it's a bit of a crime story almost.
There weren't audiences.
And I also think that
HBO Max.
they'll love following.
Were you actually
this
alone
young
in the theater
couple.
when you saw
There
this?
hasn't been
No, I saw it with my brother.
a young couple yet.
Well,
It's mostly
were
just
there
big
other people, though?
families. And
I can't remember.
to see, two people in their 20s
I think there's a few.
go through this together, a very young, precious love. I think audiences will love that. At least I will. I think it's the sweetest thing ever.
This is a movie that's a roller coaster. It is scary as hell. And I think it's also a story that, takes these characters into places that we haven't seen before. I think that, with any story that, carries across a series of films, I think that, you want to see these characters pushed. You want to see them, taken to their boundaries and really challenged. And I think that what this does for the Warrens is, very unique and very exciting. And, the emotional journey
I was going to say
on,
that hallway
what ends up
that we just saw him walk through looked a
is
lot like
is very exciting.
Within the first few minutes, I think you'll know you're in for a much different ride than you've been on in other Conjuring films. Yes, it will be scary. It wouldn't be a Conjuring film without being a very terrifying movie. But again, I think the fact that we're in a different location, the fact that it's a big movie. It is a big expansive movie.
With the added action and adventure and
and a much different feel. So hopefully, as our audiences grow, we grow with them.
And the thing is, I don't think you have to see the first and the second to be dropped into this world.
Yeah, no.
If you're discovering it for the first time, you will not have needed that prior knowledge.
It's like an episode of Law and Order.
That was Conjuring 3 behind the scenes.
Wow.
So I was looking at the ratings. You gave it a 3 out of 5. I gave it 3.5. After rewatching this whole film and watching all of that, are you changing the rating or are you keeping it the same?
No, I think I'm sticking with 3.
Okay.
I think 3 is respectable for that. So, in the end, I ended up giving the first 2 Conjuring movies both 4 stars.
Yeah.
And then, in the grand scheme of ranking the whole Conjuring universe, 3 stars still puts this movie at 5th place.
Wow, okay.
So.
Alright. Well, that was Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It. We thought it would be the last Conjuring movie, but there's another one next year, so...
Conjuring Last Rites, I think is what it's called.
Okay, so we'll probably review it when that comes out, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
But till then, Skylar, where can they find you, man?
You'll find me here on the podcast one last time for the spooky October season.
Yes.
As we're wrapping it up with the
I'm sad.
2.
Yeah, I'm sad we're wrapping up this because, as you said, The Nun 2, we were going to review that. Of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, iHeartRadio, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, on all that at Brumber Wonder Podcast. Until then, guys. Then. Yeah. Welcome to the second annual of the spooky edition of the Brumber Wonder Podcast.
And happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween for all those who celebrate it or do some trick-or-treating. Have fun, have safe, happy Halloween. Because it is the end of the spooky season. My guest and I are going to rewatch or finishing rewatching the Conjuring Universe in this month, this last day of October.
Well, this is a lot of spooky sounds happening today.
I know. But it's the last episode. My guest, of course, let me bring on here. He loves this universe. So do I. It's Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
I love most of this universe.
Yeah, especially that one movie.
No, not that. But you know what? I'm doing great. It's Halloween. Halloween is you know what's crazy? So we're millennials.
Yes.
I think we're like the end of what you consider a millennial, and right after us is where Gen Z starts. Has Halloween gotten bigger for millennials than other holidays like Christmas or those holidays.
I would say yes.
I know I'm asking a man who does not celebrate Christmas, so that's a little. But do you think Halloween, from what you've seen on social media or other people, like, do you think it's equal to or as big as other holidays?
I'll say yes, because there's so much material we can use for our Halloween costumes, at least.
Yeah.
So many things. So many things we watched as kids, and things are, especially now, whatever's trending. We want to dress up for that.
Yeah.
And I'll say yeah.
I think Halloween is the millennial holiday.
Because you don't see people with the Halloween 3 skeleton, pumpkin, or the witch mask.
Yeah.
We don't see those. We don't see those basic ones. We have like not even scary costumes. People are just dressing up.
That being said, though, if there were like three kids walking around trick or treating with those exact masks, those are the coolest kids on the planet. That would be really cool.
I agree. Those masks are very iconic, at least for me, or at least for us.
Silver Shamrock, hell yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, man, I agree. Halloween is those times where if you dress up like anybody, I think it's socially acceptable. Unless you're like the Terrifier, Art the Clown. No, thank you. Other than that, everything's good.
There's gonna be a lot of Art the Clown stuff this year.
Yeah, it's like that, the Homer Simpson meme where he's in the bar and everyone's dressed the same.
Yeah.
It's been like that.
It's gonna be like how after 2016, like not every, obviously, but a large amount of girls were Margot Robbie, Harlequin. There's gonna be a lot of dudes walking around as Art the Clown. Dudes with their girlfriends who are the girl one, yeah. I don't know her name. I didn't see Terrifier 3. I only saw the first two, and she's the but she's the spooky girl, Art the Clown girl thing, whatever that is.
Her or the skeleton? Oh, I don't want to spoil it.
I'm not gonna see it.
Okay, yeah. Well, there's from the first movie, that girl, that woman was Art the Clown.
You remember from
Terrifier 1? Terrifier 1.
From the first one. Did you see the first one?
No, but I know that she was in it.
I saw the first one. I don't remember a girl with Art.
Well, if you watch the third one, it would be that person, and I'm guessing that.
That's the okay. No, I know who you're talking about. That's the girl. She's like the survivor from Terrifier 1.
Yeah.
And then she becomes crazy evil. And,
yes.
And does she rip Chris Jericho's face off?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
There we go. So people be them. Or you don't think people be the Joker? Joaquin Phoenix? That just came out.
Not anymore. No, I don't think so.
What about not Mark Robbie, Lady Gaga as
No. Terrifier 3, whatever you think of Terrifier, if you love it, if you don't love it so much, whatever, it's like super high grossing right now for what it is. It's made tons. You can guarantee that Terrifier is sticking around for a while, and that's got to be such an easy costume to buy. Just that like onesie, and then you put a little thing over your head, and you paint your face white. Maybe you get a little prop fake nose, or you don't, and that's it. You're there. He is. So
yeah.
There's gonna be. I would be shocked if there were no Art the Clowns that I saw today on Halloween.
We'll see, man. Well, I do have a question for you.
Hit me with the question.
It's the last question, man, for this rewatch series for this year.
I promise I'm going to say yes this time.
I hope so, because I have been asking you for 10 episodes now.
It's just the way you've been asking, and it's not a good. But I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Well, do you want to play hide and Clap with me.
No. I can't do it.
For the last time.
All right, fine. Let's play it.
Yes. Actually, I'm scared. I don't want to do that.
Now I do it and you're scared. That's
Yeah. Well, today's episode, we are finishing off the Spooky Rewatch with the last Conjuring Universe as at the moment. For now. It is The Nun 2, which was released last year, 2023, by Michael.
Oh, we just learned that we were saying his name wrong, and I don't remember. I don't remember how they were saying it.
Michael Chevs.
Okay.
Well, it is stored by Alika Cooper. Let's go into the cast here. Short cast, really small cast here. Of course, we got our returning Teresa Farmiga as Sister Irene. Shout out to her. We got our Frenchy boy, Jonas Bolkat as Maurice. Oh yeah, we finally know French guy is not French boy, it's Maurice.
Yeah, he's not Frenchy anymore.
No.
Because of the boys.
Yeah.
You can't call him Frenchy because there's a different Frenchy now.
Yeah. We have Storm Reed as Sister Deborah.
She's in stuff.
She's in the most crazy show on HBO, Euphoria, which I've never seen.
Oh, she's in Euphoria? I didn't know that.
she was one. She's probably the best. They said that she's probably the best actor there besides Zendaya and others.
There's some breakout people from that show. You got Hunter Schafer and Sydney Sweeney.
Oh yeah.
And that guy that was
from he's in Saltburn.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Okay. Euphoria has good stars there, but I know Storm Reed from this one particular movie. Missing
the Suicide Squad. Oh, okay.
No. Oh yeah, she was in that. But she's in this own movie called Missing, and it's the worst movie I've seen her in. Her acting was so bad. I apologize for Storm Reed. I'm sorry, but that movie, man, is bad. Trash. I watched it in theaters.
Oh, yeah, of course you did. You watched everything in theaters. When you shouldn't.
Well,
speaking of watching things in theaters, The Nun 2, I didn't watch it in theaters. This came out last year. 20, September of 2023, and I didn't. This is actually the first time I've seen it.
Right, yeah.
I had a whole list of 2023 movies that I had missed that I was going back and watching, and then the last one I had left was The Nun 2, and then Abrar was like, "Oh, let's do The Conjuring," and I was like, "Okay," so I just left it. I didn't watch it for a long time, but now I've seen it.
All right.
That's okay.
We also have Anna Popplewell as Kate, and you should know her from one particular trilogy.
Oh, the Chronicles of Narnia.
Yeah, she is Susan. Susan is here.
As soon as I saw her, I was like, "How do I know this lady? Why do I know her?"
She has a distinctive face for sure.
Yeah, she's a pretty lady.
Yeah, I forgot she was British. Of course, Chronicles of Narnia is from the Britland. We also got Bonnie Aarons back as the Demon Nun. And Caitlin Downey, I don't know if she's related to Robert Downey Jr.
No, she's not. No.
Okay. As Sophie. All right, man. What do you think is the budget for this one, man? The last movie was what I said? I think it was 20 million.
The last Nun movie?
No. Oh yeah. Last Nun movie. It was around there, I believe.
I don't know. I don't know. It's gotta be a small budget. Look how small this cast is. There's really only like 2, maybe 2.5 locations that we're ever at. There's some effects, some fairly decent effects if I remember. Man, I don't know. If you said 20 million for the last one, which I don't even know if that was correct or true, I'm gonna say 20 million for this one because it's just it's very small.
It is. It is. Well, you're kind of right. It's 38 million.
So by kind of right, you mean I was halfway there?
Halfway there.
All right.
What about the box office?
Couldn't have made much because I didn't see it.
Well, the first Nun was kind of successful, right? People like this demon nun, and now she has a sequel.
Yeah. It was. I mean, all these movies are successful because they don't cost much, and then they make a lot. Now, so the last movie that we talked about was the first. It was Conjuring 3, which was the first post-COVID movie in this universe. And I was like, I don't think that made, because it went straight to HBO Max.
Yeah.
I don't think it made a lot in theaters. But then I was wrong, and you told me it made 200 million in theaters. So this, I got no idea how much it made. I'll say the same thing. I'll say $200 million.
Oh, kind of double, not double, but it kind of increased. Is 269 million.
269. Okay. All right.
Well, yeah. Well, this is your first time watching. What is your thoughts?
Okay. My first thought was, this isn't a horror movie in the same way that the first Nun movie was, because the first one was like this really dark. The strongest part of the Nun 1 is the vibes, and as I said at the time, the sauce that movie brings. Right? It didn't need to go as hard as it did, and so that's like the reason to watch it, basically.
Yeah.
And then it becomes an action movie at the end, a really schlocky action movie.
Yeah.
This one is not a horror movie like that. It's like a slasher movie, almost.
Yeah, it is.
Like it's kind of like Jaws in a way, where like the nun's creeping around and she'll like, you know how the shark she eats the girl in the water at the beginning, and then someone or you know what? I'll use a more appropriate analogy, not Jaws, but Jaws 2. Specifically the part where the shark attacks that speedboat and the girl's freaking out like, oh no, it's a shark, and she picks up the gasoline canister and dumps gasoline all over herself and then explodes. That's what this movie is. All right. I can't believe I'm about to say this. One of my favorite movies of all time is Jaws. Perfect movie. If the Nun 1 is Jaws, Nun 2 is Jaws 2.
Okay. I think that's a compliment, because this movie, I feel like this movie is still good. It's not bad.
It had I didn't hate it.
Yeah,
I did not hate it.
We didn't hate it like Wolves at the Door.
Oh no, I don't hate many things like I hated Wolves at the Door.
No, but I thought this movie was great because I do like the cast of Irene. Also, Irene in this movie, she getting her butt whipped.
She goes through it.
Yeah,
she goes through it.
That, and then just Frenchie. I like
Maurice. I liked him in the first one. I like him in this one.
Yeah.
And
you did. Yeah.
I don't think the rest of the cast really did much for me, if I'm being honest. Like the little girl's fine. She was fine.
Sophie. Yeah, Sophie's fine.
And then Bonnie Aarons as the nun. Obviously, she's doing her thing.
She's doing nothing.
They're almost separate from the cast, really. And then I don't know. I thought Anna Popplewell was pretty, like I said, but she doesn't really do much.
No,
until the end.
Yeah.
She starts doing things at the end.
Yeah, you did mention to me that this movie is kind of the same romance. Or we'll get into it.
Oh, we'll get to it. I remember.
Actually, you know what? We'll get into that. I don't want to ruin it right now. But all right, let's get into the plot here. In 1956. Father Norrent and his I'm saying it again. His Faja, Norit, and his altar boy, Jock, perform their daily chores in their church in Tarascon, France. So my priest dude told the altar boy Jock to get the blood of Jesus for the church. He found a ball. He found a ball and he kicked it into the darkness. As he puts the vase of the blood on top of the cabinet, the ball came back to him. Jock looks into the darkness. He kicked the ball back. The vase exploded, and he goes to the father, and he told him that his Faja. We're
gonna stop. This is gonna be a very hard movie to get through if we keep doing that.
He told him that somebody's here, dude. While investigating a disturbance, they see the nun hiding in the church with her eyes lit up. The Faja is raised into the air, set on fire, and he burned to death. Dude, what's your thoughts on the scene?
That was metal. It was a metal way to go. Yeah, kind of like. So you know how when we talked about Conjuring 3 last time, and I was like, well, so the first Conjuring is this haunted house movie, and the second one is another haunted house movie just with more elements, and then the third one gets more fantastical. It's more like not only is the world it's a little bit bigger because everyone's watching, and just the things that are happening are a little bit more extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Nun 1 was already pretty extreme. It already started like very gothic metal kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I think them being like, all right, here we go. Here's how we start the movie. A priest flies up in the air, bursts into flames in immolation, and dies. Yeah, that fits. That's about right. That's how we start.
They do go crazy in these Nun movies here.
You gotta respect it.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't make a great movie in the end, it was fun. It was fun to watch.
It does make a difference between the Annabelle movies and the Conjuring movies. You can differentiate what is which, because this one's a little bit too extreme.
Especially if you consider like Annabelle 1. Where that movie didn't do anything. And then this one, it's like, well, I'd rather they go absolutely crazy, at least, because then you have something to watch. Like, right before he bursts into flames, they hear a noise and they go over to like the basin of holy water.
Yeah.
And it's evaporating.
Yeah.
She's evaporating all the holy water just by standing near it. I don't even know if that makes sense in this universe, but that's awesome.
This nunnin is nunnin for us.
Oh, you know what they say? You don't want none.
No. 4 years following the events at the first Nun movie, Sister Irene now serves as the official. Now she's like an official nun in Italy.
Moving up in the world. Not really though, because they're doing that sequel thing where there's another nun and she's like explaining what happened in the first one.
Yeah.
She's like, this is a sequel, and in the first one, this happened. And then they're like, ooh, what happened to the people from the first one? And obviously Sister Irene is here, like, doing hard labor and just being a nun. They're like, no one knows what happens to the lady. She disappeared and isn't important. The guy got a big promotion and is very rich now, and he's not in this movie. It's like, oh, wow, that sucks.
Great. Well, before that, she was pushing a truck out of the mud. So she's been
out the mud.
Yeah, she's not in the mud. She's out the mud.
She's out the mud.
When she got into the church, an older nun wanted to talk to her about Sister Deborah, who's been making some trouble, and she's not confessing. We see Sister Deborah smoking a cigarette, and being like a little badass.
Mm-hmm.
Irene and Deborah seems to be friends. What's your thoughts on Deborah, man?
So it's important that we have characters that are different. You know what I mean? Like, if everyone is quiet and polite and mousy like Irene is, then it's going to be a boring movie.
Yeah.
That being said, she's all like, I don't need to do my confession because I don't care. It's like, dude, you're a nun. Like, you got this far. You know, you took the oath. You know what we do here.
I think she don't want to be a nun.
She don't want none.
She was explaining about her life, that she lives in a racist state of Mississippi.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh. And it's not a place for racism.
She said that her brothers all joined the war, the army, and her mother told her, like, well, if your brothers are going to serve the country, then you're going to serve God. So it is implied that, like, being here wasn't her first choice.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't feel like you become a nun, specifically a nun that, like, goes out of the United States to a different country and is serving in a specific, like, convent or abbey or whatever it is, without, like, we should be past the rebellious part at this point.
Honestly, yeah.
But she is kind of young, so it's whatever.
It's fine. As you mentioned, they're talking about the first Nun movie in the circle of cutting potatoes. Irene, the Vatican said, she said, oh yeah, man, she went crazy, and the Vatican said they lock her up in the asylum. Irene overhears that, and she got upset, and she left.
Well, she knows it's not true.
Yeah.
It's like she's standing right over there. I mean, the rest of the girls don't know that, but I'm pretty sure that the one telling the story is, like, it's Irene. Like, I'm not going to tell you it's Irene, but you also don't have to say she went crazy.
No. Also, like, you see Deborah looking concerned, like, oh yeah, that's probably her.
Mm-hmm.
We see 3 schoolgirls gathering some cockroaches in a jar.
Absolute troublemakers.
Yeah, and setting them free in a room, in the principal's room. The principal got scared, and of course...
Did you laugh when the principal screamed? The head nun? You didn't think that was funny?
No!
Because you're scared of cockroaches?
Yeah! Have you seen those? They fly, man.
In college...
don't do
listen,
it.
When I lived in an apartment with... I was roommates with Daniel, friend of the show.
Oh.
We had cockroaches in our apartment. It wasn't great.
Like thick ones or like small?
So the ones that we had in our apartment were fairly small. Like, they weren't like in this movie, like big ass cockroaches.
Mm-hmm.
But at my work, we got cockroaches, and they're big, man.
Damn. I remember in my old work job, we had a possum in the back room, and we had to get a cage and had to put him in there.
So at I haven't worked where I'm about to say for a very long time, and you'll know why when I say it. Years ago, I used to work at Toys R Us.
Yeah.
And we had, like, a big trash compactor in the back. And there was a family of rats that just lived in the trash compactor. And, like, you would open the trash compactor and they would just be there, and sometimes they would, like, lunge at you. You're like, stop.
No.
And, like, obviously you'd think that a trash compactor would not be a safe place for them to live, because they'll get squished and turn into rat jelly.
Mm-hmm.
But they, you would turn on the trash compactor because you would have to, and all the rats would, like, scurry out, and then when it was done compacting, they'd scurry back in.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, companies don't really care though.
They don't.
If you're like, hey, yo, boss, we got rats, and you're like, yeah, I bet. What are we supposed to do about it?
No, man. If you have any
same thing with the cockroaches, though.
Yeah, if you have any rodents or cockroaches, not for me, not for us at least. Well, the girls thought it was funny. I didn't. our Maurice works at a boarding school in France, where he has befriended a young Irish student named Sophie and her mother, Kate, who is a teacher at the school. Thoughts on Maurice and Kate's relationship? I think they should get married.
I ship them, as Tumblr would say. Tumblr's still a thing. It is.
It's there. It's still there.
Yeah. I think that's great, and the other girls are so mean to Sophie, or because I don't know, because Sophie's odd, I guess, or she's like a teacher's daughter, and they're like, oh yeah, talking about Maurice. They're like, oh yeah, go talk to your boyfriend.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, shut up. But at the same time, like, girl, basically your only friend is the janitor. You know you're gonna get made fun of for that.
I guess, but don't.
It's not fair. I don't advocate it, but it's just like you gotta understand. You're setting up for them.
I think bullying is gonna happen no matter what. You just gotta be prepared for it.
Yeah.
So Sophie gave Maurice a friendship bracelet. She said,
like CM Punk.
Oh, exactly. Each bead represents a different quality of a good friend.
And Larry.
And Larry, yes. The little dog there. As you mentioned, they made fun of Sophie. And they grabbed the bracelet. The bully girl said, "You're not a teacher. You're a damn servant." Maurice is like, "Bitch."
He's like, "I thought the nun."
Yeah, dude.
And then secretly he's like, "I am the nun."
Yes. He was like, "Dude, you gotta treat everyone with kindness and respect." The principal showed up and told everyone to go to the classroom, the class.
One of those principals that's like, if there's trouble and she just comes in, she's like, "All right, that's it. Everyone's in trouble. Like, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You were getting picked on. You're in trouble." And then it's like, "You, Maurice, you're just doing your job. You're in trouble." Like, lady, cut it out. Get out of here.
Well, I think she's kind of upset because Maurice said, she told Maurice that there's cockroaches in my room, dude. And Maurice is like, "I got it." Maurice gives Sophie back the bracelet with a magic trick. Now, both of them are wearing the bracelet.
Pretty good.
It's good. A delivery girl is delivering food to someone. She knocked on the door and no one responded. She was about to leave, but the door opened by itself. She goes in and places all the foods on the shelves until she hears someone gagging in the hallway.
That's... Ugh. Uh-oh.
She gets closer to the sound and she sees a man looking at the mirror. It's something you see from zombie movies, where the zombie starts minding his business, doing zombie things. You know, like he's just looking in the corner there.
Kind of slightly reminiscent of. Do you remember Alien Covenant, or specifically the trailer for Alien Covenant, where the person is infected and has the it's not quite a chest burster, but something's coming out of them and they're like seizing out and going
right
nuts.
yes
Yeah, it's kind of what it was like a little bit,
yeah,
less intense version of that.
Oh, that was a little tense.
Ooh, that is dangerous.
If Russell Wilson was a nun, forget about it.
If Russell Wilson was a nun?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I know what my fantasy football team picture is going to be next year.
It's just him like this.
I gotta open Photoshop real quick.
And it would be like Mr. Unlimited.
No, Mr. Unlimited.
No.
I'm writing that down.
There you go, please.
That down. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. It was, you know that scene where SpongeBob just kept telling Patrick, it's like, "Hey, write it down," and Patrick's like, he's like just drawing this quickly lines.
Absolutely.
So our delivery girl asked, "Are you okay, my dude?" He stops gagging and looks at the delivery girl. I don't know if you noticed. Behind the guy was the nun creeping behind him. It was a great shot.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the guy. That's Maurice, dude.
Is that Maurice?
Yeah. That's the whole point. So, okay, I was wondering why you didn't mention it before, but at the very beginning, where the priest gets set on fire or whatever, there's the shot of like the nun shadow leaving the alleyway, right? And there's a guy in shadow walking. That's Maurice as well.
Oh yeah.
So we all know that the ending of the last one, Maurice was possessed by the nun, and then that would eventually lead to him being exorcised by the Warrens.
Yeah.
So in this movie, the nun is basically puppeting him, take him around, and doing horrific things, killing people, killing specific people, though, as we'll learn later, which I thought was a odd twist, but we'll get to it.
It is. Well, the girl tries to run, but she sees a nun rising up with evil. And she cracked her neck. GG.
Yeah, this was the scene where I solidified the idea. I'm like, okay, this is a slasher movie. Because it's kind of like this scene's a little bit Pennywise. You know what I mean? From the first It movie, like where that bully goes into the sewer and then just gets killed.
You mean Keanu Reeves?
No, that's that guy is Noah from the new Planet of the Apes movie. The main ape. Yeah, he did the motion capture and everything.
Oh.
So that's what he's doing now.
Well, you don't want to be that girl in It 2 in the beginning where she underneath the bleachers.
Yeah. She gets chumped. That's kind of what happened here too, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. But when the clown out of nowhere chops her, I remember me and some other woman screamed in the theater.
You screamed?
Dude, when it comes to pop scare or jump scares,
yeah,
you rather have me in your theater to have fun. That's what happened in Smile 2.
Boy.
There's one part in Smile 2, I will say this right now.
Oh,
I was vibing with the music. I was like doing my chest press. I was doing all of that.
With the Naomi Scott?
Oh yes. When she was doing her thing, all of a sudden, boom, a scary thing happened. I was vibing and I screamed, ah! My brother on my left was cracking, laughing right there. Oh man. It was a good movie. I don't know how much I can mention Smile 2. Great movie. Great horror movie of the year. All right. We see Sister Irene waking up in the middle of the night by the lead nun that was that she said that we have a visitor. She goes into the basement and I guess she sees Maurice. He's under the flickering light bulb and said, "Sister Irene." He opens his mouth screaming at the camera, and then Sister Irene woke up again with the other nuns. She started to have a little nosebleed as well. So bad dream here. The next day, the lead nun told Irene that she has a visitor. Oh no, again. But this time it is a cardinal, and he has a mission for Sister Irene. She is now in a GTA mission.
Yes.
She is dispatched by a cardinal to investigate a series of deaths across Europe.
You know, it's interesting. So she's kind of brought in, and the cardinal's just sitting there eating. Like he's eating like this roast chicken, and he's got like bowls of like grapes and other food and stuff. Last episode we talked about John Noble in Lord of the Rings eating the tomatoes.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing here.
Oh, yeah.
And there is, I think it's on purpose, this kind of like juxtaposition between of like power between, because we already know that the guy from the priest from the last movie became a cardinal elsewhere.
Yes,
because he got all the credit, I guess, for banishing the demon. And so Sister Irene is brought in, and you've got this cardinal sitting here, and he doesn't get up, and he's all stone-faced and serious, and he's like, fix it. He's just eating his chicken. You got these other people that are being like, yeah, you need to fix it. You did it last time. But she can't say no. She's not in charge here. She has no respect here, even though she's the only one that can or will fight a demon. It's so weird. Like it's very clearly on purpose.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of odd to be like, hey, stupid girl, stupid lady, you gotta kill this demon because you did it before. Or actually, they like chastise her. They're like, you did it wrong last time. You're not God, stupid. And it's like, well then, bitch, why don't you get up and do it?
Again, Irene is going through it in this whole movie.
Irene deserves better.
I agree. Also, she's pretty cute. Anyways, she is dispatched. Oh yeah, I said that. Her mission is to track this demon Valak due to her previous experience with the demon. She travels to Tarascone with Sister Deborah without Sister Irene knowledge. They say like, hey man, this demon is like an infectious disease. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, when Sister Deborah gets into the cabin in the train, it kind of reminds me of like Harry Potter.
It's a little Harry Pottery. Maybe it's just a like European countryside train thing. It's just
maybe
it's what it is.
Well, Sister Deborah and Sister Irene needs each other as they discuss the mission. In Tarascone, France, Maurice is waiting for Kate to be done with her class. Talk about a faulty cabinet.
All right, this is the moment. This is the moment where I paused the movie and I sent you a message because she's teaching the school children, and then he comes in. And it's like, oh, there's something wrong, something's broken. And I was like, oh my God, he needs to say it. He didn't say it, but I said it. Or he should have said, I can fix that.
Yes. He is Sam from Holes, our class. We talked about this movie a lot of times on this podcast. Holes 2003, Shia LaBeouf, with Zero, with John Voight, with Sigourney Weaver. Great cast. And it's the exact same thing where Sam is being very romantic with the teacher again.
I can fix that.
You sent me the gif of him reaching out to her hand.
Yeah.
I love that scene.
Now, but the real question is, does Maurice know the secret of the onions?
I don't think he does.
Well, the onions, Sam's onions would have kept the nun away.
Honestly, with the onions and Tuco's eggs, they could have beat the nun.
we can make an anti-demon omelet, so that will save the day.
Let's do it. He told that Sophie is a great kid, and he left. We see Sophie encountered with the other girls, the ones who bullied her. They all went to the chapel, which is off limits, to have some fun.
Because it's like under construction or under repair, locked off.
Yes. The chapel is hella spooky. As Sophie enters, we see a cover hiding something. It looks like it is.
Yeah, boy, do we.
Yeah, it looks like it's floating, but Sophie didn't see it the first time as she moves in.
It's really funny because, as we know, Valak can take the shape of like anything that she wants. He or she wants, whatever. But the fact that there's just this tarp, this like blanket thrown over something that is just about nun shaped. It's like it's the exact like figure and height. It's like, oh, the nun's under that. It's kind of like when Michael Myers under the blanket when he walks in the room, you know?
Yes. With the
glasses
holes for
on.
eyes. Oh yeah, the glasses. That's what it is. As the girls are in the same room, the main bully girl wants to play a game. Defy the devil. It is a weird game, if you ask me.
I don't think it's a real game. I think they're just being mean to her.
Well, Sophie says, I don't see any devils here. The main bully told her that, well, it depends on where you stand and where you look at. At the right time of the day, the sun hits at the glass at the right angle, and if you watch carefully, he looks right at you. The rumor is, if you look away, the devil will appear in the form of a crazy-ass goat.
Yeah, because there's the stained glass window has like a goat in the center of it, which I don't know why this chapel would have that, because goats are satanic in imagery, you know, biblical imagery and stuff. So it's a little odd that it's there. Maybe it's not supposed. Well, no, we learn later that that is really there. So that's odd. I was gonna say maybe Volek put it there, but but yeah, no. Anytime now, this is what my brain does. Anytime we're watching a horror movie or playing a horror game or anything, and there's a goat. Immediately I say, "Oh, it's Black Phillip." Horror icon, Black
from The
Phillip.
Witch.
Black Phillip, exactly.
Oh man, dude, that guy stood up like this. No man,
Don't
not
trust
for me.
Black Phillip.
Great movie too.
I love that movie.
I don't think people talk about that movie as much as like Hereditary or whatever, because The Witch was good.
It's
uncomfortable.
Very. I think. I mean, obviously, The Witch has like it's a mainstay in modern horror now. For those who know, but it's a lot of people who know. But I think it's gonna get another looking at the end of this year when Nosferatu comes out.
Oh yeah,
same director, Robert Eggers.
Right.
People are gonna be going back and watching The Lighthouse and The Witch.
Great movies. Especially that scene with the bird and I can't mention it. That's too dangerous. That's too dangerous. Yeah. When she said that the goat's eye on the mirror starts to reflect red, all you gotta do is not look away. The girls
like the devil's in the room with you.
Pretty much. All the girls left except Sophie, of course, and she's feeling the chills.
Kind of a neat and tense little scene here. Like even if the nun wasn't in the room, because it's essentially what they've created here is kind of a twist on Bloody Mary or Candyman. Oh, I said it once.
I'll do it.
I won't. Not on Halloween. Are you kidding me?
Please.
But it's just like you stare and the eye lights up red. We see it, and it's just like, oh, the implication is like the devil is in the room, and we know the devil Volek really is in the room. So that's scary. But just this idea of like put yourself in that position, like you look away and you're dead. It's kind of neat.
Also, it's like in 1950s. That would be terrifying for any kid.
Yeah, and it's just we as the audience knowing it's a setup to leave her there.
Like, have you seen those Halloween costumes back in the 50s or 40s?
Like what?
Like kids' Halloween costumes. If you look it up, it's very, very creepy.
40s Halloween costumes. Oh god, that's not what I meant to click. Just like the sepia tone pictures with like kids with bags over their heads, and they look like scarecrow kids.
Yeah,
or just like pumpkins on there. I think our brains have been just conditioned. Any like old sepia tone or black and white photos, we're just like, no, that's haunted.
Honestly, yeah. I can't do it. That's why we get Harley Quinn. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, well, Art the Clown.
Even he's a little
if pardon my French, if there's fuckers running around as Art the Clown with little chainsaws this year, that's terrible. You don't need to accessorize with a weapon.
I saw this video. I don't know if it's real or not, but there's a guy in the Scream Ghostface costume, and he was running around with a knife like in the middle of the highway, and the cops chased him.
I believe it. I mean, I also don't know if that's real or not, but I believe it. I believe this time of year you get idiots. It's the same kind of... Halloween, unfortunately, does have that... you know how, like, on the internet, anyone can say any horrible thing because, like, oh, it's just the internet. No one's gonna... No one knows who I am. You have that anonymity, so you get away with just being an absolute asshole. Well, I feel like the idea of everyone's wearing masks, so if I also put on a mask, then I know what's... Like, I can get away with whatever, just doing... No, you're gonna get tased. You're running through traffic with a knife. You deserve to get tased.
Yeah, don't do that. Also... I remember the guy who says, "Don't tase me, bro," in the court, whatever. That's a long time.
I remember "Don't tase me."
Yeah. Not all the kids know about this. They should
we are
know about
millennials, as we said.
Yeah. Well, as the goat's eye goes away, the nun is behind Sophie in the dark.
Oh, of course she is.
Sophie turns and doesn't see anything, but starts to panic and tries to get the hell out of here. But the girls locked her in. The cover tarp that we talked about earlier is now just starting to move in front of Sophie. It starts to uncover until we see the nun real quickly, and then she fell over as the statue broke.
Like a fraction of a second, it's the nun.
Yeah, very, very quick. Maurice saves her, but the bully said, "Oh, look, your boyfriend saved her."
So he yells at these girls here?
Yeah.
Man, it's like what, the late 50s? Strike these girls.
Whoa.
Put the boots to them. Maurice, you're an adult here.
Well, you can't do that because you're in school.
You don't think, like... I'm thinking like the end of Step Brothers, you know? Where Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly beat up all those kids.
I guess.
I'm just saying, Maurice fought the nun, and he is the nun. He could do some stuff here. All right.
Hey man, if he sleepwalks like the Step Brothers, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, he sleepwalks and he grabs the girl, throws her down the stairs.
Oh no. Yeah. So he was like, "Do you think this is funny?" The bullies ran away. Sophie told nothing really happened in the chapel. But Kate came by and left with Sophie. By the way, when I was rewatching this again, I was like, oh, because they never mentioned it in the beginning, whatever. I was like, oh, that's Kate's mom. Oh, that's Sophie's mom.
Yeah.
I didn't get that until now, when I was rewatching it.
What? You didn't understand that was her mom?
Yeah, I was like, maybe I missed that part when I was watching it. No, this is my first time watching it. When I was watching the first time, I was like, oh, that's her mom.
You just thought they were just hanging out?
Yeah, I thought they're like best friends or something.
I mean, Kate's not a nun. She can have kids.
Oh, yes. Oh, she had one. Well, our duo, Irene and Deborah, arrived at Tarascon, France. A nun told what happened to that priest who was on fire in the beginning of the movie.
You wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's the talk of the town. Irene feels the presence in the church. We are now in her vision, and now she's the priest. Where her body was burned in front of her, and behind her is a blurred person. aka is Shock at the end. He held a burned cross to her. Sister Deborah interrupted her, thankfully, because she was about to go through what the priest did.
Yeah.
They're looking around the area, and the other nun is telling them what happened with Jock. The nun says he is usually playing football outside. She said they also have a handyman who encountered Jock after the incident. And he's a world traveler. He's from Romania. He had a nickname. And
who could it be?
And it's they both said at the same time, Frenchie. Irene is like, shit, here we go again. In a flashback, Irene gives Maurice a tomato seeds because he'll be a farmer one day. And that's it for that flashback. Back to present day, Irene told what happened to Deborah about herself and Maurice at the end of the Nun movie, where he saved her. It looked like Frenchie is possessed since Valak sent a snake into him, as we mentioned. Sophie spies Kate and Maurice talk to each other, but Kate caught her. Kate told her, here we go, guys. Kate told her to go with her somewhere. As Kate leaves, Sophie sees Maurice standing still, looking up, with his back turned. Kate asked Sophie to come up, but Sophie can't find her. Sophie looks upstairs and she sees Kate just walking upstairs strangely. Like she's just like, you know how she walks? It's like, it's not human like.
Nope.
It kind of reminded me of the movie Happening, how they were walking backwards, how like unhuman they were. It was kind of like that for me. But
you reference The Happening too much.
Hey, I always say this. It is a scary movie, for me at least. It's creepy. It's creepy, man.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say. That's enough for The Happening. Where am I? Oh yeah, Sophie goes upstairs and she sees her walking around upstairs slowly. When Sophie is about to walk another flight of stairs, behind her, we see the nun sneaking up behind her while she was closing the door. Sophie opens the door and she sees the future. She sees Ed and Lorraine's house in the floral hallway where the nun was just standing there looking at us.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen. When we watched The Nun 1, we formulated this, or attempted to formulate, a connection between Irene being played by one Farmiga sister, and Lorraine being played by another Farmiga sister, right?
Yep.
And they because they both have the same ability. They could both like see this dead spiritual thing. They have that kind of connection to the spirits. And now they have an even further connection. Now I know that Valak was, yes, she's seeing into the future.
Yeah.
But it's specifically in Lorraine's house.
Yes.
What's going on here, man?
I don't know.
There's something, and I'm thinking, I don't want to get my hopes up because I don't think we know too much about what the Conjuring movie next year is going to be about. I think they said it's the last one, the finale. I mean, it's called Last Rites.
Yeah.
And they said something like it's going to be like a finale to the whole deal. But like Last Rites has like an implication of like, you know, church and nun stuff. I don't know. Are we building to something here?
we might get an old Irene meeting Lorraine.
I think, or maybe like some sort of spiritual connection type thing. I don't know. Like I said, like, are they related somehow?
Lorraine never mentions a nun in her family.
No, but again, as I've said many times throughout this whole series, Lorraine was a real person. So how does this really work? What do we do here?
Well, I think so. For this movie, I feel like they can do anything they want because it kind of passed away, so they don't have any say. So
you're saying like, well, they can't tell us no, so we can just do whatever.
Yeah, honestly. Well, it wouldn't be right with the Warren family.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe both Warrens being passed away now and Lorraine no longer being able to be involved at all is why they're wrapping it up with a finale. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. But there's so many stories you can do with the Warrens artifact room. They can do so many stories.
Like with that monkey thing.
Monkey. We talked about in the Animal Comes Home. The coin guy. The bride.
The TV. The samurai.
So many things. But it's okay. It's okay to end it. It's fine.
No, I'm on board with ending it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to know. I want to know if we're gonna tie in the Farmiga sisters and.
I bet they are.
Gonna happen. I don't know. So like, if they do, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, they did it. But if they don't, I think I'll be okay with that too because I don't know. I feel like my imagination being like there's some connection there. That's almost enough. As long as they don't like squash it completely, that would make me sad.
Like you want like a Spider-Man No Way Home type of thing where Irene comes from a portal and like, hey, Lorraine.
Well, if anything, we have to do Avengers Endgame where we get Tuco and we get Lorraine and Frenchie and we can even get the guy from the first nun with the eye patch now.
Oh yeah.
And we got Ed and Lorraine and maybe the cop that helped him for a second in Conjuring 3 and the girl that he gave the cross to from the family in Conjuring 2 and then maybe the girl from Annabelle Creations is grown up now.
Yeah.
Not the one that died in Annabelle, but the other one.
Let's do it, man. I'm ready for dun 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 dun.
The Undertaker.
It's the nun. She's the Undertaker. All of a sudden, Crows flies into Sophie, and Sophie runs downstairs, but the nun was right in front of her, smiling. Do you like her smiling?
No, it's almost scarier than normal.
Oh my goodness. Well,
There's that part. So she's trying to run downstairs, and then there's the nun, and then the door swings open, and all the light comes in, and it's not the nun. She's gone. It's just like the walls, like scarring on the wall and whatever. And we've seen things like that throughout this whole series multiple times. This was the one where I was like, no, bullshit, I still see that. No, that is the nun. Like, you ever see pictures on Twitter where they, like, edit a landscape or, like, trees it looks like Donkey Kong or something like that?
Yeah.
And it's just like, what do you see? Like, the joke is, yeah, we made it look like Donkey Kong. No, that is the nun. You can't not, like, I still see her full face.
Yeah, whole face, yeah.
Like, she's just, like, she's camouflaged like a chameleon. She's just standing there.
It's like she got splattered on the wall.
That's terrible. Get away from that wall.
Well, I do love the scene. I do like how she was on the wall. I thought that was pretty neat. After that, Irene and Deborah tries to check into a hotel Or when Deborah asked for a manager, like a Karen. Irene steps outside and sees Jock with the other boys playing football. She talked to him about the incident. Then Jock that was swooped away with the other boys into emptiness as Irene takes a left turn. She sees him, but now he's running away. Irene lost him, but now in front of her is a newspaper stand.
This had to be in the trailer, right?
This is in the trailer, as of course. I do want to say this movie was one of those movies where you watch the trailer multiple times. This is one of the movies. We have Speak No Evil. Before Speak No Evil and Argyle.
You mean the theater shows it constantly?
Yes, constantly.
To the point where it gets annoying.
Yes, like Argyle, Speak No Evil, all of that. But the thing is, for the teaser trailer, it always gets me because the sound is so loud. Well, now all the newspapers are on the stand, starts to flip pages until we see an outline of the nun. Again, great visual.
You know what? This is probably, the reason it was in the trailer, this is pretty creative. Just visually, the way that these pages just keep flipping and flipping and like every page, like it lines up almost perfectly every time. Just the way the outline, the silhouette of the body of the nun. But I will say, I've already compared part of this movie to the It movies, you know?
Yeah.
This is also slightly reminiscent. It's different enough that you still get points, but it's reminiscent of in the first one where the slide projector starts going off on its own, and then the picture slowly becomes Pennywise.
Great scene.
Yeah, and then the nun shows up.
Yeah. I do like that scene, and it's pretty much the same as in this one. But yeah, the lights starts to flicker a lot more, and out of nowhere, the nun grabs Irene by the neck. Sister Irene sees a vision. I can't really explain. She saw something. She saw a guy, or she saw, or what happened in her vision here?
They don't explain it yet.
Yeah,
but we might as well just cover it now, anyways, just to get it over with.
Yeah.
It is the it's a vision of Saint Lucy, who that's what they refer to her as in this movie. I always thought of her as Saint Lucia. I thought is what they called her. Especially come on, you were just in Italy. What are you doing?
That's true.
She was a saint, obviously, one of the only two or three women saints ever. And the legend was they took her eyes. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much. She stabbed someone in the face with a knife. Not a good sight.
She was martyred during the Diocletianic persecution.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
There it is.
There you go. And then she was set on fire and did not burn. So she's seeing a vision of Saint Lucy here.
There we go.
I wonder why.
Well, before that happens, or when her vision happened, Deborah helps Irene on the ground as she's out cold. The principal heard something at night, so she is checking everywhere. She closed the window in the hallway, but sees Maurice standing next to the chapel doors. Very Blair Witch Project vibes here.
Yeah.
As the principal touches Maurice, he snapped out of it and he went back to his room. Somebody whispers "Mama" in the chapel. Somebody pulled the door and the principal unlocked it and goes in. Idiots. Don't do that.
What if it was Ma?
Oh,
Octavia Spencer?
You just see her in the she's just hiding. Oh,
she's hiding around the corner, yeah.
Oh god. She hears a little boy. The boy passed away, I believe. She goes into the same room where Sophie was. She pans her flashlight around until she sees a little altar boy popped out of nowhere. Now, kid you not, that scene, again, made me scream.
You gotta stop screaming in the theaters.
No, it's just that scene. He's like, it came out of nowhere. She notices that was Cedric, the boy who passed away. As she pans the flashlight around again, behind her, we see Cedric getting closer with a bell to her, and he disappeared. When he looked away, when she looked at his way, he dropped the bell. All of a sudden, the bell moved across the room. She pointed the flashlight over there, and we see Cedric. Behind him was the nun. Cedric was beating the crap out of the principal with the bell.
Slasher movie.
Yeah.
It's just full slasher.
I agree. She hit some wood on the side, and then a big metal chain hit her head.
Now, bro, you didn't laugh at this part, did you?
No.
When the lady's getting her ass beat.
Well, no, why would I laugh
at it? It's a wrestling like cowbell match.
Oh, no. I was saying like, God damn. He was doing this. Whoppa, whoppa.
You better not be laughing.
I was like, that. No, I was like, damn. Sister Irene wakes up the next day and explains what happened to Deborah. She said the demon has taken over Maurice and it might kill him. Jock gave Deborah the priest's cross, and there is a symbol on the cross. They are not sure what it is, but Irene knows someone who knows. Back to Kate. She sees the chapel open, and she walks in to investigate. She sees the principal dead. The police took her body, and everyone at the school knows about it now. Kate can't find Sophie, so Maurice tries to find her at school. He found her at the bell tower. Sophie feels something is not right with the whole place. She feels like someone is here. Frenchie tries to give her some encouraging words. Irene and Deborah travels to Papalis des Papes and meets with a librarian. He explains that the Valak was an angel rejected by God and becomes the Norse rosary, the family chest of, as you mentioned, the Saint Lucy lady. Yep. Though she was set on fire, she did not burn. Her eyes was gouged out, but her family recovered them. The librarian suggests that the demon killing the demon is killing St. Louis descendants because they wants the powerful relic known or now is turned into winery, and the winery now the school.
Is the boarding school, yeah. There's our inn right there. Descendants of Saint Lucia, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even remember, but is Irene one of them?
No, I don't think she was.
What if Irene is and Lorraine is? And because what do eyes give you? They give you visions.
Oh.
I don't know, man.
That's why the eyes were out. Maybe you have a lead there. Maybe they'll explain in the next movie. Well, it looks like Demon, as we said, wants eyes, as Deborah says. The librarian is like, yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Oh, like Seth Rollins and Rey Mysterio.
Oh, when he took his eye out.
Yeah, eye
to eye. And for those who are listening or watching, go on YouTube, type in Eye to Eye, not the Goofy movie, but Eye to Eye, Tyre Shaw music video, and let me know in the comments of what do you think about that video.
Did you? You said that people are really mean to him, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's unfortunate. He hasn't done anything bad, right, to deserve being mean. He's just a weird guy.
Hasn't been accused of anything. He's just a weird guy, just like Tommy Wiseau.
All right, there you go. He's a lot like Tommy Wiseau.
He is the Pakistani version of Tommy.
There you go. Every culture needs one.
I agree.
I don't know what culture Tommy himself was representing, but it's every culture needs one.
I think he's everything, but we need different parts of the world like him.
Sure, I agree.
There we go. We see Maurice and Sophie dancing. Kate joins them dancing. Man, this is a happy family, don't you think?
It should be.
Well, Irene and Deborah are rushing to get to Maurice. As Kate and Maurice are slow dancing, Maurice fell down. He's not feeling well. There's an upside down cross is seen behind his neck.
Oh, come on.
We see Sophie coming closer to him. The painting behind her changed from a man to a nun. Real quick with the camera pan. With the pan of the camera. I actually didn't notice that. First time watching, now I'm watching it, I'm like, that's pretty good. Because I thought the nun painting was always there. But then again, that wouldn't make sense.
Right.
Maurice looked at the painting and said, oh shit. The nun from the painting popped out with her face. She's like a shark.
She does that a lot.
Yeah.
She really likes to do that.
They're escaping and encountered Irene and Deborah. Woohoo! Oh no, hold on. The screen recording stopped.
Oh no, not the screen recording.
Actually, you know what? That's fine. I'm gonna keep going here.
Oh no.
This is the first time.
All right.
They're escaping. Okay, it's escaping. Yeah, so we have a reunion with Irene and Frenchie.
Yeah. Irene looks terrified.
Yes. Irene is like, get your ass away from them. You are a demon, son.
She should have just started doing her nun kung fu like immediately and started like spitting holy water at him and stuff.
Might as well. She knows kung fu, right?
No, that's Neo from the Matrix.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. That's another 40 years in the future. Yeah, she was like, it's inside of you, son. Frenchie is upset and his finger starts to crack. And everything else starts to crack. He's like Vincent from Men in Black, the cockroach guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
D'Onofrio. He's dressed just like him. Oh, that's crazy. In the first one, he becomes Brendan Fraser from The Mummy. And now he's Vincent D'Onofrio from Men in Black 1.
There you go.
He should have talked like him, too.
Sugar and water. More sugar.
Water. More sugar.
Well,
it's Kingpin now.
Very good Kingpin, because he is possessed. No, not Kingpin. Maurice.
He might be.
Yeah, well, actually, Vanessa.
What if he said that? What if he said that like in Men in Black? Vanessa.
Oh, you know what?
All right, we're getting off the rails now.
Yes. Again, he's possessed. He starts to smile creepily.
Smile.
Yes. He said, "Hello, sister. Sister.
See, when Volek starts talking smack, that's when it gets a little silly.
A little bit. Dude, he punched Irene to the window. Holy shit.
And you know what, Abrar? I'm not going to say it this time.
Thank you.
I'm not going to mention it.
Thank you.
I won't bring it up.
Thank you. He did a judo flip to Deborah. Maurice is getting exercised by Irene and Deborah. But they smacked him on back behind of his head with a pipe. They chained him up for the time being. Kate said he is headed to the chapel. They use a flashlight to make the stained glass goat eyes to glow red. The red light acts as a laser, pointing to where the eyes of Saint Lucy is buried.
Just like the staff of Ra in Indiana Jones.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Irene finds the relic and she stained glass goat vanishes, reappearing in real life.
Phillip.
Oh man, if he showed up with this goat, it's over. He reappeared in real life as a demonic creature. Thoughts on the scene, man, with the demon?
Thoughts on Black Phillip?
Yeah.
Well, it almost kind of had to happen. Because, one of Volek's main things is how she takes the form of other things and uses that to terrorize you and stuff. There really wasn't any other opportunity for her to do that in this movie.
Yeah.
Yet. And then the goat on the window was set up earlier, so yeah, I'm glad that it paid off in this way. As for the goat thing itself, the Black Phillip himself,
yeah,
it's okay.
It's terrifying, especially when he encountered the bully girls. When they're all in the same room with Deborah, and they're getting yeeted in the room.
Yeah, and I won't say it.
Okay, thank you.
I won't mention it. I won't bring it up.
Well, after that scene, they went into the area where
I'll bring it up just once.
Okay,
because they got yeeted like your dad threw you into the wall.
Damn it. This is the fourth time now.
I tried not to, but it's just so many people. There's so many small people getting thrown around in this movie.
La Llorona, Judy, I get it. Okay, so the scene where the bullies look into the vent and the nun grabs their head. That scene was in the trailer. And every time that happens, because the nun grabs that kid's head immediately, and the theater is so loud, so it gets me every time, and I hate that. But I forgot when it happens, like the timing.
I can tell you, I thought that kid wasn't getting her head back.
Exactly.
I thought it was gonna be like a Jeepers Creepers 2 situation. When they're all on the bus. Is this the second time we've referenced Jeepers Creepers 2 in this spooky season? I think I think
so too.
That's unfortunate. Don't support that director. But there's a kid that gets his head ripped off in that movie, I think. If I recall correctly.
Who's the director?
The Jeepers Creepers director?
Yeah.
He went to jail for bad things, and then he got out and made another Jeepers Creepers movie, and you watched it?
I apologize. Let me read the ending here, and then we'll get into the details. Maurice attacks Irene and causes the bell tower to collapse. Valak appears and lifts Irene in the air and sets her ablaze like like the Faja in the beginning.
Yeah, the Faja.
Irene, however, does not burn as she is a descendant of Saint Lucy.
Oh!
Able to harness the power associated with the relic. Irene and Deborah pray the words of institution as the barrels of wine in the room becomes blood of Jesus,
that's crazy.
banishing the demon and freeing Maurice of possession. When we see the nun at the end, it got really anime, don't you think?
Yeah.
Irene was on fire.
So is her not burning? Is that her? That's the confirmation that she's a descendant of Saint Lucy, then?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I didn't read it as a hard confirmation of that, but I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
So there you go. So she is a descendant of Saint, which means I think Lorraine might be too. I think that's what the series is saying.
I believe we saw in the vision that we saw Lorraine as well when she opened her eyes. So they are. Yeah, do you remember that scene?
No, I don't remember that.
It was the ending. When there's a quick scene of you see Lorraine opening her eyes as well. So she is a part of this thing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which would explain why in Conjuring 2, Valak was after Lorraine because she's trying to X off all the descendants.
Yeah.
So
there you go. The scene with the girls and the demon running at them in the hallway is great.
Yeah.
The bully got stabbed by the horn through the door.
That was kind of cool. Yeah. It's a little unexpected.
I was like, damn. But yeah, that was it. Excuse me. The next morning, Irene looks on concerned as she watches Maurice walking with Sophie and Kate. I will say, Sister Kate is a badass. Also, Lorraine, Judy, Velma from La Llorona.
Yeah.
Basically all the women in the Conjuring universe.
Almost. Okay. You know what? Yeah, no, let's fuck it. Let's talk about it now. So yes, you're correct. Lorraine is a badass. Irene is a badass. Velma is the mom from La Llorona. She's a badass. All these women are fighting to control. Even the two girls, the babysitter and the friend from Annabelle Comes Home.
Yeah,
trying to. They're fighting stuff. They girl power at the end and they close the thing. So there's a lot of strong women in this universe, which is cool. Who I will not be counting. Is what? I'm not going to say Wolves at the Door because those were real women who were really murdered. So I'm not going to say anything about them. The movie's bad, whatever. But here's who does not make the cut of girl power. Mia from Annabelle, first one.
Oh, come on.
She was sewing poorly. She hurt herself, and then she watched Alfred Woodard chuck herself out a window. That's all she did in that movie.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
She does not.
She didn't do anything.
She does not make the girls get it done tier of the Conjuring universe.
She was the damsel in distress.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me get into the interesting facts before we get to our.
I don't want to forget the. It's hard because I don't remember her name, and I don't want to call her the nun, but the nun from Annabelle Creations. She's also a badass girl.
Oh,
the sister. What's her name? Who was saving the girls?
Catherine? No. Actually, let me look it up here. Give me one moment.
Okay.
But yes, before I get into the interesting facts, what's your over your thoughts after talking about this movie?
So this one's not as good as the first Nun movie. I gave it 2.5 stars because I think. So I called this movie a slasher movie, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because there's a lot of slasher movies that I like. I'm a fan of slasher movies. But just the way same way that Conjuring 3 kind of like isn't the same as Conjuring 1 and 2, and it's not necessarily it's not a change that works super great. I think that's the same thing here. But it is fun. So remember how I said Nun 1? Well, initially I gave it 2.5, but it was like 2.5 plus, like I liked it, and I wasn't sure if it quite made it to 3. Well, then I since bumped that up to 3. This is in that 2.5 spot that the Nun 1 left. Where it's just like, this one's fun. It's got problems. 2.5 stars. It is beneath the first Nun. It is above La Llorona.
Okay. Wait, you gave it 2.5?
I did. I gave it 2.5.
Damn.
You think that's way too low?
I think that's low. Because I gave it a 3.5. Because I like the story.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I like the cast here. So I kind of gave it the same as Conjuring 3. Alright. Well, before we get into all of our ratings again, I think you just mentioned it, but before we do that, let me get into these interesting facts here.
Yeah, hit me.
So the movie was filmed at an actual abandoned church in France.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because we gave the first Nun, props for its set design, and this, there's no CGI cliff in this movie. They're just in this church the whole time, basically. So,
no, absolutely not. This was the first film in the Conjuring series to be filmed in Panavision. All the other films were shot in spherical 2.39:1.
Interesting.
Despite being a Warner Brothers / New Line film, The Nun 2 is the first since Semi-Pro 2008 to open with the New Line Cinema logo, and it is also the final film to feature Warner Brothers Blue Shield variant. Variant, which was shown off at the end.
I'm so glad that at the very end of our Conjuring Universe rewatch, we got a shout out for Semi-Pro with Will Ferrell. He sings "Love Me Sexy."
Yes.
All right.
Oh man. Well, and the last thing here to end the spooky rewatch here. Let's get a little spooked with some celebrity ghost stories.
Celebrity ghost stories.
Yeah.
This is unexpected.
Send you there. Let me watch.
And we're watching this. It's very late at night. It is the witching hour.
Where wins become losses and losses becomes wins.
And losses become spooky ghost stories.
Yes. All right, let me know when you're ready.
I am ready. This is another long video.
Well, it is spooky. And when I say 0, we'll press play. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yeah, I've got no doubt that there is life out there for sure.
I lived in a haunted house.
I'm open to it.
Hey, it's Annabelle girls.
Yeah, why were they so scared? What was told to them?
Believe in ghosts? Or
You know,
have you
it's
ever met one?
interesting.
Right, Tom Hiddleston.
A lot of people have been asking me that question. And I can't think of a concise answer apart from to say, I'm open to it. Because I've had some people explain, sort of give me scientific evidence as to why they're physically not possible. And I wouldn't want to negate. I mean, I don't know enough about the physics of it, I suppose, but I just am open to it. I don't know.
The spooky music that they layered on top is loud enough that it's hard to hear Tom Hiddleston speaking.
James, those ghost stories. He was a brilliant English writer of kind of ghost fiction, and I love the Ghostbusters. So if there were no ghosts, there'd be no Ghostbusters. So maybe we need the
That's
ghosts.
a good point.
Maybe we need ghosts. You know.
That's true.
Because then we get Ghostbusters.
So what is your relationship to supernatural things? Do you believe?
You know, we shot this movie in New Orleans, in my first house in New Orleans. I don't believe in this stuff, but I think I lived in a haunted house. There was just too many
I don't believe in it. My house was haunted.
Things that went on in this place. Plus, it just emanated, and pardon the word from the 60s, it emanated bad vibes. It was kind of a depressing place. It was an old plantation. And there was a lot of unexplained noises, presences, people saw things, things moved. Yeah, it was just weird. So I can never
Lane is a good movie.
I've had two encounters with ghosts in my life.
Of course, I'm not shocked that he believes in
I'm
ghosts.
not a believer, like crazy believer. I am a skeptic, but these two things were real. I heard ghosts.
What happened?
I heard a murder in a room in a hotel in New Zealand. It was a haunted hotel, and I often, when I travel, I stay in haunted hotels. I like that. But in New Zealand, I asked specifically for that room, and I heard a murder in the middle of the room with nobody there.
Whoa.
That is scary.
It was very scary, but I was watching The Wire on DVD. I was not like in a seance with candles.
I love
was
him
watching
so much.
Stringer Bell, and all of a sudden I hear this murder in the middle of the night, and we were the only people in the hotel. It was closed, and only 8 people in the entire hotel. So it was not somebody making a joke or in the next room.
I know people who see dead people.
You do?
You know Haley Joel?
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, that is Sister Charlotte.
There you go.
I'm sort of,
Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
skeptical, open mind, if that makes any sense. I
Married
definitely
to
think
Ewan
that
McGregor.
a lot of things are possible, but I'm not one to jump into believing anything right away. I like to hold back
Final Destination 3.
a little bit on
Oh,
it.
yes.
Did you have any experience with supernatural things?
I've never experienced
David F. Sandberg.
supernatural, so
There he
that's,
is.
you know, I'm not a believer in it since I haven't experienced it myself, but so yeah, I'm waiting for the day when I do experience it, and maybe I'll become a believer.
Yeah. So do you like kind of supernatural, or do you believe in supernatural things?
I do. I haven't had any notable experiences, but I'm very open. if
This
any
is
ghosts want to
oh
contact
gosh,
me.
what's her name?
Put it
From
up. Yeah, it's
Speak
like
No Evil.
if you want to touch me, you do.
Her, yeah. Also from Terminator Genesis.
Terminator, and she was in Blade Runner 2049.
Yes.
This is Jamie Lannister.
Helt tilbage fra jeg var lille. Altså det sjove er, jeg tror
Speaking Norwegian?
selv. Altså,
yeah, I
hjernen
guess.
tror ikke på spøgelser.
Well, sorry for those who don't speak Norwegian.
Men ens mave...
I don't know about Norwegian, but he is speaking.
Eller en skov.
Where's he from?
Så bliver man jo fuldstændig... Altså der er jo det der mærke.
One of those.
Sjette sand, skal det være.
One of those
Så du er
countries.
lidt mørkredd?
Jeg er sgu lidt mørkere. Okay. Er du ikke også? Kan
Jeg er vældig
Har du det film med at gå ind i en skov, hvis det er mørkt? Nej, vel?
Jo, nej, jeg var vældig redd.
I tend to believe God,
Ridley Scott.
superior beings, personally. I don't think there's a big guy up there with a big beard doing that. I think, are there superior beings up there? Millions of them. Millions of them.
Do you want to believe that there's life out there in space?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily question it, to be honest.
Michael Fassbender.
I mean, for me, it makes. Yeah, I've got no doubt that there is life out there for sure.
So being a part of movies like this, it doesn't make you think more about it?
It doesn't actually, but now that you brought it up, it does make me think. But when we're shooting, no, I don't really think about it, funnily enough. I should do. But yeah, I just think it's such a vast expanse out there that it would be weird if we were the only ones there. It would make us even more arrogant than we already are, I suppose.
How did the music segue from like "ooh spooky" to now this like Lord of the Rings, the orcs are marching music?
I have no idea.
Entities that could have life on in this form, or way in advance of us, or way behind us.
It's an interesting thought.
She's like, okay.
Yeah, Hawkins says hopefully they don't visit us first, because if they do, they're going to be way in advance of us. And if they're way in advance of us, that's scary.
Let's hope we don't live when that happens. Do you believe there's anything after death? Because if there's ghosts, there must be something after death too, kind of.
I don't know.
Oh, now it's spooky again.
As we just get this one shot, you know. At least that's the only one I'm conscious of. So that's I don't know where that comes from, apart from just a gut feeling. I think that's it. The lights go out, they go out, and you go back into the ground, and
that's sad.
Yeah. So, but it also is it's a nice feeling in a way. It's comforting because it makes you try and live your life to the fullest, I think.
So, if I was possessed now, what would your reaction be?
Do you want to see our scared faces?
Yes, exactly.
I want to see their scared faces. No, stop.
You're
so
Pretty good.
Oh my gosh.
What did you think about? I start crying watching you guys because I get so like, what are you thinking about when you get those kind of like
a cool leather jacket? What the hell?
I feel like
Yeah,
it's
man.
like
Those got drip.
you lose your breath and you don't
and
know
it's
what's
a lot of
happening. It's
opening
like
and
a shock.
closing of mouth.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's just
that,
like-
that's a lot of it, and you have to make your eyes really wide to just like blah.
Yeah.
So that was the video from I forgot, I don't know how to pronounce her name, but she was involved with that Blake Lively scandal-ish.
What?
Or controversy. Where in the interview, she was like, kind of being rude to her. It was a whole thing there. But,
You kidding me? Was that for that movie that came out this year?
yeah.
There's a whole nother world out there. I'm not a part of. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama out there. But her name is Fla. Check out her YouTube channel. She's a great interviewer. But yes. That was Nun 2.
Oh goodness, the nun got him, bro. It's killing him.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Quickly, before we do what we've been teasing for episodes now, let's very quickly run through our ratings and rankings of the entire universe. The 10 movies we watched this Halloween season.
Yeah. I'll let you go first.
Okay, yeah, I'll go first, and I'll go from worst to best. Right?
Okay, yeah, you do that.
All right, so number 10, worst, surprise to nobody, Wolves at the Door.
Yes, I agree.
It's awful. Like the fact that I said when we watched it and when we rated it, I don't easily give movies half a star rating, and I don't easily give them 5-star ratings. The fact that that like, because on my letterbox as it stands right now, only 4 movies have half a star rating, and
wow,
and 2 of them we've watched on this show. And
that's
one
crazy.
of them is Wolves at the Door. So that there's that. Number 9, Annabelle 1, didn't care for it, 1.5 stars. Number 8, Curse of La Llorona, it's fine, 2.5. 7, Nun 2, which we watched this time, 2.5 as well. Just liked it a little bit better. Number 6 is The Nun, 3 stars. And then our top 5 is The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It at 3 stars. Number 4, Annabelle Comes Home, 3.5. 3, first Conjuring movie is 4 stars. Number 2 is Annabelle Creation, 4 stars. And my favorite movie of this whole series is The Conjuring 2, 4 stars.
Okay, that's not a bad list. I like the list you have there.
The order, at least. You may not agree with the star ratings necessarily, but the order is just about right.
Yeah, I have not ordered them, but I do have the ratings of them. But I'll do go from low to high.
Hit me.
What was at the door? Half a star. Ew. The next one is... It is Annabelle, the first one, 2.5 one. And the next one is... The Nun, the original Nun, as a 3 stars. The next one is... The Nun 2, 3.5. And then The Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It, 3.5. And then The Curse of La Llorona is 3.5. So I have a lot of 3.5s. 1, 2, 3. After 3.5 is a 4. Is Annabelle Comes Home was a 4. And the next one is Conjuring 2 as a 4.5. Then the next ones are Annabelle Creation 5 and the original Conjuring a 5.
There you go. So would you say Conjuring 1 is still the best one, or would that be Annabelle Creation?
I want to go with the first Conjuring. That, since it's kind of set off the whole universe. So
yeah.
Of course, Annabelle Creation is very close to it.
Good.
Good.
All right. And now to wrap it all up, we're going to quickly give tier list rankings to all the monsters, villains, demons from this universe.
Oh man, it's a lot.
Let's oh gosh, I lost the list. No, here it is. Okay. So from The Conjuring 1, Bathsheba, the witch.
Oh, her. She was okay. I'll give her...
Is very grounded compared to the stuff that we start to get later.
Yeah. I'll give her a B.
Her whole gimmick was she would possess the mothers to kill the children. I would say B rank is good. B for Bathsheba.
There you
go. Next is so I didn't initially have this on the list, but I just threw it in there just because. So there's the Annabelle doll. Now, so obviously we know that there's the demon, which we'll cover next. That is drawn to, but just I included the Annabelle doll because number 1, she's iconic for the series, the way she looks and all that, and number 2, just the way that the doll not only is a conduit for the demon, but the way that it like woke everything up in the Warrens' room, right? Like it's a conduit to many things. So,
as Judy says, she's in a glass box for a reason. So she deserved to be an S.
S?
Or maybe a high A. A plus?
I'm leaning the A plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
She is close to S, but
she's pretty iconic. I will not lie. It's just does she deserve to be that iconic? Well, I guess.
I mean, a demon is controlling her, so it's not really her.
Speaking of the demon, who I don't think they ever say this in any of the movies, but on the Conjuring Wikipedia, they referred to the Annabelle demon as Malthus.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So is the same demon from the first Annabelle?
Yeah, every time we see the Annabelle demon, it's the same guy.
Okay. I'll give it S.
You give him an S?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I was leaning more towards B.
B? Man, he is creepy as hell.
He's just the guy from Insidious.
Oh man, he kind of did a cross promotion from WWE to AEW. B plus.
We can meet in the middle and say A. Okay. I'll allow that.
Okay.
because he puts the work in.
He did.
Next is Bill Wilkins.
Oh wow!
This is my house. Now he was just a puppet, basically.
Yeah,
he didn't want to be there, but you got to think about that chair, and the mom died in the chair.
That is true. Bill Wilkins, I will give. Well, he didn't really harm anyone.
He bit that girl.
Oh yeah, I remember. B plus.
Yeah, I think Bill gets some good scares in. I'd put him in B. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, B for Bill.
Oh, there we go. B for Bathsheba and now Bill.
Next up, from Conjuring 2 and her own series, Valak, the nun. That S, obviously.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is an S. There's nothing to compare to anyone.
She's the best looking one. She's got the best gimmick, the best, spooky stuff. I think it's solidified her as an S in Conjuring 2 with the painting scene. I think that was when she became S for me.
I agree.
Next up, also from Conjuring 2, The Crooked Man, which, yes, technically still Valak, but as a monster that she projected, the Crooked Man. What do you think?
I think, although he's very unique.
Yeah.
I don't think he did much in that film.
He the best thing he does is when the dog turns into him and he's like all moving weird and janky,
but that's it though. I'll give it a C plus.
C for Crooked Man. I think that's fair because
yeah,
it's number one. It's not really a real guy. It was just something that Valak, and then they were like, "Oh, let's make a movie," and then they didn't. So I think C is fine for Crooked Man. I like the Crooked Man, but C is about right.
He's very unique, but he didn't do much.
Yeah. Next is the Scarecrow from Annabelle Creation. Now, this is a very similar thing to the Crooked Man in that it was just a gimmick that I guess Malthus, the Annabelle demon, was messing with to spook some people, but got his own scene, so I included it.
It is again. He's kind of like Crooked Man, but I think the visual of Scarecrow is a lot more better than Crooked Man, so I'll give him a B.
The Scarecrow doesn't have a dapper little hat and an umbrella, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him scary.
I think the Scarecrow's in it even less than the Crooked Man is in his.
That is true.
The Crooked Man shows up, has his introduction, and then he shows up later at the end and does that like tent jump scare.
That is true.
And the Scarecrow also has that. He has a good bit where, the demon is like tearing through him and like coming out. But is that points for the Scarecrow or is that points for the demon?
That's for the demon.
I mean, it's all the demon technically. So,
damn.
I would put him next to the Crooked Man.
I would probably give him like a C minus.
Oh no! I didn't mean to talk you down so hard.
Yeah, C.
All right. Next is from her own movie, La Llorona.
Damn.
I mean, there's multiple things to think about here. We already kind of tore into La Llorona when we were talking about that movie because she's a less cool Valak, kind of.
Yeah.
Her backstory and her like origin in actual folklore is the most interesting part.
It is.
But as far as like execution in the movie, she's just a lady in dress that shows up in jump scares, and then, you think about it this way, right? They didn't even need the Warrens to beat her. They got Tuco. I mean, I'm not going to downplay what Tuco did, but
you need the Warrens to do the heavy lifting, right? But they were in there. I'll give her a D.
Ooh, D. I was Let me look. Yeah, okay. All right, I won't fight that. We can put her in D.
Yeah.
Not a huge fan of La Llorona. Especially since she took my internet that one time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay. Here's who's next anyways. From Annabelle Comes Home, The Bride.
That's enough.
F. It's an F for me. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Because it's, like we said, it's a step down from even La Llorona, and it's stolen from the Haunted Mansion. It's just not very original. It's not very original in the sense that, like, I think the fact that they stole, like, her walking past the windows, like, that's just the nun shadow thing. That in itself is, yeah.
She was copying her.
Then the Ferryman.
I liked him. He was scary as hell.
I also like the Ferryman. I think he's the best ghost in that movie. B?
B plus.
Okay. B.
I was gonna give him an A.
And then,
but
oh yeah?
B is fine. But B is fine.
Who else did we give A to? We put the Annabelle demon in A. You think he's up there with him?
Actually, no.
Okay, yeah. The Black Shuck, the werewolf.
Oh. In Annabelle Comes Home?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Honestly, I'm leaning F for him, too. He didn't do anything for me.
I'll say this.
The coolest thing about the Black Shuck is how he gets beaten by Bob's Got Balls.
That's what I'm saying. I think that deserves a D, because without that thing, Bob Got Balls wouldn't be a thing.
Well, no, he was always Bob's Got Balls. Even Ed knew that his name was Bob's Got Balls.
But what's her name? His crush. She wouldn't fall in love with him after that ghost.
Sure.
D.
All right. We'll put him in D. We've only got a few more here. The samurai armor.
F.
Just fell over and screamed. Okay, yeah. Okay, F. Now from The Conjuring 3, The Occultist.
Oh, our girl.
Friend of the show. That's got to bump her up a little bit, right?
Yes, I agree. I will give her.
I'll give her a B.
Give her a B. Yeah, a B is fine.
B for The Occultist. Then the Naked Man, aka the Linebacker.
I'll give him. Okay, he is scary. A naked man chasing after you is always scary.
Yeah, big fat naked man.
Oh god. A.
No way. No
because
way.
you can see that in nightmares. You can get those nightmares.
Sure, and like he's just a big bloated corpse, but this is on here mostly as a joke. He doesn't actually do anything.
No, he also fell down too.
He fell over and hit his head.
Okay, I see.
Now, I mean, if he hit his head any harder, he could be quarterback for the Dolphins. Am I right?
Oh, too soon. Allegedly,
He's coming
too soon.
back. He's coming back. If anything, it's too soon for the next head injury he'll get.
Gotta wear the garden cap.
Finally, we have the Goat Man, who I've been calling Black Phillip from The Nun 2.
Okay. He is scarier.
He's better than the Black Shuck.
Yes, I agree. I'll give him an A.
I was leaning B. Give him B because I like when he stabbed through the door.
Yeah,
but again, you have to remember that A is the Annabelle demon, Malthus. So is he on the same level as that?
I think so too, because he was kind of haunting through those hallways.
Okay, all right. You know what? We'll allow it. I'll allow it. We'll put him in A. Well, there you have it. Don't ask me to reread it. I didn't actually write any of that down. What we just said.
That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, that was The Nun 2, and we are done with the Conjuring Universe. How do you feel, man?
I feel like it's 5 in the morning.
Literally, it is.
It just turned 5. The witching hour.
The witching hour. When losses become wins and losses and loss.
Oh no! Now you can play quarterback for the Dolphins.
But yeah, that was the Conjuring Universe. It was a great series. I love these movies. These are the reasons why there are more horror movies are like these. Because of these. Of course, last year we did. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I would recommend if you collect physical media, Blu-rays or DVDs or whatever, grab this box set.
Please.
There's enough in here. I'm glad that I own it now.
Yeah, I am too. Last year we did Saw. Check out that one. I'm glad you guys are listening to this one, Conjuring Universe. And should we give a sneak peek?
I believe 1 year ago we did say, "Oh, we'll do that next year." And we said we'd do The Conjuring. So we might as well say now that next year we'll be back for another series, a shorter series, I'll say. Half the length of this.
Yes, after Saw 11 movies, and this one's 10 movies, it's time to give us a little break because there's a lot of movies.
Well, I mean, technically there's a year break.
Oh, that's all. Actually, that's what we need.
But it'll open up for next October more opportunities to do other things instead of just have to do 2 episodes a week of horror movies.
Yes. So last year we did gore horror. This year we did demon, supernatural, demon, ghost. Now we're going back into the gore and horror. We are going to rewatch for next year's 2025 Final Destination.
Wow, Final Destination. There are some really bad movies in that series.
But there's a lot of good stuff in there too. It's all about you got to find the good things in them, right?
For sure, absolutely.
All right. Well, until then, Skylar, where can they find you, man?
Man, I can't even say I'll be here next time because who knows when I'll be here. Oh wait, I know next time I'll be here because in early 2025 we'll be talking about something. I don't think you said it yet, so I won't say it.
No. Don't say that yet, but we of course, as last year we did a holiday rewatch.
Oh yeah, Christmas time,
and of course we're doing a holiday rewatch during the month of December. So check out for that for Skylar.
And we're also gonna do a certain movie that you've been wanting to do for a while.
Yes, I'm not sure if we're going to do a live action rewatch or just talk about it normally.
We'll figure it out.
But
honestly, that'll probably be the next thing that I'm on.
Okay, yeah, actually, yeah, and that is Johnny Tsunami. That's all I can say.
Oh god, that's all you can say. That's it.
Oh, that's true. Or maybe with Johnny Kapahala back on board. I don't know. We'll see.
Trying to get me to watch both, for the love of God.
Well, of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all those platforms as well.
5 in the morning.
It's 5 in the morning. Follow me at 5 a.m. at Brown Boy Wonder Podcast.
Follow him at 5 a.m. down the street outside his house. Just stand outside and watch and point.
Please.
And until then, Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, and make sure everyone to hide and clap.